Check, check. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the 7th Annual Asia Clean Energy Summit, a part of the Singapore International Energy Week. My name is Wayne, and of course, it's my pleasure to be your host and MC on this beautiful morning. Now, the Asia Clean Energy Summit is a regional platform to showcase energy transition strategies from the perspective of both energy and power leaders, as well as those who finance and invest in energy and power infrastructure. Today, we're very happy to welcome our speakers and delegates in both virtual and physical formats. And now, to officially kick off the opening ceremony of Asia Clean Energy Summit 2020, it gives me great pleasure to invite the chairman of the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, Mr. Edwin Kiew, deliver his welcome address. Mr. Edwin Kiew, please. Oh, okay, can distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our conference program will be starting shortly. Please take your seats and remember to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. You're also encouraged to follow and tweet about today's event and your experiences using these hashtags. Hashtag ACES 2020 and hashtag SIEW 2020. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because we are now living in very unusual times, there are some important health and safety reminders for you to take note of. Firstly, please remember to wear a mask at all times. If you feel unwell at any time, please let the organizers know. The organizers are around wearing the white lanyards, or you can also go to the ACES help desk at the foyer. Also remember to sanitize your hands often, maintain 1 meter safe distancing at all times, and exit by zones for coffee break and lunch break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our guests of honor will arrive very, very shortly. Please take your seats right now, and a reminder to ensure that your mobile devices are on silent mode. Now we'll be welcoming our speakers and delegates in both physical and virtual formats today. And of course, these unusual times offer new ways of sharing stories and experiences. Just a reminder for everyone, we have a very full series of sessions over the next 2 days. Please remember to keep to the schedule because we want to make sure everyone gets the best from our program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand and put our hands together to welcome the guest of honor, Minister Grace Fu, Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, Singapore. Please take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the 7th Annual Asia Clean Energy Summit Opening Forum, part of the Singapore International Energy Week. My name is Wayne Chan, and it's my pleasure to be your host and MC on this beautiful and special morning. Now, the Asia Clean Energy Summit is in its 7th staging. It's a regional platform to showcase energy transition strategies from the perspective of both energy and power leaders, as well as those who finance and invest in energy and power infrastructure. This morning, we welcome our speakers and delegates in both physical and virtual formats. And now, to kickstart the opening ceremony for the Asia Clean Energy Summit, I would like to invite the chairman of the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, Mr. Edwin Q, to give his welcome address. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Q.
Our guest of honor, Ms. Grace Fu, Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, distinguished guests, our distinguished speakers, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to this first edition, or the only edition, of the hybrid Asia Clean Energy Summit 2020. which is part of the Singapore International Energy Week 2020. May I, on behalf of the Sustainable Energy Association and our partners, warmly welcome all our distinguished speakers, exhibitors, sponsors, visitors and delegates that are present in this room, and those of you who are participating digitally from all over the world. Hello and welcome to all of you. And I'd like to thank all of you for taking off some of your valuable sleep to be with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in unprecedented times, presenting all of us in the clean energy sector major challenges. Like all challenges, we are also presented with opportunities in this new normal. A good example is this hybrid conference and exhibition, where we find new ways of sharing stories and experiences, reaching out to a majority of our audience all over the world and participants here in this hall, but throughout the region and globally. ACES 2020 is organized by the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore and DMG Events, and co-organized by our esteemed partners, the Solar Energy Research Institute of Singapore, or SERIS, and the Energy Research Institute at NTU, or ARIAN. Much urgent work is therefore needed by all nations to reduce carbon emissions and significantly change its energy use and lifestyle patterns if we must avert further cataclysmic events in the world. However, let's first address the elephant in the room. COVID-19 was impacted our world in less than a year in unprecedented proportions. As of today, there are more than 42 million cases in the world, with a death rate of more than 1.14 million people globally. Europe and the US and many Northern Hemisphere countries are seeing a major spike now because of the cold weather, as more people are staying indoors. Hospital admissions are rapidly increasing, straining capacities in many hospitals. During periods like this, we have to recognize the commitment of the frontline workers and health workers globally, especially those here in Singapore. These dedicated and committed doctors and workers have kept all of us safe and have made Singapore an example of how such crises can be managed effectively. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts. However, the tragedy of the COVID pandemic has taken much attention away from the threat of climate change. Governments all over the world devote themselves in protecting lives and livelihoods. While that is important, we must recognize that we cannot ignore climate change and its destructive effects. Just in the last 6 months, and even over the last couple to 3 days, heavy rains, typhoons, hurricanes have brought floods, landslides that cannot be controlled. And many parts of the world are suffering also from forest infernos that have gone out of control, all causing many deaths, total disruptions in their lives, homes, properties, and creating epidemics in its path, where human waste, contaminated drinking water sources are killing many children and adults. Ladies and gentlemen, these are extreme, challenging times. Globally, and unlike other crises that we have faced, every economy, without exceptions, are affected. The greatest challenge that we face if we do not know when this pandemic and crisis will pass. Instead, it is getting worse, and there is no sight soon of a vaccine that will help us solve the problems which puts many countries and businesses under tremendous economic stress. This is the time all governments, businesses, and civil society all over the world, regardless of wealth, power, religion, have to work as one to solve this global pandemic and climate crisis. Now is the time we think of humanity as a whole, as we are all linked and we face the same fate. We have solved problems together in the past, and we can overcome and do the same now, as our lives and future generations depend on it. The good news is that it's not all gloom and doom in our world. We are now at the cusp of an era of renewables, and I believe the regional renewable capex will overtake that of upstream oil and gas next year. Many banks and funds have declared their policies of either not investing in coal power plants or phasing it out completely due to the carbon risk. Large utilities and oil majors are now factoring carbon pricing and offsetting into their plans and are in process of diversifying their portfolios. Transition towards renewables, clean technologies, and energy efficiency is already happening. This, thankfully, has been enabled by grid parity prices of renewable electricity in many countries, coupled with the growth and deployment of storage technologies and smart grids. We believe this will continue to scale up the urgent adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiencies across all geographies. However, energy transition from our fossil fuel energy system have been in existence since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. This is where technology alone cannot win the war. We need government commitment and strong policies. Commitment and demand and drive from corporations, as well as financing from the private, public sectors and multilaterals to be activated to reach our SDG goals set by the UNFCCC. You will learn more about this from experts in our afternoon session on driving the clean energy transition. This year, we have an excellent lineup at ACES featuring Clean Energy Leaders Dialogue, the Clean Energy Financial Summit, as well as our partner events. And these events are International Floating Solar Symposium, which is virtual, organized by Serynn, Clean Cooling Solutions Workshop, virtual, Access to Clean Cooking Workshop, virtual, and this is organized with the Asian Development Bank. And the US ASEAN Energy Storage Forum, which is virtual, and this will be organized with the US Department of Commerce. Alongside the thought leadership and knowledge sharing on digital and in-person platforms, ACES will also have a virtual exhibition where you can meet clean energy companies who are showcasing their technologies and services on digital platforms. I would encourage you to use the various tools and apps available to set up meetings with all our exhibitors if you have not already done so. This year, SEAS will also continue to bring new startups that are instrumental in bringing innovation and disruptive solutions much needed by our sector. We will be running an annual competition, Power ACE, on the sidelines of ACES, and we are heartened to receive many outstanding entries from startups from all over the world. 12 of them have been shortlisted to pitch to an expert panel to win 2 awards provided by the Private Financing Advisory Network, or PFAN, worth 13,000, and I believe this is 13,000 Singapore dollars each, and 1 award worth 100,000 Singapore dollars of services provided by Ecolab's Center of Innovation for Energy at the Nanyang Technological University. You can visit these 12 startups at our digital exhibition floor and hear their pictures virtually on the 28th of October from 2 to 6 p.m. In closing, I would like to thank Minister Grace Fu for gracing our conference ACES and helping us to open it. I would like also to thank our partners, Ariane and Ceres, for their invaluable partnership, and DMG Events for their unwavering support, and include our many supporters, sponsors for our long-time partnerships and partners like the Asian Development Bank, Singapore Economic Development Board, Energy Market Authority of Singapore, and Enterprise Singapore. Our special thanks and appreciation to the following sponsors: Sunseap Group Private Limited as our lead and track sponsors, SunGrow as track sponsor, and our associate sponsor, NG Lab, Wärtsilä, the High Commission of Canada, Hitachi ABB Power Grid, Innovation Norway Singapore, REC Group, and Siemens. Dear sponsors, your support has been invaluable, and we thank you very much for being generous under these difficult times. We are very much appreciated and look forward to your continued support next year and in the year to come. Finally, I wish all of you a present conference, as well as those who have tuned in digitally, a successful and fruitful ACES 2020 to all of you. And to quote Mr. Chan Chun Sing from his recent interview with the Straits Times, if water was a story for the last 50 years, energy and developing Singapore into a green or bright green spark is the story for the next 50 years. We are all actors in this story, so let's play our part well. Thank you, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Q, for that very thought-provoking welcome, which sets the tone perfectly for our summit this week. It is now my honor to invite our guest of honor, Minister Grace Fu, which is the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, to give her address. Minister Grace Fu, please.
Mr. Edwin Q, Chairman, Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here at the 7th edition of the Asia Clean Energy Summit, my first physical conference for a long while. I commend the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore for organizing this hybrid event, bringing together thought leaders and stakeholders from the region in the clean energy space. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way we live, work and play. Even as we address the challenges from the pandemic, We must continue to focus on the climate crisis confronting us and keep sustainability at the core of everything we do. This is especially important for Singapore, given our vulnerability to climate change threats such as sea level rise. We must sustain efforts to mitigate climate change. Today, I would like to share Singapore's efforts in adopting clean energy solutions and improving energy efficiency. These are two important strategies to mitigate climate change, and we have been steadily advancing progress on these fronts. First, adopting clean energy solutions. As many of you may know, solar energy is Singapore's most viable renewable energy option, given our limited access to alternative energy sources such as geothermal, wind, and hydropower. We achieved our 2020 solar deployment target of 350 megawatt peak in the first quarter of this year and aim to deploy at least 2 gigawatt peak GWP by 2030, with 1.5 gigawatt peak front-loaded by 2025, as we have heard yesterday. This would be sufficient to power around 350,000 Singaporean households a year. However, the deployment of solar energy remains challenging due to our limited land space, competition for alternative uses, and dense urban landscapes. We have therefore ventured to make use of alternative spaces, such as water bodies. In August this year, PUB, Singapore's National Water Agency, and Sembcorp started constructing the floating solar photovoltaic system on Tengah Reservoir, which will be one of the world's largest. When completed, the energy generated will power all of PUB's local water treatment plants and offset 7% of their annual energy needs. This large-scale floating solar PV system is an expansion of an earlier testbed deployed on Tengah Reservoir by PUB and the EDB in 2016 to study the feasibility of deploying floating PV systems on reservoirs. The Solar Energy Research Institute of Singapore, or SERYS, played a critical role as project manager for the testbed and found that floating solar PV systems performed 5 to 15% better than conventional rooftop solar systems. This lends support to PUB's plans to deploy large-scale floating solar PV systems on reservoirs to reduce their carbon footprint and mitigate climate change. To further develop capabilities in the areas of near-shore and offshore floating PV systems, I'm happy to share that SERYS will be collaborating with Fred Olsen Renewables under a research agreement to develop various floating PV solutions for seawater and different climatic conditions. The Fred Olsen companies, which are based out of Norway, have more than 170 years of global experience in shipping, offshore construction, offshore energy production, and renewable power production. More details will be shared at the 4th International Floating Solar Symposium. Besides reducing carbon emissions, solar deployment has other benefits. Earlier this year, as part of efforts to manage the COVID-19 pandemic, the government set up a number of community care and community recovery facilities to house recovering patients. To reduce carbon emissions, fumes, and noise created by mobile diesel generators, more than 650 made-in-Singapore REC Alpha Series solar panels were installed at the recovery facility at the Changi Exhibition Centre. These produce about 20% of the facility's projected energy needs and contributed towards a better recovery environment for the patients. On this note, I'm pleased to share that Maxion Solar Technologies will be establishing their global head office and R&D center in Singapore to develop next-gen solar panel technologies. Being a leader in solar innovation with access to over 900 patents and 2 best-in-class differentiated panels, the entry of Maxion will further strengthen our local R&D ecosystem and is aligned with Singapore's ambition to ramp up installed solar capacity by 2030. Given our limited access to clean energy, we must be prudent in using our precious energy resources. Improving energy efficiency is therefore the second key strategy in our journey to sustainability and mitigating climate change. Since the Energy Conservation Act, or ECA, came into effect in 2013, companies regulated under the Act achieved an average annual energy efficiency improvement rate of 1% from 2014 to 2018. Translated to carbon abatement, this represents about 250 kilotons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions per year, similar to removing 70,000 cars from the road each year. The government will continue to support energy efficiency efforts through grants such as EDB's Resource Efficiency Grant for Energy and the National Environment Agency's Energy Efficiency Fund. To date, over 100 million have been committed to help local manufacturers in their energy efficiency projects. Singapore is also pursuing opportunities to improve energy efficiency through a circular economy approach. An example of this is the Tuas Nexus, Singapore's first integrated water reclamation and solid waste treatment facility, and the first in the world when completed. By co-digesting food waste and water sludge and combusting the biogas produced, not only will the electricity generated sustain the operations of the facility, there will be excess energy to power up to 300,000 four-room HDB flats. The government is also committed to working with companies and businesses to drive our sustainability agenda. I'm pleased to announce that NG Factory and EDB New Ventures will be signing an MOU to build a portfolio of new sustainability startups that will help companies in Singapore and Southeast Asia to decarbonize more quickly and profitably. These new ventures will accelerate zero carbon transition, boost employment in a critical and growing segment, and establish Singapore as a hub for sustainability innovation in the region. We hope that more pioneering solutions and breakthroughs in sustainable development could arise from this partnership. These are some innovative ways we have undertaken to raise energy efficiency and generate clean energy. We are also studying emerging technologies such as hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization and storage, and exploring the potential of tapping on regional power grids to access sustainable energy resources. Let me conclude. This is a prime period for companies and policymakers to leverage opportunities in harnessing clean energy and improving energy efficiency as we push for a green recovery post-COVID-19. Fighting climate change and making the transition towards a greener economy will require a concerted whole-of-nation effort by industries, individuals, and the government. While promising progress has been made thus far, we must continue to push the frontiers of sustainability. I wish everyone a fruitful summit ahead and for the discussions to catalyze positive actions for our environment. Together, we can game-change climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister, for that very inspiring and insightful address. And now, to deliver the opening keynote address, we are pleased to welcome Alice Jackson, President XL Energy Colorado, who's joining us virtually from the USA. Now, Xcel Energy provides the energy that powers millions of homes and businesses across 8 western and midwestern states. In December 2018, Xcel Energy announced it would deliver 100% clean, carbon-free electricity by 2050. Ms. Jackson's speech title is How Electrification of Energy Can Supercharge the Energy Transition and Cut Carbon Emissions. Let us welcome Alice Jackson.
Hello, my name is Alice Jackson, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of Xcel Energy Colorado. I'm excited to be joining you today, albeit virtually, and happy to have the opportunity to be a part of the Clean Energy Summit conversation. Xcel Energy operates in 8 states located in the western and midwest part of the United States. We are a combined utility serving 3.6 million electric customers and 2 million natural gas customers across our service areas. In 2018, Xcel Energy was the first major U.S. power company to announce a commitment to producing 100% carbon-free electricity by 2050. Since then, other utilities have put forth similar goals. We intend to get there with a mix of renewables like wind and solar, but we will need advanced carbon-free technologies that are not commercially available today at the cost and scale required to meet our customers' needs 24 hours a day, all 7 days of the week. And it is up to all of us to collaborate on these advanced technologies over the next decade to improve their reliability and to reduce their cost for our customers. An important part of our carbon-free vision is hitting an interim target to reduce carbon emissions 80% from our 2005 levels by 2030. As of the end of 2019, we are more than halfway there, having reduced carbon emissions 44%. Last year, we reported our largest ever single-year reduction, cutting carbon emissions 10% over those in 2018. We believe we can get to the 2030 target with the existing technologies and will rely on a mix of renewables, carbon-free nuclear, and natural gas support. Xcel Energy is making the nation's largest multi-state wind investment that will increase its wind capacity 70% by 2022 under our Steel for Fuel strategy. We're implementing transformative clean energy plans that retire half of our coal capacity between 2006 and 2027. We are building or have recently completed 12 new wind projects in the upper Midwest, adding more than 1,900 megawatts of new wind energy. That's enough to power nearly 1 million average U.S. homes each year. The wind farms will both reduce carbon emissions and save hundreds of millions of dollars each year in fuel and other costs for our customers. In Colorado, we've recently brought 2 new wind projects online, and in Texas, we've completed 1 and have yet another project in New Mexico that will be finished with construction and in service by the end of the year. I want to be clear, adding this much wind has not always been easy, and the road to come will not be without challenges, but with challenge comes opportunity. With more wind resources on our system, we continue to improve our operations and show that wind can contribute to a reliable power system. For example, we doubled down on technological development and helped develop some of the most advanced wind forecasting tools available through partnerships with laboratories like the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Because we can use these tools to better predict wind generation, we can power down fossil fuel plants on windy days, which saves millions of dollars in fuel costs for our customers. In order to eliminate that last 20% of carbon on our system beyond our 2030 goals, we will need to continue to invest and develop new carbon-free technology that is available all of the time to emerge. Options that we are exploring include advanced dispatchable renewable energy, zero carbon fuels such as hydrogen and ammonia, advanced nuclear, carbon capture, advanced battery systems with longer duration, and demand efficiency. We are excited about grid-scale storage as a key technology that will allow us to integrate more renewable energy into our system, while keeping electricity reliable and affordable. Storage can also help make the grid more reliable while providing voltage support and frequency control. However, storage cannot currently solve the problem of the wide seasonal variation in renewable energy generation, which is the chief factor preventing the creation of a fully renewable electricity system. While we can currently integrate more renewables thanks to storage, the capacity is limited. We believe that federal policies supporting storage research, development, and deployment are critical in order to create the clean energy future we all want. For customers who want to reduce their own carbon footprints, we're really proud to offer more than 175 different energy efficiency programs, as well as voluntary customer options for 100% renewable energy. Our customers play a part in solving this puzzle as well. Their awareness of how their energy consumption drives carbon output will be an important contributor in being able to manage the demands of our customers against the ability of carbon-free generation. To that end, we have to be able to provide that data and information to our customers in a clear and usable manner, which is why we are investing in our Advanced Grid initiative. This initiative is an extensive, multi-year plan designed to use new technology to optimize the power grid. We are updating our systems to improve reliability and outage restoration times. Digital grid technologies will help us detect outages faster and reduce those outage durations. These technologies will help us to provide quicker notifications when service is out and more accurate information on when power will be restored. Colorado customers will begin to realize the benefits of these upgrades when the first smart meters are installed beginning in 2021, with us finishing up in 2024. These meters will give customers access and insights to their energy usage data, coupled with new pricing and program offerings to help them save energy, save money, and simultaneously reduce carbon emissions across our system. Another exciting activity that we have going in Colorado is our Community Resilience Initiative. Through this initiative, Xcel Energy will be developing 7 battery-based microgrids to support critical infrastructure in our communities during times when natural disasters like wildfires or blizzards threaten essential services. These projects are still in the planning phase, but are slated to be built in 4 different communities around the state in 2021 and 2022. And they're designed to improve outage restoration times, support Colorado's clean energy transition by maximizing the use of renewable energy, enhance grid reliability, and create more jobs in clean energy. Each of the 7 projects will power a facility that's critical to emergency response in the community. In all, Xcel Energy is investing over $24 million to provide battery storage, microgrid controls, and the equipment and labor to install, operate, and maintain each system. Batteries also introduce flexibility to our system. These microgrids will not only provide support during times of natural disaster, they'll also benefit the grid by supplying energy during peak demand periods and lower costs by recharging overnight when electricity is less expensive. In some cases, the microgrids will also have a backup fuel, the solar located at the site where they are being installed. Here in Colorado, we also have strong community interest and support in electrifying the transportation infrastructure. As of just a few years ago, the U.S. transportation sector passed up the electric sector in total emissions as having the highest emission profile. Our state, as well as our communities, have taken this seriously. As the local utility, we've taken action, and this summer, Xcel Energy announced a new commitment to powering 1.5 million electric vehicles in the states we serve by 2030. This is something we are really excited about partnering with our state and our communities to implement. The vision is to power those 1.5 million electric vehicles in the 8 states we serve by 2030, which means that 20% of the vehicles on the road would be electric, more than 30 times the number today. That would help customers save billions of dollars in fuel costs while significantly cutting carbon emissions from the transportation sector. We are pursuing this vision because our customers are asking for it. The market is moving in this direction, with auto manufacturers planning on over 500 new models of electric vehicles by 2023. As drivers, rideshare companies, public transit, and other fleet operators replace vehicles with EVs, they will see substantial savings on fuel because driving electric is equal to spending about $1 per gallon of gas and can be significantly less when charging occurs overnight. By 2030, an EV is estimated to cost $700 less per year to fuel than a gas-powered car, which will save customers approximately $1 billion annually across our service territory. And it's important to note that the transition to more electric cars, trucks, and buses will also help keep bills low for all customers, including those who don't drive an EV. The additional electricity sales generated by EVs more than pay for the system investment required to support them. So as more vehicles transition to electric, everyone will benefit from the cleaner air and lower bills. We are also making the benefits more accessible to everyone by developing partnerships, programs, and services to reduce barriers to electric vehicle adoption while making electric vehicle charging easier and more affordable. We know that 80% of electric vehicle users currently charge their vehicles at home, but we are seeking other opportunities to offer charging options in public parking garages and at apartment buildings, and to help reduce range anxiety with strategically placed charging locations. To bring this goal to fruition, in May of this year, we proposed our Colorado Transportation Electrification Plan, where we plan to spend up to $102 million on electric vehicle programs, including offerings for residential, multi-unit dwellings, commercial businesses, and additional innovative research and partnerships. Distribution system upgrades are an important issue in planning for electric vehicle expansion, and we are working closely throughout our service areas to ensure we can meet the needs for additional charging and any necessary infrastructure. By design, energy companies are built to withstand storms. Our field crews have responded to tornadoes, hurricanes, and floods, sometimes only months apart. Throughout our 100-plus year history, we've overcome numerous natural disasters to provide safe, reliable, and affordable energy that our customers and communities can count on every day. In the early spring of 2020, we all faced a different kind of challenge: the COVID-19 pandemic, with the stay-at-home mandates and social distancing guidelines that have fundamentally changed our way of life in America and around the globe. This pandemic has reinforced the essential role we as utilities play in society in keeping people safe while enabling their daily lives, in driving economic development, protecting the environment, and of course, serving as a resource and partner to our local communities. COVID-19 also underscores our tremendous responsibility to our employees, the people that make our business run, especially those on the front lines who keep the lights on and the natural gas flowing. Now more than ever, our customers and communities are relying on us to provide the critical power they rely on and to do our part to help support them through this most challenging time. Throughout the pandemic, Xcel Energy has been working to help customers save energy and money to help them get back on their feet. Low natural gas prices have also led to reduced use of coal-fired generation in recent months, keeping bills low for customers while also reducing emissions. While the reliability of our natural gas and electric system are our primary goals, as soon as it was clear COVID-19 was a national concern, Xcel Energy was quick to respond with measures to keep our employees and customers safe. We have implemented our plans to make sure critical positions are staffed, including power plant operators, line workers, and others who deliver critical services. These employees provide emergency response in our communities and work at power plants, control and service centers, substations, and other locations. Many others are working remotely. Social distancing and masks became standard protocol, and field workers no longer held large in-person meetings. Many employees that could perform their work remotely began working from home and continue to do so to this day. We also donated more than 300,000 protective face masks and other protective equipment to local hospitals and relief organizations to do our part. And our employees use currently a 3D printer to make over 2,000 ear protectors every week. In mid-April, we doubled down and we announced that Xcel Energy would dedicate more than $20 million in new funding to support short and long-term corporate giving, charitable contributions, as well as additional funding for recovery efforts associated with the pandemic, including an immediate $1.5 million investment across the 8 states in which we operate. As you can see, the Xcel Energy Foundation, Xcel Energy, has been committed to our communities as we all work to advance and to move forward through this pandemic. Our employees have also come out in droves in helping in volunteering and also matching gifts and giving of their own time themselves, and we are eternally grateful for their commitments. As our communities and customers continue to struggle amidst the pandemic, Xcel Energy and the Xcel Energy Foundation are finding new and innovative ways to offer assistance. We as a people are very resilient, and we will all rise to the challenge we face. And we as leaders want to do what we can to support this resiliency. The energy industry has made great progress on shared goals to date, and we feel it's important to not lose momentum on the progress that we've made so far. Thank you again for inviting me to be a part of today's summit. It is my honor to be a part of the dialogue taking place, and I hope all of you enjoy the rest of the wonderful agenda that this summit provides. Be safe and be well.
And of course, thank you so much to Ms. Jackson for those valuable insights all the way from USA, Colorado. And I'm sure we will be following in your footsteps very, very soon. Now, next in line, we have another exciting keynote address exploring the energy transition from the perspective of a large energy user who is part of the RE100 group and one of the largest corporate buyers of renewable power in the world. Let's give a warm welcome to the Senior Lead of Energy Strategy and Global Infrastructure, Google Singapore, Leo Wirawan.
Good morning, Minister Grace Fu, Chairman Andrew Q, and all distinguished participants of Asian Clean Energy Summit 2020. Thank you for the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore and the rest of the organizing team for inviting me to this wonderful conference and to share Google's third decade of climate action, 24/7 carbon-free energy by 2030. My name is Leo Wirawan. I have the pleasure to lead the energy strategy effort for the Google in Asia-Pacific region. I'm going to talk more in detail about our 24/7 target, what it means, how we will achieve it, but most importantly, how can we collaborate together? To this end, let me begin with one statement. We envision a future which energy consumers everywhere have access to affordable 24/7 carbon-free energy. Firstly, I would like to quickly demonstrate as to why we care so much about the energy. We are a large energy user, and as you can see, as the demand for Google services has grown, so too our consumption of electricity. In 2019, total Alphabet global electricity use was slightly over 12 terawatt hours. We hit our 100% renewable energy goal in 2017. We have done it again every year since, even as our electricity demand grew significantly, more than 20% in the last few years. So where is the electricity being used at Google? All of our services run on data centers. Listed here are our hyperscale data centers, which is distributed around the world. We have over 20 hyperscale data centers globally. Most are in operation, while some are still under construction. In Asia, we are proud to call Singapore home. We also exist in Taiwan. Both are in multiple locations and buildings. In addition, in 2019, Google acquired land in Chiba New Town in Japan and will be our future data center operation. For the benefit of participants who might not be familiar with data centers, allow me to have a sneak peek of what is it like inside the buildings. This is aisle upon servers. This is where all the services from Google runs, and our energy directly powering these servers. This, by the way, shot using a street view of our services from the Google Maps. Let's come back to the premise of today. 100% RE does not fundamentally solve the problem. This is the snapshot of supply and demand for one of our data centers in the US. At times, we still rely on electricity provided by carbon-based resources at many of our data center sites. To meet the challenge presented by the climate change, we must ensure that our electricity supply is always carbon-free in every hour of the day, everywhere. Hence, this is the premise. By 2030, we intend to source carbon-free energy for Google operation in all places at all times, which is the commitment mentioned by our CEO, Mr. Sundar Pichai, on September 14. We remain passionate by the fact that we are the first major company that set out to do this. We aim to be the first to achieve it, but at the same time, we realize this is our biggest sustainability moonshot yet, with enormous practical and technical complexity. So how do we plan to do this? We have developed three-pronged strategy to get there. First, we will continue to pursue transactions for our carbon-free electricity on each grid that we operate, including new combination of technologies and significant focus on the storage. Second, we will work to accelerate deployment of next-generation clean energy technologies, as well as develop our own technologies, leveraging strengths in artificial intelligence and machine learning to better match clean energy supply and demand. And last, we would like to advocate for smart policies that accelerate the decarbonization of electricity grid around the world. Let's jump into one and start closest to our home in Singapore. In early 2020, Google signed an agreement with both Sembcorp Power and Sembcorp Solar for supply of the solar energy from surplus energy generated from public housing. One of the more important is that the solar power is directly integrated with our existing power supply. We hope this deal is a positive first step towards making renewable energy more widely accessible for all Singaporeans. Let's come back to our topic. Our experience shows that by pairing different kinds of carbon-free energy technologies, we can achieve a progress towards our goal. This slide shows carbon-free energy content of the grid for one of our data centers in Chile, South America. The graph from left to right is every day within 1 year period. Top to bottom illustrate every hour in 24-hour period. Without any transactions, the carbon-free content of our electricity consumption is at 42%. As part of our efforts to match 100% of our annual consumption globally, we signed 80 megawatt power purchase agreement, PPA, in 2015. This took the hourly CFE to 63%. As you can see, the green portion has increased considerably, especially around the noon period. But as you can see, there were still major gaps, especially in the evening. What we have done is we have also added 80 megawatts wind and another 35 megawatt solar into the mix. This project that we will take the site into 96% carbon-free energy throughout the day. Secondly, we are passionate about driving technology innovation. We know that to reach the new target, we need to make advancement in the technology. For example, optimize existing clean energy production technologies, develop smart solutions for managing electricity demand, and help accelerate commercialization of next generation resources. Let me give examples on how we intend to do that. First, optimizing the existing renewable generation. Since 2018, Google has been applying machine learning to better predict and optimize the output of energy of some of our wind farms. The early results suggest that we, and hopefully others, can use these algorithms to make wind more predictable and hence useful. This particular modeling is done using the neural network system of part of our machine learning. We are also developing our own technology to improve the performance of clean energy technologies, and also to better match our electricity demand and carbon-free energy supply. In April 2020, we announced a first-of-its-kind system that shifts flexible tasks at our data centers to better align with carbon-free hours on the grid. We've been able to do this without incurring new hardware costs or impacting performance to our users, which we hope means that the systems like this can find a broad applicability for many companies and industries. Our next step is to create ability to shift jobs from one data center location to the others. Finally, we will look at technologies beyond wind and solar. Through our activities, we will seek to advance all carbon-free energy technologies and help them make more widely available. Let's move to the last slide. Advancing public technology, public policy, I'm sorry. Our goal here is not only to reach 24/7 for Google, but also to help more rapidly transforming electricity grids to be carbon-free. To do that, we would advocate policies that promote greater decarbonization. In particular, we will look to advance public policy on rapidly developing and deploying clean energy technologies, create and design markets to advance carbon-free energy, and also empower energy customers. Let me give one example in Asia-Pacific region. At the end of 2018, we signed a long-term agreement to purchase the output of 10 megawatt solar power as part of the largest solar farm in Tainan City, Taiwan. It will be located roughly 100 kilometers south of our Changhua data center and connected to the same regional grid. This deal was made possible by discussions between Google, industry stakeholders, and the Taiwanese government, which amended the country's Electricity Act to allow non-utilities companies to directly buy renewable energy and decrease their carbon footprints. We are happy to learn that since then, other corporate PPA has been signed in Taiwan, particularly as a result of this amendment. And this is something that we hope to replicate in other countries where such system is not yet available. Our desire for a more consumer-focused energy stems in large of our own needs. But our perspective and vision extend beyond the walls of Google, and we strongly believe this can benefit all types of customers, from residential, small business, to other large companies. We envision a future in which energy consumers everywhere have access to affordable 24/7 carbon-free energy. We would like to collaborate with all stakeholders, including the ACES conference participants today. Looking forward for the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wirawan, for that unique perspective on corporate renewable power. Next up, let's move our focus to a local hero of renewable power development, Sunseap Energy, who is Singapore's largest clean energy service provider. Now, to share insights on creating new opportunities with renewable energy and the post-COVID recovery, let us warmly welcome the founder and CEO of Sunseap, Frank Vuan.
Good morning, Minister, colleagues in the fellow industry, Chairman. I'm Frank. I'm representing Sunseap. So, wow, what a year. And I was just chatting with some colleagues to say, yeah, this is also one of the new practice. Say that I have not been back to this building for almost a year, and then the last year I was here is at very different ACES. So this year, I think traditionally, in every ACES, we will always use this opportunity to share about our kind of a report card for the year for Sunseap. Of course, this is a very different year, and we are focused on 4 markets, namely the markets that have performed, I think, better in the COVID pandemic situation. So China, we have signed with a company called Jiangsu Tietia. It's a China tower for their 5G networks. We are actually installing solar panels to power part of their 5G networks in the Jiangsu area. In Taiwan, we have won a tender called Yunlin province, right? In the Yunlin province, it's somewhat like the Solar Nova equivalent, setting up solar systems across 100 over schools in Taiwan. In Vietnam, we are completing a project development for 350 megawatts of utility scale. This is on top and above our 168 megawatts of utility scale that's been completed in Vietnam. So we are also pursuing other CNI Fit 2 rooftop solar systems in Vietnam as well. Now back to our tiny red dot. This year, it's going to be different because we don't have a real report card to show you because we didn't construct that many solar systems in Singapore this year. But I want to zoom in on one specific project, that is our Woodlands floating PV project. This is one project that we have completed this year. And in each of the slides, I'm going to use one keyword to illustrate, I think, the transformation that the clean energy sector is going through as well. So the first slide, as you can see here, the keyword for me for this slide is really community. All right, you can see from the photos, you have people installing. What is different is this happened during the circuit breaker. All right, so traditionally we will use subcontractors who will in turn use foreign workers to execute and install majority of our projects here. So what you see here in the slide is none of those foreign workers because we have no foreign workers available to us during circuit breaker to do the installation. Instead, I did ask the office to volunteer. So my office of colleagues, these are your typical engineers, drafters, white collar basically, all right? We asked for volunteers. And I was surprised I got a good response from them to actually do the installation during the circuit breaker. Maybe they were too bored at home, right? But I think they persisted, right? I was down about 5 times to the site during the 2 months, and a lot of my colleagues were there almost every day, right? To really participate and move on the installation, and even without so-called help from our contractors or foreign workers colleagues. I think that this sparked off an idea, right? Could we actually use and train local labor to do our installation? Basically build our own solar system with our own hands, right? And that led on to ideas about, whether we can actually train our local workforce long term. Because as you can imagine, the foreign worker workforce is actually a transient workforce. They come, after a few years, they go back. But so a lot of know-how that we have trained our skilled workers have been lost, right? Because, again, it's a transient labor. I think we are very happy when Minister Chan announced about the front loading of the 2025, all right, to achieve 1.5 gigawatts. I think this is really exciting for us because when you accelerate the entire solar development, or I call it sustainable infrastructure, front-load it, you create jobs. And these jobs, we did an estimate on this, right? So every 100 megawatts, you probably need about 150 manpower of different positions, right? You have majority installers, all right? You have your project managers, you have your draftsmen, and you have your project directors, right? Different positions, but almost every 100 megawatt is about 150 people you need to install. So if you're looking at front loading for the next 5 years, we are probably creating jobs for near to 4,000 people. All right, and to start off, I think we have reached out to NTUC, all right, E2I, and we are in the midst of hiring 300 people, right, locals, to help us with the installation. Again, for our next year's target, we want to do 200 megawatts here in Singapore, minimum. Again, the whole idea of can we actually train locals to actually take up these jobs? Is this a job really for the general worker or the construction worker? I think there's some need for a mindset change here, right? Because most of the time we think of our foreign workers as typical general worker. So maybe faceless, nameless, a lot of things you are careless. You are careless about what exactly happened on site. You just want the job to be completed. But I think all this will change, right, when we hire a local skilled labor, right? Because we will invest training into the individual. We want to provide a career path for the individual and maybe in future even deploy them in our overseas projects. The solar equipment that we actually deal with on a day-to-day basis is actually not your typical brick and mortar, I would argue. All right? The equipment that you carry, the solar panels, each piece that you carry is a few $100s. The solar inverters is a few $1,000s. Right? So it requires skilled labor to actually do the electrical work. So it is not really a general worker per se. So really, community, I think we can build a community around a few thousands of skilled labor here, who also will in turn be our ambassador, right, for clean energy. The next slide I want to show you is also part of the Woodlands project as well. All right, the keyword that I want to use here is connectivity. All right, this, as you can see, the project on the DC side is already completed. All right, it comprises of 15,000, roughly about 15,000 panels to make up 5 megawatt. This is a specialized pontoon, right, that we are using. It's not an off-the-shelf. We actually design and manufacture these pontoons to actually sustain 1.5 meter wave height. All right. We also utilize bifacial panels in this particular project. So the solar energy that's generated is not just on the front side, but based on the reflectivity from the water, you actually generate power on the back side of the panel as well. And with this connectivity, I think it just reminds me of what Minister Chan talked about in terms of the interconnect via Malaysia, between Singapore and Malaysia. That is a trial that's happening. And this trial, 2 years of a pilot, well, I think we can try to work around that. We have been very active with working our partners in the north to see whether we can make this a green interconnect. So 100 megawatts AC, right, is the current RFP that our minister announced. That we did also some math. That 100 megawatt AC is roughly about 800 over megawatts of watt peak of solar energy. So in fact, we were chatting with Minister earlier about whether this will actually displace some of the Genco's business here, right? Possible, but I don't think the Gencos here can generate green power, which is what really the industry needs. Which industry needs green power? We have seen a huge rise in terms of demand from data centers. A lot of data centers have approached us to say, hey, we will need green power. Probably is because due to the moratorium that was recently set, without a green DC, you can't even build a DC now. All right? So I think this 800 over megawatts, once the RFP is out, this 800 over megawatts of solar energy, right, this is actually our proposal, right, can actually feed the demand of quite a number of DCs here. The last slide that I would like to talk about is this barge, right, and the keyword for me is transformation. This barge, the previous slide, you see a lot of cables coming back, right? All the cables go to the other side of this barge, right? And you see in this picture, only one cable, this single cable is actually a subsea cable that goes and buried into the sea and comes up on the Singapore main island and got connected to a substation nearby. All right, so this serves a few purposes. You zoom in, all right, to the slide itself, you will see that in the middle of the barge, there's a transformer. This is where we house the floating transformer. Two sides to the transformer is your ACJB. All your switch gears are there as well. So literally, this whole farm is floating on water, not just your solar panels, but your transformer is also floating on water as well. Now, what is interesting to me and why I call this transformational as a keyword is, on top there, you see that is actually a 240-footer right in the middle, on top. So we designed this in a specific way such that we can change this 40-footer like a module. All right, this 40-footer can be, now it's a visitor center. All right, we designed it to be a visitor center. If you want it to be a military base, you have a different module. You want it to be a nice house with a sea view, you have a different module. Right, you can transform different modules here. You can also put in batteries to have a self-sufficient system. So the whole idea of this project is to showcase that you can actually live, work on water. And where there's energy, right, you can generate power, you can work and live there. Now the keyword transformational to me is also two things, transformation in technology and transformation in mindset. All right. So in technology-wise, I think this year, despite the pandemic, we created quite a few interesting technologies. I think to start off, we talk about the grid-level battery systems, or ESS. I think last week we made an announcement, together with Singapore Power and EMA, that we've commissioned the first grid-level battery in Singapore. It's a 2.4 megawatt-hour battery in one of the substations. So that particular project will allow us to study, I think, how we control intermittency, how we can actually make use of different applications that ESS can provide. Whether is it in terms of energy arbitrage, can we, do contracting, shave off the peak power to reduce contracted capacity, right? These are a few ideas that we have. Again, the question is, where do you place all these batteries? This is just the first one, right? Where can you imagine where you can put all these huge batteries? The 2.4 megawatt is roughly a 20-footer, right? So in our mind, I think the place to replace those batteries is actually the diesel genset in most of the buildings in Singapore. Right? According to SCDF regulations, we have a diesel genset, maybe 2 or more, sitting in every building. Other than HDB and a shop house, you probably find a diesel genset and a tank to store the diesel somewhere in the basement. So we believe that is the place that you can eventually replace with a battery. I think other technologies like energy intelligence, we have also designed an algorithm to track and desegregate incoming power data. Meaning to say, most of the time, you want to do a pulse check on a building. You can't because you need to install sub-meters everywhere, or you need to collect a lot of building BMS data. So now with these energy clamps and this algorithm, we can desegregate energy, right? The incoming loads through an ML process, we will actually know the different sub-loads by recognizing the energy signature. So the other things like EV charging, which my colleague, I think Ji Kyung, will be presenting later in the later panel. We have designed also a slim charger, right, with software specifically for the Singapore environment, where you have tight parking spaces. But more importantly, I think in terms of transformation, is really about mindset. This is the year I think we get to reset our mindset. A lot of customers who used to sit on the fence, I think they are now moving towards the idea of sustainability and clean energy. I think they realize that their demand for clean energy actually result in us, a developer like us, physically building even something like this, what you see on screen, right? So really want to thank the government actually for front-loading, creating jobs, addressing unemployment, right? Changing mindsets. I think really this is truly a bright green spark in a tiny red dot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fuan, for those valuable insights and inspiring ideas. And as I'm sure all of us know, renewable energy has so far been the energy source most resilient to COVID-19 lockdown measures. Now, renewable electricity has been largely unaffected while demand has fallen for other forms of energy. Now, you are in a great sector. And now we have reached the end of our opening keynotes. It's a good time for us to have a break for refreshments. You will be served at your table, and for the benefit of our online delegates, we will return at about 10:30 for our 2 Building the Bridge to Clean Energy Leadership panels. We look forward to seeing you once again at 10:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have the first of our two bridge building leadership panels, and we have some very distinguished executives from the region's leading power organizations. Now, this session is focused on the views of power sector's senior management, and I'd like to introduce our moderator, Azrin Firdaus Osman, MD and Utilities Leader, Malaysia Accenture Malaysia, who'll be dialing in, and he'll be joined by Ame Hamza Azizan, President and CEO, TNB Malaysia, and also physically present here with us is Jean-Philippe Bissot, SVP, EDF International Singapore. And also dialing in is Brian Byrne, CEO, Power Generation Service Asia, Siemens Singapore, and also Deepesh Nanda, CEO, Gas Power, GE, South Asia, India. Azrin and the panel, over to you.
Oh, maybe I should sit there. I'm the only one on stage, so I think I have the choice of the place. Yes, good morning to everyone, or good afternoon. I'm the only one on stage, so I think I'm the living example of that hybrid type of forum of the Asia Clean Energy Summit. Thank you for this introduction. Let me maybe quickly say that EDF is, well, we have always been at the forefront of the fight against climate change, and as such, well, we are very happy to participate in that event. We're an electricity generation company. Our electricity generation fleet is probably one of the lowest emitter of CO2 in the world. 90% of CO2 is CO2 free. 90% of the electricity we generate is CO2 free, and so we want to continue participating in that fight against climate change. We decided to go further, one more step, and to commit to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. So we are continuing our internal expansion, and in spite of the COVID crisis, we have been continuing in 2020. Maybe I can develop more on that later on.
my own personal experience working for Siemens Energy, we've created a brand new company. We have a brand new setup. We're publicly listed just 4 weeks ago, and all with the intent and specific strategy is to make sure that we're well positioned to adapt to all these incredible changes taking place in the energy industry today. So these truly are exciting times. They really are.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's go to the questions. Datuk Sri Ami, TNB's operating reserve projection is between 30 to 50%, which means stable power and way higher than the minimum requirement of 28%. This leads to my first question. What does sustainable power infrastructure mean to TNB?
Thanks, Azrin. I think the reality is energy transition as a theme is something that's caught on a global perspective. And in Malaysia, we've made fundamental commitments to honor our commitments as a country to the Paris Agreement. So by 2020, Malaysia intends to have at least 20% of its generation capacity shift to renewable sources. And we've made good strides at that. We've seen predominantly in Malaysia, solar taking on a very, very strong arm at that. So as a national utility, one of the key things that Tenaga drives on is actually to help the push along that line. And as the country progresses, we are intent to actually be a strong participant in that change. For every one of the tenders that go out, we are aggressive in the bids. We've been successful for 2 of the bids, so we see in Malaysia now a growing footprint in solar. And internationally, Tenaga has also expanded its wings, and we've taken not just equity positions, but ownership and operating positions in UK as we try to accelerate the learnings that we need to help the country move on to sustainability in its side. Not only from large-scale generation, but also helping the consumer come on to the play where they also have the capacity to come and join in the journey. So rooftop solar has also taken off quite well in Malaysia. And from a TNB perspective, we are helping the consumer also by installing it all. So this whole change has come in and is really pushing ahead and making I think renewable a very core strong segment of the generation play in a Malaysian perspective. Outside the generation space, our grid is going through a lot of changes, and TNB is enabling the grid to be resilient, to manage the interjection of renewables, to manage the intermittency and so on. But also by introducing smart meters, as Malaysia's roles in smart meter is a very important element. It gives the customer better control of their ability to manage power, energy efficiency, and so on. So TNB is pursuing on that side of it. As I said earlier, right, not just about generation, but also empowering the consumer in a different form. So it's an interesting journey, and the stronger the cooperation between the utilities and the government, the more aligned the push, I think the more successful we are going to be in driving this transition.
So drawing from TNB's 71-year experience as the National Electricity Power Utility Company, what are the key success factors to be considered in implementing sustainable power infrastructure for TNB?
I think as everything, it's important that we all actually have shared agendas, right? And making sure between the government in deciding and rolling out policy and the implementation entities in the industry, we all aligned on how to make it work well. Yeah? And key to that is making sure that the value is not just in the energy transition story per se, but also the side benefits that come along. And I think nothing comes to the forefront more than what we're challenged today in terms of the COVID pandemic, right? So I view the energy transition as one of the key areas that could actually facilitate creation of job opportunities, new scopes, and so on. Because we know fundamentally as you roll out renewables energies, and particularly in the space of solar, for example, the possibility of creating more opportunity in terms of job and so on are larger than the traditional generation mode. Yeah. So we have a two-win scenario. We help the world in actually cleaning up our footprint, but we also facilitate and create stimulus in the economy to push ahead. And that's one of the key areas that Tenaga is helping in Malaysia in pushing and embracing the drive in terms of renewable. The second element, as we do it and as the change in the energy is becoming much more important, it's important that literacy and ownership of that concept becomes strong, and creating better literacy among the consumers and getting them behind it will make a big push. So in that instance, Tenaga is facilitating in terms of making sure people embrace the change. And second, creating, I think, the right skill groups to allow this transition to work even faster. And one of the key programs that Tenaga is working on is actually some reskilling opportunity, so we can create the right manpower behind to facilitate a better rollout of energy transition in the country.
Now, I mean, Dr. Sri, you mentioned about your UK venture. Let's focus a bit on your TNB's international businesses. With TNB's aspiration, what can we expect to see from TNB in the region or internationally in years to follow?
No, I think the renewable space is an exciting space for us. We walked into our UK investments about 4 years ago, or 5 years ago. And fundamentally, we were effectively an equity investment or investor in a wind farm and a solar farm that existed in the UK. This year, we've decided that we need to change the game. We need to use that as a launch pad for us to actually have something that we can not just learn for what we can do and accelerate our own pace of change, but also have a vehicle to be able to push and grow. So we've taken full control of our wind ventures in the UK, and we've also taken an operatorship ownership over our solar venture in the UK. So this will be our launch pad for expansion in that space. We see that as an important facet for Tenaga because the maturity of the market is a little bit higher in the European market than it is in the Malaysian market. So whatever lessons that we learn in the European side comes back into the Malaysian side for us to help accelerate the pace of change in Malaysia. Second, in building stronger partnerships, we're looking forward to spreading our wings, not just from a Malaysian growth perspective and in the UK perspective, but also in the ASEAN region. We see a lot of scope for further growth in ASEAN, and we are striking new partnerships with other colleagues of like minds to expand in the renewable spaces in ASEAN. In that instance, I think I have my Chief International Officer, Juan, in the conference also. So I think he will be sharing a little bit more on this in tomorrow's session. Yeah. So fundamentally, our focus will be becoming very core in Malaysia, using our UK assets as a launch pad for European growth, and spreading our wings here in the ASEAN footprint as the core to the renewable space in a TNB perspective.
You've once said EDF exports its expertise with a strong ambition to support its customers all over the world with their energy transition. What are EDF's recent initiatives to increase and boost clean energy adoption in Asia?
Thank you. Well, EDF is already a leader in renewable energy in Europe, and we plan to continue our worldwide expansion. Today we have, worldwide speaking, in the pipe almost 13 gigawatt of commissioned projects already in wind and solar. We have another 6 gigawatt of projects under construction, and so we want to continue our expansion. We've done that also in 2020, and if you want, I can focus on Asia. Asia, we started the year in 2020 after some nice development in China about onshore wind and also solar farms. We are investing now in offshore wind with our partner China Energy Investment Corp, so a 500 megawatt project of offshore wind. So that's one of the major moves we did in 2020. Another one is in India. India is a stronghold, a strong place for EDF already for wind and solar. Well, we have been awarded 3 projects for impressive total of 1.4 gigawatts of solar projects in 2020, and that's boosting a bit more our expansion in India. After India, after China, we are now moving to new places. Just a few months ago, we opened a subsidiary in Vietnam in order to start developing 2 interesting wind energy projects, onshore wind, and why not in the future some offshore wind, because the Vietnamese market for offshore wind may be soon very attractive. Our next step will be Indonesia. Indonesia, we are considering more hybrid projects, solar plus battery, microgrid with biomass, solar, batteries, and a nice energy management system. So Indonesia will be our next step for this type of renewable energy. Then, in addition to solar and wind, EDF is also leading a few ambitious projects in hydropower. In hydropower, well, we have a big reference in Asia. We operate in a consortium that we lead, a major plant in Laos called Nam Ton 2. So that NTPC, Nam Ton 2 hydropower plant is 1,070 megawatts of capacity. It is celebrating in 2020 its 10th year anniversary. So it's a very successful plant on the operational side, but from the very beginning of the project, well, we estimate that energy development needs to be sustainable, and so we've ensured a very ambitious action plan regarding environmental and social impact. And that action plan has been very successful also. If I consider living standards evolution, like health, like education for the community around the reservoir, around the hydropower plant, it has been increased, improved many folds, with the applause, I would say, of the financial institution like World Bank and also the government of Laos. Just in summertime of 2020, we helped create the first national park of Laos that will be registered on the green list of IUCN. IUCN is a major international environmental institution, and they have this green list for special national parks that are showing a strong involvement, investment on biodiversity and environmental impact. So we are very happy of that success, and we continue on that Nam Ton facility. So our next project is actually to develop floating PV solar farm on the reservoir lake, and we intend to hybridize it with a hydropower plant management, because we do believe that hydropower can be a perfect complement to the intermittency of wind and solar energy. In the same spirit, always in hydropower, we are these days carrying on the construction with our consortium of Cameroon hydropower major investment. And our next step will be in Myanmar, where we have a significant project, Shweli 3 project, as a PPP with the Myanmar government and other partners. Now, if you allow me, regarding gas, and I would like to share with you that I believe gas to power is also a very good transitional solution to help reduce the footprint of coal-fired power plants in countries like Vietnam. And I want to insist on that. We are in Vietnam, we have already a joint venture, MECO, in Phu My Thu Thu, that has been operating for 15 years now. And it's impressively efficient for performance, operational performance, safety performance, efficiency performances. So we want to continue forward, and it's a good transitional solution. We have a new project called Son Mi 1 with 2.2 gigawatts in Vietnam, also of LNG to power. And to conclude on that question, You may know that EDF is a very significant nuclear power generator, nuclear power company. It's part of our good results in carbon-free electricity. Nuclear power is carbon-free. We have one of the biggest fleets, nuclear fleet in the world. I would like to share with you that the two new generation EPR reactor, nuclear reactor that we commissioned last year in China, in Taishan, with our partner CNG, has met all expectations as regard generation, operation, but also, of course, as regard safety. So we want to continue in that track, and our project in India, this time for 6 of such new generation EPR, is continuing, is progressing in Jaitapur. So it's a major project that we have in India. So with all those cards in hand, low carbon electricity generation, we are very convinced at EDF that the future of energy is electric. It's clearly the best way, the quickest way to decarbonize the economy, zooming, targeting on direct fossil fuel, fossil energy usage, like transportation with e-mobility, like industry, like building. So for us, the future is indeed electric.
Let's move closer to home. What are the opportunities for smart grid developments in Asia to adapt the region's electricity network for a more secure and sustainable energy future?
So considering smart grids, well, smart grids are required. It's a necessity to help reduce the overall cost of a distribution grid, also to improve the reliability, the stability of a distribution grid in a time where, like we just mentioned, there are massive injection of intermittent energy coming from solar and from wind. And smart grid, in our view, goes also with smart meters. It was mentioned by CEO of TNB. Smart meters is a major move in order to get the most of a smart grid. We have in France a very strong reference. Our subsidiary Enedis, the distribution grid subsidiary of EDF, is almost concluding the deployment of a massive, comprehensive program of 35 million smart meters for all end users of French Enedis, French EDF. And that program has been widely recognized as a significant expertise. We've been awarded in 2019 a contract to ensure the deployment, the installation of 5 million smart meters in India, starting with the state of Bihar, with a governmental agency called EESL. So in the last few months, we have delivered the full IT infrastructure that goes from the smart meter to the billing from the distribution company, and going through the first of its kind, actually in India, prepaid system for end users on their mobile phone, in order to have the full IT infrastructure, which is now available, ready, and we are deploying now the smart meters. Smart grid is also sometimes requiring some microgrids. You know that in Asia, we have something, Southeast Asia, we have something like 60 million people that still today don't have an access to continuous electricity, to reliable electricity, to low-cost electricity. And those people are waiting for real energy transition and access to that electricity. And we want that energy transition to be inclusive as much as possible, of course. So EDF is proposing a portfolio. We have some good solution for off-grid electricity, but also for microgrid systems. Just 2 years ago in the CU, in the ACES of 2018 in Singapore, we did inaugurate a platform, a test bed for microgrid called Mazera. We did that platform, that demonstrator with NTU in Singapore. And Mazera stands for microgrid for affordable, and that's very important, sustainable electricity for remote area. With the success of that platform and the learnings that we got from the R&D we did on that platform, we are now developing projects for remote areas in India, in Indonesia, and in Myanmar. And those portfolio of microgrid projects could help reduce the cost of electricity for those populations, for those communities, but on top of that, get 24-hour electricity. So we do want that smart grids becomes an inclusive type of energy transition.
So in your view, what are the new innovations that can help propel low carbon energy transition?
Well, innovation, of course, is at the heart of the energy transition. But for us, innovation is also needs to go with cooperation, with joint venturing, with partnership. You don't innovate by yourself, you don't innovate alone. So on top of the strong in-house R&D program, EDF is spending something like half a billion euro every year on its own R&D. We do also invest a lot in innovative startups. We do partner with a lot of innovative companies. I would like to mention in 2020, we have decided to launch a contest in India. We called it EDF Pulse India, in order to detect and select innovative Indian startup in the market of energy, in the field that we are interested in India. And in spite of COVID crisis, of course, we launched that in springtime, so just in the middle of that huge lockdown in India. Well, it was almost a window of opportunity for all those startups and innovators. So we've had a very nice success, a lot of candidates participating, a lot of very interesting Indian startups. And we are now at the last stage. Next month, we will be doing our grand jury. Of course, it will be a hybrid format, a little bit like the one we are seeing today. And we'll do that hybrid format grand jury with 3 prize winners in order to ultimately make proof of concepts or partnerships or maybe joint venturing with those selected companies. So we are very happy of that selection process, and maybe next year we can do something similar in Singapore. We're already, of course, partnering in Singapore a lot with R&D. I was mentioning NTU, but we have other partnerships. We do participate in many tenders for various innovative fields linked to the smart city. We can think about topics like electric mobility, like storage, like microgrid I was mentioning, like urban planning and carbon footprint of urban renovation. So all those things are already happening today for EDF in Singapore, and we want to continue in that field in order to bring the good partnership for an innovative Singapore.
Thank you, Jean. I did not realize that EDF International had so many innovation ideas, startups, work that you've done in this region. Let's move to the next speaker, Brian. Siemens has pledged to have carbon neutral operations by 2030. What challenges differentiate decarbonization in Asia from the rest of the world?
Thanks, Serynn. You know, I think it's important when we talk about the future of the energy industry is that we kind of recognize where we stand today, particularly here in Asia, particularly in this region. And you know, the reality is that we still have a lot of installed capacity that's based on coal or diesel or sometimes even heavy fuel. And that equipment that is installed tends to be rather low efficiency. And you know, exactly in line with my colleagues on this call here, you know, the future of renewables is clear. We can see it today. We can see the drive, and we can see the interest, both from governments and private sectors, from generators, in having that installed renewable capacity available as soon as possible. And what I would do perhaps is maybe pick on something that Jean-Philippe said, you know, when he talked about the intermittent role of gas, in the short term at least, in providing a way to transition from the situation we see today to a much more sustainable and renewable portfolio focused world of tomorrow as well. And this portion, you know, relates to what do we really need today? What do we really need to change today? And this is something that's particularly important to us in Siemens Energy and here in Asia, of course, given the number of opportunities that exist here. When we factor the unparalleled economic growth, you know, the incredible population growth that we see in the region around us, there are tremendous opportunities that exist today. What I would propose in terms of what differentiate, you know, Asia from the rest of the world is some of the work that needs to go on today to improve the situation that we see, you know, decarbonization solutions. You know, how do we ensure that we have much more efficient, much more reliable and affordable as well solutions? And this is combined heat and power. These are performance enhancements, efficiency increases in gas turbines. These are all the particular areas that Siemens Energy are pursuing, you know, in an effort to make that energy transition feasible and tangible today. And I also would say I particularly liked Dato Amir's discussion on Malaysia and some of the things that TNB are doing there to help actively drive that transition today. And that is something that's very, very important. It's something that we would really like to see happen in other countries as well, because I think that direction and that push from government agencies and from the whole industry in general is essentially important in helping accelerate some of those changes. So Asia provides tremendous opportunity for us, given the sheer diversity in economies, in scale, and of generation portfolio that exists here today. And I guess we're looking forward to helping drive some of those decarbonization solutions with better efficiency and more reliable power in the short term.
Before solar and wind, we've been talking about hydrogen for the last 30 years. How feasible you see hydrogen in Asia?
That is a wonderful question. And it seems to be we talk about hydrogen more and more frequently. I think the reality is hydrogen, although it has potential, I think we all understand the science and we all understand the tremendous impact it could have on getting towards a zero emissions future. I think we also all appreciate and recognize that we're still some ways away from having a sustainable hydrogen infrastructure to really support or enable that kind of generation method. And that's not to say there are not opportunities today. There truly are. And if you look at Siemens Energy large gas turbine fleet, both large and small, I should say, you know, we have the capability today to utilize hydrogen in connection with more normal natural gases as well. So the ability to use hydrogen, in theory, is with us right now. What we're still lacking, or what we still need to see, is more of a commitment around developing the infrastructure for hydrogen to allow that to happen. And also, as part of the Siemens Energy portfolio as well, we also have a particular focus on silyzers or electrolyzers as well. That's also part of our new energy business portfolio, where we're looking to position Siemens Energy for where the energy industry is evolving to. So in addition to our more traditional methods of generation, be it steam or gas turbines, we're also looking to the future. And we do believe that hydrogen has a role to play in that as well. And perhaps in Asia, you know, given that there's a particularly acute need for energy security here in Asia, I do believe this is where we'll see most innovation and most drive towards developing that infrastructure needed in future.
Now to our next question. What does the new energy economy mean to you?
This, I think, is a question about the vision or the future of the energy industry. What it really means to me now is how can we ensure the most efficient and effective use of the energy solutions that we have today, while we, along with the rest of the world, transition to a very different future. You know, here at Siemens Energy, what we believe this means in practice is being able to tailor specific solutions to our customer, no matter where they are and no matter what kind of generation method they use, but it's been able to crisply and cleanly deliver those solutions based on customer specific needs. And if I consider, you know, from a Siemens Energy perspective, our portfolio covers everything from, like we said, large gas and steam to smaller gas and steam, all the way to wind power through our Siemens Gamesa affiliated company as well. So this, I believe, is a vision. Listening to my fellow speakers here, I believe it's a shared vision that we all have. But I think the new energy economy is about recognizing there's a definite need and the means to do things differently, so we can enable that much more effective and efficient energy portfolio of the future.
Thank you, Brian. Let's move to Deepesh. Deepesh, you are based in India and cover South Asia. What are the energy dynamics in South Asia, and what are your thoughts on the challenges and opportunities to propel the growth of clean energy in South Asia?
Thanks, Azin. Before I begin, my compliments to Amir, John Philip, and Brian for having very eloquently given their thoughts and explained their perspective. The perspective that I bring to the table is on South Asia, focused on two countries primarily, which is India, which John Philip has quoted quite extensively, and Bangladesh, which we haven't heard so far. So probably I'll give you more insights on Bangladesh as well. Now, when it comes to India, it is given that India has embarked on a massive journey to ramp up its renewable sources of energy. And the government has done a fantastic job in achieving those targets. The vision that has now been cast for 2030, as I mentioned earlier, is 450 gigawatt. But let me pause at that point and give you the other side of the story. Now, India has an installed base of 325 gigawatt. 60% of this is based on coal. We would continue to burn a lot of coal because that kind of lends to the fuel security that the country looks for. India has an upcoming situation when it comes to renewable energy, where we are probably staring at massive curtailment of renewable energy if we do not introduce flexible sources of power to the grid. Let me explain further. There is a forecast by the government that by the year 2022, 27% of all renewable energy would have to be curtailed. And there is a reason for this. You will have to maintain coal plants at a technical minimum load. And the technical minimum load of those coal plants is at such a point that you will not be in a position to intake any further intermittent sources of electricity like wind and solar. By 2030, that scenario, again, numbers quoted by the government, could go to as high as 50% of curtailment of wind and solar. The government has come up with a plan on how should you address this issue of intermittency by getting into flexible sources of electricity. And there, I think gas has an eminent role to play. As you would know, gas turbines offer a lesser minimum technical load. The turn down ratios are far lower. The quick starts, the quick ramps, and the quick ramp downs are far easier to handle. And that's where I think the energy transition story will be enabled by using gas as the base and the platform to propel the growth of further addition of cleaner sources of energy like wind and solar. Now, to do a gas-based power plant, I think you need three things primarily. You need fuel, you need land, you need financing. When it comes to fuel, India will always depend on imported natural gas, just given the constraints that we have in our own sources of domestic natural gas. Having said that, India has done a good job again in terms of building LNG infrastructure. The piece that probably needs to be done now is policy. The government needs to come up with the policy on how to price imported natural gas or LNG. And the other is to come up with bids wherein they allow the use of natural gas-based power plants in combination with wind and solar to come up with what the government has termed as round-the-clock power. I think if this happens, then the carbon footprint of the country will further reduce. Now let's move to Bangladesh. Interesting country. If you were to rank Bangladesh by the size of the country, it's the 99th largest country by size. But if you were to rank them by population, it's the 8th most populous country. In other words, it's a densely populated country. When you look at the sources of electricity available there, it's on the delta of large Indian rivers like the Ganges and the Brahmaputra. And hence, hydroelectricity is not possible because most of it has been consumed upstream. Land is quite scarce for wind and solar power. It's also located in a cyclonic zone where the impact of the wind speed is such that wind power is difficult for developers to go and invest in. That leaves the option pretty much to liquid fuels like HFO and diesel, and then natural gas. The country has done a good job in terms of exploring its own sources of natural gas, but they've reached a point where they will now depend on imported natural gas. They have embarked on 2 FSRUs through which approximately 6 million tons of LNG is being pumped into the country as we speak. So the energy transition that's happening currently in Bangladesh is more from moving from liquids like HFO and diesel to natural gas, which again lends to cleaner sources of energy. We are in the midst of massive opportunity both in India as well as in Bangladesh. And coming back to India, the opportunity in India is more based on key states. Jean-Philippe mentioned about Bihar. I'd like to add Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. A few of these states have an imminent requirement of stabilizing power, which I think gas can play a major role in offering.
Dipesh, you make an interesting point in utilizing gas power plants to promote clean energy. Can you elaborate further on the relationship between electricity growth, economic growth, and how countries can maintain a low carbon footprint?
Electricity growth has typically followed the GDP growth of a country. For South Asia, we are just behind the GDP growth. Our addition in terms of power generation has been a notch lower than the GDP growth of the country. Let me quote another index. The World Economic Forum has an index on the quality of electricity. They have this index from 1 to 7 on a scale of 1, which would mean high outages in the country, to a scale of 6 or 7, which means low outages or higher quality of electricity. Now, as countries transit from low quality to high quality, their ability to focus on clean energy increases. India, for example, is at 4.6 currently on a 7-point scale, which would be reasonable quality of electricity, fewer outages. And at this point, our ability to expand our capacity while maintaining a low carbon footprint will be the journey that we would propagate on. So I think it's important for us to recognize, and as Jean-Philippe mentioned of the Southeast Asian scenario where the access to electricity is an issue, I think it's important for the industry to assist governments and markets to achieve a higher quality of electricity, and then at that juncture, the ability of that market to reduce its carbon footprint starts increasing.
Dipesh, please share your thoughts on gas plants' decarbonization technologies.
Buzzword, right? So the way to look at it is that the industry has been chasing efficiency for all this while. I think the industry will now start chasing carbon. And in doing so, decarbonization or decarbonization is an area of interest and focus. Hydrogen, 2 ways, as all of us know, in terms of handling hydrogen-based power plants in gas turbines. One is at pre-consumption stage before you combust the fuel in removing carbon from hydrogen, and the other is in the post-consumption where you remove the CO2 by separating it. As Brian mentioned, the cost of hydrogen is still probably an issue that the industry will have to address. But as we speak, there is technology available, and GE has 75 gas turbines that run on high hydrogen content fuel, low BTU fuel with over 6 million hours of operating experience. We're ready for this change in terms of offering upgrades to our gas turbine fleet, and we'll be happy to bring that experience to fore.
Thank you, Dipesh. Now for Q&A session. I'm looking at the dashboard here. There's no Q&A. There's no questions coming from the crowd. And we are at the top of the hour. So maybe let's just summarize. In summary, there are many available innovative solutions that contributes to sustainable power infrastructure. Beyond just solar and wind, we've heard new technology. We've heard about hydrogen. We've heard about gas, energy efficiency. I would like to say thank you to all our panelists today. Have a good day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Serynn and the panel for a great discussion. And of course, thank you so much, Jean-Philippe, joining us here physically. Now, it seems the new normal is now pivoting to clean energy, and of course, that's very exciting news for all of us. And talking about exciting, we now have the second of our bridge building leadership panels. Once again, we have some very distinguished executives sharing on their views of the energy transition. This time, we pick up on a theme introduced by Alice Jackson, President Xcel Energy from Colorado, the electrification of everything. Now, our panel will focus on how this strategy will take us to the ambition of emission reduction. We'll also discuss the 4-switch pathways introduced by the government as part of its clean energy ambitions. And to lead this panel, I'd like to welcome Caroline Chua, Associate Bloomberg NEF, Singapore, Australia. Caroline, of course, will be dialing in virtually, but joining us physically here is the panel, starting with Bernard Esselings, President and CEO, Senoko Energy Singapore. And joining Bernard is Siddhant Gupta, Head of Future Grid for Asia Pacific Siemens Singapore. Also, Nirupa Chanda, Country Managing Director, Hitachi, ABB Power Grid Singapore. And we also have Goh Chi Keong, CEO, Green Mobility Sunseap Group Singapore. And rounding off the panel is Kelvin Lim, CEO, DuraPower Group Singapore. Caroline and the panel, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the session on preparing for mass electrification and the big street strategy. My sincere apologies for not being able to join the event in person today. So as briefly mentioned, in this session, we'll be discussing what are some of the technologies and sectors that will help drive a low carbon future in Singapore. What are some of the challenges and ways around it? And I'm joined today by 5 esteemed panelists. Before we kick off the discussion, I'd like to give the panelists the time to briefly introduce themselves and their company. So maybe Bernard, we can start with you and go down the row.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for having me here. I'm Bernard Esselings. I'm the CEO of Senoko Energy, which is one of the largest power generation companies in Singapore. I've been in the power sector for the last 13 years. My mother company is NG.
Hi everyone, my name is Sid. I'm an electrical engineer from NTU Singapore. Been in the energy sector for almost a decade now. In the last couple of years, been with Siemens, and now heading the future grid business for Siemens in Asia Pac.
Hello everyone, very glad to be here today. I'm Nirupa. I head the Hitachi ABB Power Grids business here in Singapore over the last few years. Hitachi ABB Power Grids is a newly formed company by the combination of Hitachi's strong heritage in the area of social innovation and the Power Grids business from ABB, which has been working towards stronger, smarter, greener grids. So very excited to share our views here today. Thanks.
Hello everyone. My name is Chi Kiong. I'm the CEO of Charge Plus, the green mobility arm of Sunsip Group, and I'm looking at Frank, the CEO of Sunsip, just in front of me. Right. So we all know Sunsip as the largest renewable energy operator and company in Singapore, and Charge Plus essentially is the diversification of Sunsip to green mobility, and we have articulated ambition for 10,000 charging points in Singapore by 2030.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelvin. I'm the Group CEO of Duro Power. Okay. Very happy to be here this morning to be part of the panelists. Just to share a little bit more about the company, Duro Power is a homegrown energy storage system company. We research, we develop, we manufacture, and we system integrate and supply energy storage solutions in the global market, currently more than 20 countries. Applications that we supply to includes heavily on e-mobility as well as stationary applications, and we're very happy to share some of the thoughts later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now to jump into the discussion. So Singapore has put forth a long-term low emissions development strategy aiming to halve its TIC emissions by 2050 and to achieve net zero emissions as early as possible in the second half of the century. Nirupa, if I could kick off the discussion with you, through your experience, working with grids and the various stakeholders, what are some of the technologies that Singapore may adopt to help enable the switch to a low carbon future?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Caroline. I think it was very beautifully articulated by the minister yesterday at the keynote of SU that Singapore is adopting 4 key switches as part of its continuing to evolve its energy story. We're quite proud to say that we've been part of this energy story over the last 5 decades in Singapore. Today, our equipment helps run the world's most reliable electricity network. We've been working with the likes of EMA and Singapore Power for these last decades in supporting them with new technology. But looking forward, I mean, Singapore has an interesting challenge. Obviously, we're not blessed with a lot of natural wind resource, and not a lot of space for solar. But despite this, you can see that the vision is clear, that they will be working towards solar. They're advancing their efforts to implement 1.5 gigawatt peak of solar installed base by 2025. And what kind of technologies will actually enable this is a combination of things, for example, energy storage, to help stabilize the intermittency and yet help maintain the reliability that the network and this country requires. So we've had several examples in other countries where we've been deploying such technology, working at the distribution and at the consumer level. The other area is around decarbonization, so using technologies such as low carbon alternatives, hydrogen, etc., that the minister also mentioned, will be imperative to help Singapore reduce its carbon emissions and meet its target. And I think finally I was very glad to hear about the clear ambition for the regional power grid in Singapore, because it's a combination of solutions that will finally help us reach the targets in the Paris Agreement that Singapore has signed up for. As a technology provider, I mean, we're clear the technology exists, but the key challenges remain around policy, regulatory frameworks, market, and obviously technical harmonization across the grids. But Singapore's plans to first start with 100 megawatts between Malaysia and Singapore is technically feasible today, but to test it out over the next few years to then move forward to larger interconnectors across ASEAN. So that's some of the examples which were clearly laid out, and we are very much in support of. Yeah, thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Nirupa. And you brought up a few points, such as the regional power grid and the adoption of solar in Singapore. And I definitely want to revisit that. And you mentioned, the decarbonization that's ongoing. And one very big piece of the discussion, whenever we talk about decarbonization, is on mass electrification, right? So converting as much of the final energy demand into electricity, which is then powered by clean energy sources. It's not just cleaner sources, and electric-based economy is also more efficient. So overall, less energy is needed. And when we think about electrification, very often one of the biggest sector that's very much talked about globally is the mobility sector. So Sid, if I may turn the time now to you, could you just share with us how is Siemens supporting this transition in Singapore and largely around Asia?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Carolyn. So I think the electrification of mobility is a very critical step towards sustainability. As most of us would know, almost a quarter of our global emission comes from the mobility sector, and 70% of that is through the road transport. So it is critical to make sure that we are moving toward more sustainable sources, and electrification of mobility is one such step. Now, if today we talk to most people, the two biggest barriers that one discusses towards this electrification is the need for power, so power grids, and the second would be charging infrastructure. And these barriers become critical when we look at mass enablement of electrification, whether it's on the e-car side or the bus or heavy vehicle side of transport. Just to share with you an example, recently we did a project in New Zealand where we powered up 2 depots and about 35 electric buses, total capacity of around 4 megawatt. Most of the grids are able to support that, but when we move to complete depots getting electrified, talking about 300, 400 buses, that is a huge power requirement which would really force us to rethink the way we design and really plan our cities as well as the depots. Closer to home in Singapore, currently the LTA is piloting 60 electric buses, and we've already seen that there is a mix of plug-in charging in depot as well as the need for opportunity or pantograph charging to really top up charging during the day for the heavy vehicles. So I think that becomes extremely critical, and luckily from a Siemens standpoint, we come from the grid side of business, and for us to really couple our hardware and software to really make this seamless transition without impacting much of the operations for our operators or authorities is the aim or is the goal. The way we do that is really trying to focus on technology that is first of all future-proof. That's essential because the evolution that is taking place in this space is really fast. What you may have as an infrastructure today may become redundant in 5 years, and that would not really support a lot of the operators to really move towards this technology. The second part is to really optimize, so with the software and the digital layer, through different load management, load shifting possibilities, we try to make sure that whatever capacity that exists today can be optimized to deploy as many charging infrastructure that is possible. But also the space is evolving to let's say have really fast charging possible on the heavy vehicle side of things. So the battery voltage is going up, the chemistry changing, and the aim for the company is to really make sure that we are supplying future-proof technologies into this sector. So overall, I would say, I mean, Siemens, this is critical for us, the electrification of mobility. And I think it's very exciting times because both in Singapore and overall in Asia, most governments have realized that this is a step which needs to be incentivized, which needs to be supported, and we are playing our part in really providing the technology behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. And
wait, okay.
Sorry, and thanks for that, Sid. And as you mentioned, Singapore has now announced a few targets with regards to electric mobility. They plan to phase out internal combustion engines by 2040, and of course, there's 28,000 charging points target by 2030 in government-related locations alone. And you rightly mentioned that one of the challenges really often that we hear is related to charging infrastructure. So, Chee Kiong, I'd like to turn the time now to you. You know, a lot of times when people talk about charging infrastructures for electric mobility, it's often a chicken and egg thing. So I'd like to hear your views on that. And also, what are some of the biggest challenges in developing the necessary infrastructure, such as fast charging, to reach a fully electric fleet? How can we address them?
Well, let me start by saying that the true value of electric vehicles is very much understated in many parts of Asia. In fact, if you look at electric vehicles holistically, there is tremendous potential for EVs to make a profound impact on emissions reduction, right? So really my first recommendation is really for policymakers in Asia to communicate that holistic set of benefits of EVs to the wider population in a very consistent manner. Now, if I take Singapore as an example, right, the transport sector in Singapore contributes about 14%, it's not trivial, 14% to the emissions profile of Singapore as a country. And you go to many other countries in Asia, the profile of transport sector as part of the total emissions profile of the country is even higher than 40% typically, right? Now, in Singapore, if you convert the internal combustion engine vehicle to electric vehicle, we're going to see close to 50% emissions reduction on a holistic basis, right? On a net basis, after you factor in the emissions from our power plants, because of our friends like Senoko, right? They use natural gas for fossil fuel power generation in Singapore. And that's the cleanest form of fossil fuel power generation that you can have on Earth, right? So overall, the emissions profile of power generation in Singapore is relatively good compared to many other countries in Asia, right? So if I look Singapore as an example, after you factor in the emissions from charging an electric vehicle, we're still going to get a hefty 50% emissions reduction. And that communication, I think, needs to be provided by policymakers in a consistent manner to the wider population, because there are a lot of misperception out there. Is electric vehicle truly green? Because you're going to still take electricity from power plants. So my first recommendation is really for policymakers throughout Asia, be consistent in messaging, because the holistic benefits of EVs have not been really articulated clearly throughout this whole region. Let me move on to another key problem that we should address, that is really the lack of localized power supply. Now, we all know that to promote EV adoption in many parts of Asia and the world, you need to have a pervasive EV charging infrastructure. That goes without saying, right? Because you're not going to see chargers in the neighborhood, you're not going to see chargers at your doorstep. The mental model is that, oh, there's range anxiety, would my EV store in the middle of the road, right? So to have that pervasive charging network is crucial to EV adoption in any part of the world. But in Singapore and in many parts of Asia, the bottleneck is really the lack of localized power supply. What do I mean by that? I'm not actually referring to the power grid, because in many places the power grid is actually sufficient. But when the building developers and owners designed the buildings decades ago, they did not anticipate that there will be tremendous need for EV charging today and in the future, right? So they did not prepare for it. And very often when we go to buildings in Singapore, and I say that it's probably the same case in the region as well, there's not enough power supply to the car parks and in the street room, right? So there's a huge limitation to the ability of the country, therefore, to implement EV charging points. So my recommendation is really for policymakers, for the key government agencies, to really encourage the landlords, the building owners across the country to actively upgrade the switch room and power capacity leading to the car parks, and even maybe consider mandating new buildings in the country to have power supply, to be EV ready. Because unless we address that, we can talk about installing EV charging points across the country pervasively. That will be a consistent bottleneck that we'll see. Now, speaking from the role as someone running Charge Plus as part of a Sunsip group, we also bring smart charging solutions to the table, right? What do I mean by smart charging solutions? If the building only has 1x of power supply to the car park, by having a smart charging solution, I can convince the landlord to install EV chargers they have a combined capacity that is 2x or 3x, right? And if so happens that all the cars are charging at the same time, that needs to consume 2x or 3x, my smart charging solution would dynamically, in real-time fashion, reduce the power supply being given to each car, such that I still kept the amount of power supply to the vehicles at X, right? By doing so, I can install much more charging points across many premises in Singapore. So that's something that Charge Plus will want to avail to Singapore and the region, and we think it's a game changer to getting more EV chargers installed in many car park premises throughout Singapore. And the other part about having more chargers in Singapore is really about having tight car parks, right? When you have tight car parks in a dense country like Singapore, and we're all very familiar with the lack of space in Singapore, right? It makes it very hard to install a charger in our premises without intruding into the airspace of the parking lots. And this is where we hope that Charge Plus can make a difference. We have introduced what's known as an ultra slim charger to the market, by which is less than 15 centimeters wide. It can be mounted in a lot of columns, which typically will be 30 centimeters wide, and which most AC chargers will not be able to be mounted on, right? So therefore, by having ultra slim chargers, the chargers can be pervasively installed in many parts of the car park, thereby enabling even wider adoption. So that's something that we want to do to make a difference for the Singapore market and beyond. Yeah.
So if I may add on to Chee Kiong's point about what the biggest challenges are in trying to reach a full electric mobility fleet, I would broadly categorize the challenges in two parts, right? First, we talk about commercially. EVs are going to cost higher in CAPEX, while savings would be derived from the OPEX. So it is important for fleet owners to consider it from the perspective of a TCO, total cost of ownership, and to further optimize the operational investment and deployment through better fleet management and operation planning. Now, the second part, I'll address it on technically. So managing the user experience is important. So taking Singapore as a context, commercial electric vehicles, fleets especially, are used quite differently from consumer EVs. For electric mobility fleets, minimum vehicle downtime for charging, including, as Chee Kiong mentioned, the limited parking space that is in Singapore, and the maximum operational distance should not be compromised. This would mean that EVs must be provided the options to have fast charging or opportunity charging, which could be addressed by battery or charging technologies available today. Just to further cite an example, so Dura Power has implemented battery solutions. We have electrified bus fleets in Europe, and while it is good that fleets are being electrified in a very organized manner, in this case, organized charging, organized operational profile, they bring challenges to, for instance, in a certain location, the grid may not be ready to support fast charging. And in that instance, we have deployed battery solutions to operate like an electrical buffer to protect the grid doing peak shaving and other functions like that. Thank you.
Maybe just to add to that, and I could not agree more with the panelist here. For example, in Singapore, the government had the idea to have about 28,000 charging points. We would need much more than that. We would definitely need, if we are looking at a significant part of our consumer EVs to move to electric, then we have to provide charging points which are much more in number, maybe 5-folds of those numbers. And as was mentioned earlier as well, I think really to be able to optimize what is available at that localized grid level would be critical to deploy that. Again, here I think different vehicles would have different needs. So when we're looking at, let's say, cars versus a fleet of van for last mile deliveries, where we would see some of the warehouses or factories moving into a mini depot to provide that charging infrastructure. utilization of those chargers become another very critical point, because a lot of times what we see is that a lot of the infrastructure is being used for, let's say, 4 or 5 hours period overnight, and then during the night that's sufficient to, with the battery capacity and the kind of kilometers that or the mileage that those vehicles will be driving. So how really you utilize those charging infrastructure as well as have more and more charging infrastructure. Often if you look at the vehicles today, the battery sizes, with one charge, a car could probably go for 3 days to 4 days on a normal mileage of Singapore without needing another charge. So really at times the fast charging is not the need, but in other cases when we look at the heavy vehicle or the last mile delivery vans, then there would be a need for heavy or fast charging. What really this brings to us is that there has to be a lot of planning going on in really defining what is needed by different verticals of these vehicles, and how we can provide those in terms of making sure that every aspect, whether it's consumer EVs or our heavy buses, trucks, are moving to electric, can be deployed. And of course, the total cost of ownership becomes an extremely critical point here, because at the end of the day, for the operators, it has to make commercial sense. I think there have been some push, some incentives starting next year in Singapore to incentivize people to move to EVs, but I'm pretty sure there's room to do much more to make sure that there is, first of all, more charging infrastructure, and secondly, the total cost of ownership can be brought down.
Thank you. And great to hear that, despite all the challenges, there are still innovations coming up, and hopefully moving forward, there'll be a more supportive framework to drive the adoption of electric vehicles. Now, if mass electrification is the key strategy to reducing carbon emissions, then one of the points that Chee Kiong mentioned earlier, and the perception of end consumers, is how clean is the electricity that's coming on the grid. Bernard, if I may turn to you, as one of the largest power generation companies here in Singapore, could you just please share what are some of the initiatives power companies have embarked onto this and to produce electricity in the cleanest way possible?
Thank you, Caroline. I mean, first, it's good news to hear that electricity demand is going to go up, being an electricity producer. Maybe I'd like to address 2 points about it. The first is about the availability of electricity. And to this, just to put things in context, I think people need not to worry because in Singapore there has been overcapacity for at least 6 years. Obviously, in the short term, COVID also had a negative impact on demand, which is about 3% down on last year. Plus, if we look at, we've looked at numbers of what does it mean in 2040, where all vehicles are electrified, and we reckon there would be about 1 million vehicles that would consume about 7 terawatt hours per year, and that represents approximately 14% of today's demand of electricity. So it's a growth of, I would say, less than 1% on annual basis, linear growth, which is nice, but it's entirely manageable, I would say. Plus, there's a lot of focus on efficiency these days, and rightly so, and that may also offset some of that additional demand. So I would say from a quantity point of view, we should be able to handle this. Now, from an emission point of view, I was glad that CK already highlighted the fact that by just switching to electric vehicle, you are comparing the efficiency of a combustion engine with the efficiency of a combined cycle gas turbine, and indeed you're improving by about a factor 2. Now, how can we further improve? I would say in the short term, we can continue to invest in improving the efficiency of our plants, and that's what we've been doing at Senoko. Recently, we completed an upgrade on 2 of our machines that will generate carbon CO2 savings of about 10,000 to 15,000 tons per year. So that's something that we will continue doing, but that's only incremental. Then the second thing, which is more medium term, is that when more capacity is required, we can invest in machines with a higher efficiency. So today the H-type units has probably an efficiency which is about 10% better than the current fleet in Singapore. However, there are some concerns and obstacles with that as well. For example, the bigger size of those units in a small system like Singapore means that in case of breakdown, the grid stability may be at risk, so you need to maintain higher reserves to deal with that, which also has a cost. And ultimately, in a system like Singapore, you probably need a mix of assets. You cannot have only large H-type units, because some of those units are not going to be running that often, and if you run them at part load, they're not going to be very efficient. So you need to have also a mix of assets that are probably cheaper, will not run very often, but will be there when we need them. And then I would say in the longer term, we are exploring things which are aligned with the vision of Singapore, which is green hydrogen, which is blue hydrogen, which is produced from hydrocarbons, and you can add carbon capture and usage to it, or oxy-combustion. Now, there are still quite a few obstacles for this, because today those technologies are not ready. Even if you talk about hydrogen, the current gas turbines can probably run on maximum 30% of hydrogen co-mixed with natural gas. And gas turbines which can run on 100% hydrogen will not be on the market until at the earliest 2025, probably sometime between 2025 and 2030. The second aspect is that you will need to put a whole new supply chain in place for hydrogen, a bit similar to what has been done for LNG. And if you're talking about carbon capture, you will also need to find uses for that carbon. And the third element is that the cost is still very high. We hope that it will decrease as the projects scale up and as more experience is made, the same way it has happened with solar. But the current estimates by people like Bloomberg are that even in 2050, there will be a need for a carbon tax at a relatively high level, possibly $90 per ton, to make it more economical to switch to green hydrogen compared to natural gas. And of course, why we focus on those things is because in Singapore, the potential for renewables is relatively limited, but we also need to develop those. And there's a new target, more ambitious target that was set yesterday of 1.5 gigawatt by 2025. And we can also import some renewables from neighboring countries. But presumably there will also be some limit due to geopolitical reasons to how much we are ready to import from other countries.
Thanks, Bernard. And it's great to hear that there are a lot of focus already on research and development of other emerging low carbon alternatives, which is definitely one of the switches that Singapore has identified in their low emissions development strategy. And I just want to hold on to the last point that you mentioned. Yesterday during the opening keynote, we heard about the 100 megawatt trial to import energy from Malaysia. And if this is the potential to tap on clean energy resources in neighboring countries. Nirupa, if I could just turn back to you. Just like to hear more from you. Is interconnected grid a reality in this region, and what are some of the challenges in development and deployment of such projects?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Caroline. And as Hitachi ABB Power Grids, I mean, we've been working in the area of high voltage DC we're one of the inventors of high voltage DC technology. And it was fantastic to hear yesterday the plans from the minister to start with the 100 megawatt interconnector between Malaysia and Singapore, which has been around for a while, but we haven't been trading electricity between the two countries. And this just highlights that the challenge is not really technical. From a technology perspective, the technology is available, has been available for quite some time. The way we see it, there are three key challenges in implementing regional power grids. The first is financial and legal frameworks that would enable that. The second is regulatory policy and market structures that would allow this trading and pricing mechanisms across borders. And finally, it's technical harmonization of grid codes across countries. So if you think a bit about these three challenges, none of them are real technical challenges as such. So with countries coming together as part of the ASEAN Power Grid Initiative, it's definitely possible to foresee a future of interconnected power grids in this region, provided there's the political will behind it. I can give some examples. Recently we energized the interconnector that connects northern India to southern India, where southern India is blessed with good wind resources. And with this interconnector today at 800 kilovolts, ultra high voltage DC, we're able to transmit clean energy to the northern India when there is sufficient generation and adequate demand. And at the same time, when there is no resource, we're able to take the energy from the northern parts of India, where a lot of the central baseload generation exists. So these interconnectors would help basically help manage the generation of renewable resources in one location to the demand centers, the consumption centers. So that's our view of the regional power grids. It's definitely possible. Technology-wise, it's been proven over the last several decades. It just needs really political will and regulatory bodies to come together.
Yeah, that's great. And, we are seeing increasing, or at least hearing of increasing ambitions in the Southeast Asian region, especially, to really push for the ASEAN Power Grid. And hopefully, with the increased ambition, we'll see more cooperations and the governments coming together to make that a reality sometime soon. Chikong and Kelvin, if I can turn back to you. We have heard about the other different prongs in Singapore's zero emission drive. How does EV achieve synergies with these? And earlier it was also mentioned about the role of storage towards mass electrification. If we can get your opinion on the second life of batteries, please.
So thanks for the question, Caroline. We think that battery storage systems will continue to play a critical role towards the success of mass electrification of vehicles. The right battery technology can address the operational requirements of a mobility platform, but not just that. It can also be integrated with the renewable energy infrastructure for storage, peak shaving, and other applications as mentioned before. We have supplied batteries, we have equipped more than thousands of hybrid electric buses around the world. And we do see that batteries will be coming back at the end of their operational life on the vehicles. So at Duro Power, we believe that these batteries, that when they finish their end of life on the electric vehicle operations, they can be repurposed into secondary life applications. We have already started to do that. Since a couple of years back, we have batteries that's operated in a field for about 10 years now, and they come back to us and we repurpose them. And they're reused into C&I applications, for instance, right? We have them built into containerized battery storage solutions, and they are put into as part of an industrial setup, a factory, for instance. They are also used as like a huge power bank that you put into standing between the grid and the fast chargers, so for peak shaving. So these are some of the applications that we've done using second life applications. We have successfully rolled this out in China and Europe. We think ASEAN will become a very good platform for us to do more of this, right? So we'll be looking to do more of that in this region.
If I may add to Kelvin, the energy market authority, I see Bernard Ni, the deputy CE there in the midst. So EMA just announced the largest grid-scale energy storage system in Singapore just a few days ago. And the implementing company is actually Sunsip, right? In the longer run, we do anticipate that the Singapore grid, as well as other premises, commercial industrial buildings, for instance, will take on battery systems as stationary power, as backup power, and for other multifunctional usages over time, particularly as the cost of energy storage continues to fall steadily every year, right? I don't think this is going to be imminent, but certainly the trend lines are positive for larger scale adoption of stationary energy storage system. And what does that mean for electric vehicle adoption? I had earlier mentioned about the lack of localized power supply. So it's very much envisaged that in due course, as the amount and the number of sites hosting energy storage systems proliferate in places like Singapore, that very same battery asset can be used to manage and to mitigate the lack of localized power supply in many premises across Singapore, right? Rather than investing in upgrading the grid entirely, which can be very expensive, just for spurts, right? It could be a 1 hour spurt in a 24-hour cycle. You tap on the battery system, and the battery system can very well be multifunctional, serving 3, 4, or 5 other functionalities, right? Backup power and supporting the stability of solar power throughout Singapore, right? So the same battery asset then can be caught on to manage the electric vehicle charging at very intensive periods during a single day. And we don't need that throughout the whole day, only in spurts, and that series of spurts may only be 1 hour. So tremendous synergies between energy storage as a technology enabler and the proliferation of electric vehicles in due course. But of course, that will be in the longer run, but in the near term, really smart charging solution, as I've articulated earlier, will be crucial, right? So it's a phased approach, and we need multiple prongs to really address the lack of localized power supply in Singapore and the region.
Thank you. And there are a lot of topics and ideas that were brought up during this session that unfortunately we're not able to deep dive into, even though I would love to. But hopefully that will prompt more offline discussions for the rest of the conference. So we're just nearing the end of our time here. Maybe I'll just ask each of you to give a closing remark. And just picking up from what Chi Kyung mentioned earlier, I'd like to ask each of you, if you may ask the government and policymakers one ask to help accelerate the energy transition, what would it be? Maybe we can start with you, Bernard.
Well, I think we were very heartened to hear yesterday the announcement about a research fund of $49 million to testbed new low CO2 technologies. I think this type of initiative is very important, particularly in Singapore, where clearly gas, the potential for renewable will always be limited, and so there's a need for those new technologies. So we would like to see more of that.
Thank you. Sid?
Yeah, so I think as with any new technology change, I think there's a phase of transition in which a lot of experimentation has to be done. So if I could put one ask, my ask would be that over the next couple of years, it's really important that we are tackling a number of challenges in this adoption of EV. And therefore, for tackling some of the challenges, whether it's, an IC parked in a EV space, and how do you tackle such challenges, or what do you do to a car which has reached 100% SOC? A lot of experimentation needs to be done. A lot of test beds needs to be established. And oftentimes, I think this is maybe, if I can say, in Asia, thought that we will look for references outside and then bring it to Asia once something has been proven. So I think if one ask would be to really see what is the localized challenges, and then really try and find and experiment and do some test beds across Singapore, so that we can really also see the behavioral side of this transition, and how then we can really, for mass deployment, have the best case coming out of those test beds.
Thank you. And Europa?
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. So building on what my fellow panelists just said, I think it's important that the energy transition involves both industry players like us, the policymakers, and finally academia to come together and test bed solutions to a stage where they can become commercially viable on their own. That's the only way to get mass adoption, is once these solutions become commercially viable. So my ask is to continue to drive towards that target over the next few years.
Thank you. Chi Kyung?
I will leave one key word with policymakers in Singapore and the region, and the word is integration. right? When we talk about electric mobility, you talk about sustainable development, you talk about mass electrification, very often it cannot be solved by a single ministry, right? And in many of the subject matter that I just mentioned, it cuts across 4 to 5 ministries for virtually everything that we are talking about today, right? Really, so the key success ingredient in my view is really the ability for us to integrate, to present a holistic view, and to get the various ministries and agencies to collaborate in a very meaningful manner. I think that will be the key success ingredient for many things that we're talking about today.
Thank you. And Kelvin.
So as the last person, I just got to agree with everything that was said for me. But just to add a point, we believe that establishing a strong and local ecosystem is essential. And this is to support and accelerate the energy transition. And as far as government policies are concerned, I would like to say that there should be policies that would drive more test bedding without the fear of failing. I think that's key, right? And perhaps at a later stage, procurement SOPs in Singapore, for instance, need to be tweaked as well to be more aligned towards a local and greener supply chain. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you all panelists for your very insightful sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Caroline and, of course, our wonderful panel. Very, very insightful discussion indeed. Yes, you may leave the stage, or if there's anybody that wants to take a photo of the panel, I'm fine with either. Is there anybody that wants to? That would be fantastic. One meter. Absolutely wonderful. And of course, that's going on to the LinkedIn cover photo tonight. All right. Now we have a very exciting future to look forward to, and I hope you are all enjoying the show so far. The good news is it's time to make a 1-hour break for lunch. Lunch will be served at your tables. Please remember we have social distancing rules, so do take care regarding mixing across tables, right? Try not to mix across tables if you can. And we do have much more to come this afternoon. Please be ready to start again a little before 1:15 p.m., 1:15. We'll see you at 1:15. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our conference program will be restarting shortly. Just a reminder to take your seats once you have finished with your lunch. You can also start to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Don't forget to follow and tweet about the event and your experiences using these hashtags ACES 2020 and SIEW 2020. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, because we are living in very unusual times, we have some very important health and safety reminders that we need you to take note of. Firstly, please wear a mask at all times. Secondly, if you feel unwell at any time, let the organizers know. Our organizers are wearing the white lanyards. You can also go to ACE's help desk at the foyer if you need any help. Do remember to sanitize your hands often. No intermingling between zones. Right? No intermingling between zones. Maintain 1 meter safe distancing at all times. And if you guys need to exit the zones for coffee break and lunch break, try to exit by zone if you can. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a refreshing break. Now, we have an excellent lineup of speakers for you this afternoon, a mix of keynotes and expert panels on important discussion points. Now, the first sessions leading up to the afternoon break concern what we call the big switch strategy. Now, this is our central team and focuses on how we can accelerate the shift to 100% clean energy. Now, to kick off this discussion, we are very pleased to welcome the Director General of IRENA, Francesco La Camera, who joins us from Abu Dhabi. The International Renewable Energy Agency is an intergovernmental organization that supports countries in their transition to a sustainable energy future. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. La Camera.
Distinguished delegates, dear friends, it's really a great pleasure for me to be here with you today at the Asian Clean Energy Summit 2020. We find ourselves in a dramatically different situation today compared to where we were last year during the summit, when I was able to join you in person. We are going through a disorienting time, defined by the worst health crisis of the century. The pandemic has taken a high toll on lives, livelihoods, and the global economy. The centrality of the energy system in our lives and economic activities has yet been underscored during these trying times. And so have been the vulnerabilities of the existing system. Our current energy system is not fit for the stable, resilient, climate safe and just, equitable world we all want to live in. The energy sector has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. This is particularly true for the fossil fuel sector, where the falling prices has led to declining profitability and serious credit rate downgrades among many oil and gas companies, as well as utilities. However, renewables have fared comparatively better and should provide a very strong signal, not only to government, but also to the industry, on where the future investment should be made. While many oil and gas players have been increasing their investment in renewables over the past years, investment in renewables from the fossil fuel sector as a whole still represent a small fraction of their overall capital expenditures. The COVID-19 crisis and associated stimulus packages offer a pivotal moment for the energy industry as a whole to update their business model and strategies to become more competitive and survive as business in the 21st century. In our COVID recovery report, we have outlined a set of actionable recommendations that chart the path toward this direction. But what could be the benefits? Accelerating the energy transformation can bring immediate economic benefits, including through job creation, a much needed boost in these times of economic uncertainties. IRENA is the authorities on the socio-economic of the energy transformation and has been tracking jobs in the sector for years. In the last 7 years, jobs have doubled to over 11.5 million. By 2023, accelerating investment in energy transition will have created an additional 5.5 million jobs. These are our estimates. Each $1 million invested in renewables in the energy transition will create 25 jobs. The same investments will create 10 jobs in energy efficiency. This means 3 times more than the traditional conventional fossil fuel plants investment. Socioeconomic benefits would already accrue in the first 3 years of recovery programs, while simultaneously accelerating the needed energy transition. Indeed, recovery investment linked to the energy transition would boost global GDP by an additional 1% per year on average. We believe this to be a critical aspect and a compelling argument for placing energy transformation at the heart of economic recovery. How much this could cost? We estimate $2 trillion of energy transformation investment is needed each year in the recovery phase from 2021 to 2023. This means more than double the $825 billion invested in renewable energy and other energy transition technologies in 2019. A total of $6 trillion, half of the funds should go toward efficiency and the other half for renewables, electrification, electricity infrastructure. Government funds can leverage private investment by a factor of 3 or 4 and should be used strategically to nudge investment decisions and financing in the right direction. Although no one size fits all, that's for sure, package is available for energy transition investment and enabling measures. Broadly similar overall priorities will serve well for most countries. Investment should be directed in a number of key areas: renewables, notably renewable power, grid infrastructure, the electrification of end-use sector, such as industries, electromobility, and heat pumps and energy efficiency. On the electrification of the end-use sector, we have published just a few weeks ago a report on Going to Zero, where we outline possible measures to get the sector that are difficult to electrify, so the end-use sector, to go for 100% renewables, or anyway to no zero emission. And in this respect, we welcome the announcement of yesterday of Japan, say they are going to be carbon neutral by 2050. The capital needed to invest the future we need is available. Our analysis show that around $10 trillion of unsustainable energy-related investment are planned between now and 2030. This is very difficult to understand, but the challenge we have is to ensure that this money is channeled into building a more sustainable and prosperous future, and not into bailing out the past, or as I like to say nowadays, retrofitting the past. We also see a key role for investment to support innovation. For example, the green hydrogen economy or new industrial processes. These are critical to ensure the long-term success of the transition. What are the enabling policies in this context? So it's clear that investment alone will not achieve the necessary structural shift. So policy measures are equally, if not more important in this regard. There are a number of important policy measures elaborated in the report I mentioned that we can consider as key recommendations. Number 1, ambition, raising national targets and enhance the national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. And we are working, supporting directly now more than 60 countries, and we're going to raise to have other countries to be supported in the reviewing, updating of their indices to be present by the end of this year. Number 2, public intervention. Steer investment away from fossil fuel and make bailout conditions on climate action. 3, energy transition related in all sectors: power, transport, heating, and cooling. Safeguard existing renewable projects and ensure stable policy framework for transition-related infrastructure. Number 1, employment. support the workforce expansion in energy transition-related fields, and develop training and education to minimize skill gaps and reskill workers going from fossil fuel industries to the energy transition-related activities. Number 5, industry. Diversify supply chains and develop local industries so that the benefit of the energy transition can be enjoyed by large part of all countries in the world. Number 6, access. Support distributed renewable energy solution to strengthen health, sanitation, and other critical infrastructure. So what we have to focus, if we have to look to the short term, but also look into the medium and long term, so beyond 2023, to have a rational and impactful recovery strategy that makes economic sense, we need to have a medium-term outlook so that we do not miss opportunities in industry development or innovation that require political choice and related measures. So 10 years ago, for example, we have supported renewables, where they were not yet competitive. Now, they are the most competitive way to produce energy. So the policies at that time, they have been able to have an outlook that make political choice supporting a technologies that was the future. Now we have to do similarly with technologies like green hydrogen, bioenergy, and also improve the way renewables can be part and dominated the energy system of tomorrow. ARENA analysis show that by 2030, over half of the world's power generation can be sourced from renewables, 5 times more than current plans indicate. But ramping up like this means substantial upfront spending, as well as re-evaluating of the cost effectiveness of existing assets. The investment that starts now must continue. Cumulatively, total energy transformation investment will be close to $50 trillion between now and 2030. But this investment, they pay off. Jobs in renewables can grow to some 30 million in 2030, almost 3 times the level of 2 years ago. Our analysis showed that global GDP can be boosted by an additional average of 1.3% per year between now and 2030. The cumulative GDP gain would therefore amount to $16 trillion. So going for the energy transition is not only good for the environment, it's not only good for the climate, it's also good for the economy. And if you look at the region, Southeast Asia, and mainly Indonesia and Malaysia, as far as East Asia with China, Japan, and Korea, all this will gain the largest number of jobs overall. Net gains will be the highest in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan region. Our Southeast Asia Renewable Energy Roadmap to 2025 showed that we could increase GDP by 3% compared to current plans with a more ambitious goal. This would also reduce the region annual fuel bill by $40 billion by 2025. The bottom line is that investment in a renewable-based energy transition will kickstart the economies, create jobs, and open up new growth and development possibilities. By making strategic investment and policy choices that focus on energy transition, we can strengthen the economy recovery, bolster sustainable development, and set the course of a fully decarbonized system by the middle of this century. To conclude, we believe that thinking the short-term recovery to medium-long-term strategy is paramount to kick-starting our economies and getting people back to work. The pandemic has shown us how quickly all we know we can change. While none of us can predict the future, it is important that we make strategic policies and investment choices that may take us a step forward, not to bail out or as I say, to fit the past. And we have to be clearly in mind that we need to change our mindset. Because with the energy transition, we have to move for a centralized and fossil fuel-based energy system to a decentralized and having renewables as a bulk in the future. And you can be sure ARENA will continue to lead the efforts to transform the global energy system, one that is inclusive, sustainable, and equitable. Thank you all for your time. Thank you very much for hosting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. La Camera. Now, I'm sure your message, Mr. La Camera, was very encouraging to all our listeners. Now, we want to move on to another insightful speaker. This is Mr. Sumant Sinha, the Chairman and MD of Renew Power. Now, if you didn't already know, Renew is the largest renewable energy IPP in India and is a pioneer in India's renewable energy landscape. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Sinha.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to thank the Asia Clean Energy Summit for inviting me to give this talk to all of you today. The topic I'm going to talk about is pathways to a carbon-free India. Now, we know that climate change is upon us. It's a real issue that we are facing. We all know about that. The science has spoken. And even though there are a few people who do not accept it, I think the overwhelming consensus is that climate change is driven by carbon emissions. And so therefore, it's important for us to look at the carbon emission scenario and see how we are doing on that front. And there, the news, unfortunately, is not good. We know that as per scientific estimates, we can emit a total of maybe about 750 gigatons of carbon into the atmosphere. Unfortunately, we're already at about 600 gigatons, which is already sitting of carbon that is sitting in the atmosphere at this point in time. And so really what we have is about 100 to 150 gigatons of carbon that we can emit before we cross the 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade limit, which is obviously what all scientists and the IPCC and the UN have all told us is going to be the number that we should not be looking at crossing. And frankly, we've already had perhaps 1 degree centigrade temperature increase over the last 50 to 70 years, and we can see the negative consequences and the negative impacts of those issues. Now, the question therefore is, if we have 150 gigatons of carbon left to emit into the atmosphere, at what rate are we going right now on a yearly basis? And how long will it take us to exhaust this carbon budget that we have? And there again, the news is not good. The unfortunate reality is that as a globe, we are emitting almost 9 to 10 gigatons of carbon every year, which means that to exhaust the 150 gigatons, we literally have only another 15 years in which we're actually going to exceed that time period. And so therefore, I think in some ways that spells the urgency of the whole situation out to us, that we don't have a lot of time. And therefore, this whole issue of moving to carbon-free pathways becomes extremely, extremely critical. And the question that we all of us have to ask ourselves is, what are we doing in that regard? Are we doing a sufficient amount? And it doesn't matter whether you're in the renewable energy industry or whether you're in government or whether you're working in a company that is in a totally different area. It doesn't matter, because all of us at some level are emitters of carbon. And so we can all do our little bit to make sure that we move towards a carbon-free operations for our own respective companies. Now, it's instructive to see where this 9 to 10 gigatons is coming from. That is going up every year into the atmosphere. And there, the interesting part is that China is doing about 2.5 gigatons, so almost 25 to 30% of the total 9 to 10 every year. The US is doing about 1 gigaton, and India is doing about 0.8 gigatons. So India is doing about 8%. And so from this point on, I'll confine my remarks to what India is doing and what India could do going forward. Now, at 0.8 gigatons a year, unlike a lot of Western countries, which are trying to get to peak emissions in a very short period of time, let's say by 2030 or thereabouts, so get to a top number, and then they're looking at getting to net zero by, let's say, 20, 30 years further out as we look at it. So until that point in time, they will all continue to keep emitting carbon, even though post 2030 at a lower level. In India's case, that is not going to happen. We are at 0.8 gigatons right now, and just given where we are on our development path, that number is going to keep increasing for a considerable period of time. And at this point in time, in fact, the conversation around peak carbon in the Indian context has not even started. Under our Paris climate commitments, the commitment that we've given is to get to a certain percentage of renewable energy, to have a certain amount of reforestation cover, and so on. And separately, we have also taken an internal target that the carbon intensity of our growth should reduce by 30% over the next 10 years. But the actual absolute amount of carbon will keep going up. And so therefore, it is imperative that a country like India, which is large, which is likely to grow, finds a different way of dealing with this whole issue of carbon. Because if we follow the growth path that all the other countries before us have taken, that's a carbon intensive growth path. And we know that this will not lead to a happy outcome. That 0.8 gigatons will go to 1 gigaton, 1.5, 2 gigatons, and so on. Just looking at where India is on the development path. And so therefore, we have to find a different way of growing. And the question therefore is, what could that alternate path be? And in fact, I've written about this in my recently published book, which is called Fossil Free, which talks in fact about how India can come up with a lower carbon growth environment and method, and how that can actually end up being a beacon of hope for all the other countries which are further behind in the development paradigm as compared to India. So in that sense, India, if it does develop this carbon-free method of growth, can also then therefore become the example that all the other developing world can then follow. And so it's actually very interesting when you start thinking about some of these issues, because technology has really brought us to a very different point. If you look at the growth path that all the Western world has followed, the Southeast Asian countries have followed, Japan has followed, and even most recently China has followed. It has been very carbon intensive. But technology is finding or is delivering different kinds of solutions to us right now. And so therefore, India has this unique opportunity of growing in a different way. And the good news is that the Indian government is obviously embracing this opportunity. We are trying to see how we can do things differently. And that's really positive, because had the Indian government not gone down that path, had we taken a very different approach of saying, look, every other country in the world has done this, we are going to do the same, then that really would not have led to a good outcome for the world as a whole, although you could not have faulted India for having done what every other country has done. As I said, the good news is because technology is finding or affording or giving us different solutions, that coupled with government's intent and government policy can allow us to go down a very, very different path. And so what could that path be? Now, the interesting thing is when you look at carbon emissions, energy accounts for almost 70% of total carbon emissions. And in India as well. Now, of that 70%, fully 32% comes from electricity and heating. I mean, in the Indian context, heating is not such a big issue. It's really electricity that is the big issue. So a third of the total carbon emissions comes from the electricity sector, which is a very, very, very sizable amount. So the question is, what can the Indian government do to address this very large part? And just for the sake of completeness, let me also say that another 15% comes from mobility, and the balance comes from things like industrial usage and so on. Now, the interesting thing is that there are two fundamental transitions that are happening in the world right now in the energy sector. So what are those two fundamental transitions? The first transition that is happening is a transition where we are moving from energy consumption happening from oil and petroleum or gas towards electricity. And that's really where electric vehicles come in. And electric vehicles on land to begin with, three-wheelers, two-wheelers, public transportation, and so on. But eventually also maritime transportation, as well as hopefully at some point aviation as well. That can all get roped into electricity. And so therefore that 31% of the 72 can actually grow to a much bigger number. So that's a fundamental revolution that is happening right now, where sectors hopefully over time as technology evolves will get more electrified. But the reality is that if this electricity is going to keep getting generated by dirty sources, then that's not really going to benefit anybody either. And so this is where the second energy transition comes into play. And that is that within the electricity ambit, we are seeing this move from the fossil fuel based energy generation, electricity generation, towards clean energy based electricity generation. And that's a process that is well underway right now. And since the summit is called the Asia Clean Energy Summit, let me now focus a little bit on that part of the overall equation. Now, and let's look at it from an India context again. India today consumes in electricity about 1.4 trillion units of electricity. We have been growing at about 4 to 5%, 6%, thereabouts in that range over the last several years. And as India grows, the reality is that this 5 to 6% growth will carry on. It will continue. And therefore, over the next 10 to 12 years, this 1.4 trillion units of electricity that we're consuming right now is going to double. It's going to double to 2.8 trillion units. And the question therefore is, where is this extra 1.4 trillion units going to come from? If it comes from coal, which accounts for 2/3 of our total energy, electricity consumption or production right now, then obviously that earlier number of 0.8 gigatons, which India is emitting, is obviously going to go up. So that's not a great solution. Again, this is where the news is good, because now we have market-based solutions. And those market-based solutions are clean and they are green, which is really around solar and it's about wind. The good news is that wind and solar prices have come down to such an extent that of this next 1.4 trillion units, the reality is that the bulk of that, purely from a commercial standpoint, is going to end up being either wind or solar. Because it's the cheapest form of new energy now. It's much cheaper than coal-based power. There was a recent auction in India for round-the-clock renewable energy power, which is requiring us to supply an 80% plant load factor at any given point in time. And I'm glad to say that our company, Renew Power, won that bid at a tariff of 3.5 rupees a kilowatt hour. Now compare that to the cost of coal-based power in India. Today, if you ask for a new coal-based bid, that'll come at around 5 rupees a kilowatt hour. So renewables at an 80% plant load factor is almost 30% cheaper than where coal is today. And keep in mind that the 350 that I talked about is a tariff that is fixed for the next 25 years, whereas coal-based power will fluctuate. It may go up, it may go down. It has been going up historically. And so as a buyer of the power, I don't have that fixity or that stability in my pricing that I know I can get from renewables. And so therefore, just given where the cost dynamics are, the reality is that we're going to have more and more renewable energy coming in, and the Indian government has set a very aggressive target of getting our total renewable energy capacity up to 450 gigawatts by 2030, up from the 90 gigawatts that we have right now, which means a 5x growth of our current installed capacity. Which, by the way, coincidentally is also equal, that 450 minus 90, that 360 that we have to add, is also almost entirely equal to the total capacity of power that we have from all sources installed in India today. Which fundamentally means that in the next 10 years, what renewable energy is going to be asked to do is going to be to install as much total capacity in just renewables through wind and solar as we have from all other sources or all sources set up from the last 70 to 80 years. We have to replicate that or recreate that in the next 10 years. And even then, by the way, of the new demand that will be created, renewables will account for only 2/3 of that. 1/3 of that will still have to come from other sources, which is most likely going to be coal, just given the fact that coal is the next cheapest source of power. Now, does this all sound too good to be true? It is. There are, of course, problems. There are issues that have to be addressed. And we have to make sure that those issues are addressed properly, because if they are not addressed properly, then clearly we will have this capacity not being met. And our carbon emissions will go up at a faster pace than we would like. So what are the things that need to be done? Number one is that this constructing this 360 gigawatts of additional renewable capacity in the next 10 years, about 35 gigawatts every year, that's an enormous task. It's going to require us to set up a lot of capacity in India, land acquisition, development, equipment sourcing, etc. All of that is going to require a tremendous amount of work. It's also going to require a lot of capital. It's going to require, by our estimate, between the generating capacities and the transmission capacities, almost $500 billion of total investment over the next 10 years. That capital has to come from somewhere. A lot of it will be debt, but a lot of it is also going to have to be equity. And so the first question is, where is that capital going to come from? So I think we need all the multilateral sources, the private equity capital, sovereign wealth funds, institutional money, any new funding sources that can be put together under a climate program, all of that has to come in. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is that there are some infirmities in the Indian power sector around the distribution companies, which are usually in poor financial health. That whole sector has to be resolved and addressed and improved, because that's really where the power sector value chain meets the end customer. And if that part of the value chain is not fixed, that can feed back into the rest of the value chain, prohibiting or inhibiting all of these investments that I talked about from getting made. So that's the second area that has to be looked at. And that's an issue that is sitting between both the central government of India and the state governments of India, because it's the state governments that control distribution in the country. So that's an area that needs to be looked at. The third area is the whole issue of manufacturing. The Indian government wants to have more manufacturing in the country, and legitimately so, because there's no sense in importing all of this equipment from overseas, just given the vast amount that we will require. We'll require almost $200 billion of equipment to be imported, or solar panels that we'll have to install. Now, this can either be done manufactured locally or imported entirely. And there's no point, correctly, to replace one set of dependency of importing oil to be importing solar modules. So I think developing the local industry and taking the lead on that, how should the incentivization of that industry happen? How should the transition take place? Because there is a lot of capacity that has already been auctioned. That is an issue that still the government needs to work through. They're working on it, and I'm confident that we'll find a solution. The last issue that I would mention is that of storage and intermittency management. I think there, clearly over the next 3 to 4 years, as renewables increases in the grid management will become a bigger issue. And we have to make sure that grid management ultimately does not become a problem, because that will then lead to curtailment, and that can, as all of you know, become very difficult for the renewable energy industry. So we have to make sure that grid management, grid build out, flexibility in the grid through storage solutions and so on is something that the government adequately and ahead of time works on. And here again, the issue is, how do we come up with solutions that don't lock us into very high costs? Because we all know that battery costs are going to come down quite significantly, driven by the electric vehicle industry. And therefore, we have to make sure that we have the right policy in place such that battery installations increase over the next few years' time, rather than come up right now, in which case the cost is going to end up being higher, which will then disincentivize people from buying renewables. So I think all of those issues really have to be addressed. The Indian market, therefore, is a very attractive market. It's a very interesting market. I think the kind of growth that we're going to witness over the next several years is going to be remarkable. We as a company, Renew Power, in terms of our contracted capacity and commissioned capacity, we're already in excess of 10 gigawatts of total capacity, which, by the way, places us among the top 12 or 13 companies in the world. But I'm pretty confident that as the Indian market grows, and this is going to be a rapid growth, that the market share or the positioning of companies like ours will certainly improve on a global basis. And so, therefore, India has this unique opportunity of becoming a leader in this sector, just because of the size of the market, and in some ways the earliness in which we've got into this industry in a big way. So I think it's a remarkable opportunity for India, and particularly for Indian companies. I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to lead to a lot of opportunity for us to invest capital, a lot of value creation. Of course, there are going to be a lot of issues that I talked about, not least of which is other execution issues on the ground. And so therefore, for anybody looking to come into India, you need to have a very strong partner who can actually get things done on the ground, manage execution, because that is never an easy proposition in India. And so therefore, the opportunity is vast. The difficulties are some, can be dealt with, but for those who can actually deal with these issues, the opportunity and the value creation is going to be quite good. And as we start addressing this problem, hopefully that will all go back and feed into making sure that our 0.8 gigatons as a country does not fundamentally increase too rapidly and peaks at a lower number, so that we can then start moving it down over the next 20 to 30 years, or whatever path that the government chooses to set for the country. So that's really what I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you so much for giving me the time to talk to all of you. It's a pleasure to have done that. I've put a lot of this down in my book, Fossil Free. And so, if you can get your hands on that, terrific. It'll give you a much more detailed exposition of the things that I just talked about. Thank you so much. Thank you again to the Asia Clean Energy Summit for having given me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha. And of course, I'm sure those insights are most appreciated. Now we have another interesting presentation delivered by an international specialist, Dr. Zhang Yibin from GuideCo in China. The purpose of GuideCo is to promote the establishment of a global energy interconnection system to meet the global demand for electricity in a clean and green way. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Zhang, who will explain more.
Thank you. Thank you, the moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to share some findings of our research about the sustainable energy future. So it's the topic of today. Next one, please. As an international NGO, GuideCo, the mission of GuideCo is to promote the clean energy development and to make this figure into reality. Actually, that's our tough task. In the past 4 years, actually, GuideCo made a remarkable progress and also got lots of support and cooperations from our members and different shareholders. Right now, GuideCo has more than 1,000 members from 130 countries. Next one, please. Basically, with the background of energy, resources constraints and environmental pollution, climate change issues for the whole human being, to use clean energy actually is a common consensus for low carbon and sustainable, energy future. Actually, the current energy transition is also on the way to a clean energy, globally. Lots of efforts, including technology, policy, market, and other aspects are made by governments and different agencies. But one question is how to operate and optimize a very big power system with a very high level penetration of renewables. For example, 80%, even 90% in a national, regional, even global level. Which concerns at least the following 4 issues. The first one is unbalanced renewable resources distribution, not only the hydropower, but also wind and solar power. The second one is optimizing the allocation of clean energy resources in large scale and large areas. The third one is about economic and safe operation, storage, and regulating capacity of power systems. The fourth one is realization of electricity trade internationally. So based on these 4 issues, GEI was represented by Chairman Liu of GETCO, which is based on the transmission technology innovation, UHV, and its application. Actually, GEI, we call it Global Energy Interconnection, is kind of systematic solution, which is also the development trend of the power grid, which is also a platform, a better platform for clean energy development. Actually, almost all countries and regions have their own strategies, plans, or thoughts to connect their power grid with others. Even for some island countries, this point is based on our studies on more than 150 countries' materials. So what's the force, or what's the driving force under this background? It's the interconnection benefits. There are several super big synchronous power systems in the world. European power grid, Chinese regional power grid, and the West and East power grids of the United States. Actually, I think there are some, best practices for regional energy interconnection. Actually, based on our research findings, there are no impossible technical problems for large scale and long distance power transmission. There is a strong political consensus on clean energy development, climate changes, and getting into interconnection benefits. The cheapest storage and regulating capacity for power grid is not the hydro pumped storage as we understand based on the state of the current technologies. It's the capacity in your neighborhood power grids. So you can imagine that we could light the lamp in Singapore or China using the sunshine in Europe, as we have 7 to 8 hours time difference. And at the same time, actually, with the decreasing cost of renewables, it will become true that we can provide cheaper, clean, and sustainable energy for customers, based on renewables. That's a kind of reality in the coming 2 or 3 years. Actually, in some places, the cost of renewables is cheaper than the traditional fossil fuels. Next one, please. Under the frame of GEI, Gadical research team carried out some research, some studies on the general pattern of grid interconnection, of energy interconnection for Asia. And here shows some work result. By 2035, the intercontinental and interregional power flow will respectively reach 23 gigawatt and 71 gigawatt. By 2050, this power flow will respectively hit 47 gigawatt and 150 gigawatt. Next one, please. Based on this power flow analysis, we gave some general pattern of grid interconnection for Asia. Basically for Asia, by 2035, 5 regional grids will be formed, and the intercontinental interconnection will take its initial pattern. The interconnection will be enhanced in 2050. Here is the map of the the concept planning for grid interconnection of Asia. Next one, please. For Southeast Asia, by 2050, we proposed some solutions of its power grids. Basically, for Panasonic countries, we proposed a UHV AC power grid solution. For BMP as countries, we maintain a G3 regional AC grid. From the inter-regional level, Panasonic countries will interconnect with China to achieve seasonal complementarity. The transmission project will be built to deliver hydropower from Myanmar to India, and a DC project will be built to accept the solar energy from Australia. This work result is based on our international cooperation team, actually. As you may know, some other agencies or research institutions also made lots of efforts on these interconnection issues. Next one, please. As for the benefits, we can analysis it from 4 parts. The first one is economic benefits. I think it's the very important interconnection benefits as well for the interconnection in in Asia level or in Southeast Asia level. The first one is to stimulating the regional investment, ensuring clean and sustainable power supply, reducing energy consumption cost. That means we have a technical economic analysis team to do this work. The economic benefits is huge if we use the solution proposed by GATECO. There are also lots of social, environmental, and political benefits. Actually, the world is fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. More and more people paid attention, actually started to pay a lot more attention on climate change issues. More and more people actually realize that there is no vaccine for climate change. So now it's the time for everybody to do the right things in the right way. We need action. Actually, today we just show, next one, please. Today, I just delivered a little bit work result about GATECO research team's work. The full report actually it's a kind of includes several reports. It's a kind of report series about the Asia and its regions energy interconnection planning research. Please, next page, please. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. The full report series about Asia and its regions were released and available in the coming days, because we will hold international GEI conference in Beijing. It's also an online conference as well, just like the conference of today. So all of you are welcome to join us. This slash shows the online registration link address. I think you are also can find the entrance of the online conference on GETCO's home webpage. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Yes.
And of course, thank you so much to Dr. Zhang. And that's certainly an exciting new energy world that you're building over there. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage another Singapore-based company that's an international leader in renewable energy. Let's welcome from REC Group, the Head of Business Development, Stefan Leo.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see people in person after such a long time, even though the crowd could be bigger, but it's a start. Tough job is to introduce oneself, and I was trying to think over the weekend, how do I do that? I got to think about my 21 years career in energy, and I came to realize it actually mirrors what's happening in the entire industry as a whole. I started 21 years ago in oil and gas. Now I'm working for a solar panel manufacturer. One could argue I've been to the dark side, but I've finally seen the light. And it's been an interesting journey. Our industry has grown so fast in the last decade. We are now a mainstream player of the energy landscape. And as we go from infancy to large scale, it's really important for the future of the world that we stay focused on innovation and sustainability. Next slide, please. Why is it so important? Because everything we develop makes solar even more attractive, and it will help speed up the energy transition. In the last 2 years alone, technology has improved so much that we can use less than 3/4 of the panels and the space to generate the same amount. Panels are so much better, they perform better for so much longer that considering leaving them in place for 40 or even 50 years is no longer an outlandish notion. Think about the impact that can have if it's deployed in communities that lack access to energy to begin with. Everyone knows it's getting hotter. Having technology that performs better in the heat, it's 10% more power right there. All this extra generation matters because it means we are cutting the cost of electricity coming from solar by up to half in some cases. And because we have energy storage and electrical vehicle now on the cusp of wide adoption, this extra generation, we can take advantage of it. But it's not just about energy and power. It's also because we have a big challenge coming. Next slide, please. Recycling. So solar uptake is accelerating for the very simple reason that in more and more geographies, we have achieved grid parity. That's good news, and we should celebrate. But with more and more panels being installed, we have to consider what happens to them at the end of their life. We're already seeing 2 to 3 million panels per year needing to be disposed of. That's about 50,000 tons a year. Fast forward 30 years, You multiply that by more than 100, we have more than 300 million panels to recycle every year, and that's up to 6 million tons per year of annual waste. Big numbers. Most panels today are expected to have a useful life of about 20 to 25 years, so this is coming. The clock is ticking. So we have no choice. We have to start thinking about recycling solar panels. So let me try to walk you through what the challenge is and where do we stand today. Next slide, please. Your typical crystalline silicon panel is 75% glass, 10% polymer, that's the encapsulant, the back sheet, the electrical insulation of the wires and the junction box. 8% aluminum in the frame, 5% of high purity, think 99.9999% purity silicon, 1% copper in the wires and connectors. The challenge is the last 1%. It's made of good stuff, think of it as valuable like silver, and bad stuff, read toxic, like lead, tin, and other metals. And it's that last 1% that makes it so that panels have to be considered electronic waste, and sending them to a landfill is probably not the brightest idea. Next slide. Unfortunately, for about 90% of them, this is what's happening today. It does not cost much, but we are creating a time bomb. The truth and the challenge is that because we've designed solar panels to be so durable and last longer, this is what creates the challenge in recycling. We have baked all the components very carefully together so that the silicon cells perform well over a long period of time. That makes it difficult to separate the components and recycle them. Even for the 10% we recycle today, frankly, it's crude and inefficient. It's a high temperature process, think 450 degrees C, 600 degrees C. We need to do waste gas processing, and we still leave a lot of inert waste. Generally, glass and silicon don't get recovered. We only manage to get maybe $2–3 of valuable components like aluminum, copper, and in some case silver. But it costs about $15 to do this. With that kind of economics, it only happens when it's being mandated by regulators. Today, it's only the EU that has implemented such a requirement since the middle of 2012. Singapore will lead the way again in the region by implementing this in the middle of next year. Japan already mandates solar developers to recycle at the end of the project, and it's costing a whopping 10 Japanese yen per watt. So that doesn't work, right? The bottom one, landfill, not an option. The middle one, better, still not great. So as an industry, we need to find an option to go to fuller recycling of our panels. Today, it's only in the R&D or pilot stage in the lab. But there's really scope for us to reclaim that glass or the high purity silicon. Remember, it's 99.999%. And there is a natural option already for the electrical vehicle industry because the use of high purity silicon anode in their batteries would be better than the alternative they have. It's not easy, so this will need to be supported by regulators to ensure proper and consistent standards and a level playing field. But here's another thought. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. If we focus on encouraging the adoption of better technology, longer-lasting panels, where we can think about extending the useful life of those panels to 40 or 50 years, whether on the same location or because they are being redeployed, the potential reduction in waste is more than an order of magnitude. We would have way less than 500,000 tons of waste per year to deal with. That could just buy us enough space until we develop the fuller sustainable recycling. Think of it as the solar industry version of flattening the curve. After COVID, I think everyone should grasp the concept here. Next slide, please. Next. So this is our call to action. Our industry approach and philosophy should be to avoid creating a problem in the first place rather than rely on a later fix. It has to start from the very beginning of the value chain, reducing carbon footprint when we make silicon, then optimizing every step of the production process to minimize waste, all the way to modules rolling off the production line. It's also in our design and technology that makes panel more reliable, more environmentally friendly, last longer, so you keep the panel running for longer. An example for us has been we're removing soldering on the cell. So lead is down to 1/5 of what it used to be. And REC is famous for working on carbon footprint and its expertise on silicon recycling. Next slide, please. So let me close with the following. We've been growing fast over a short period of time. We can no longer behave as a young and small industry, as our impact will be massive over the next decade. Because our industry is already having such a positive impact on the energy mix, it's tempting to just ignore the other problems we might create, or because it's a small price to pay. That is no longer acceptable. We have to consider long-term impact in everything we do today. Let's focus on getting things right from the start. Finally, we should learn from other industries and accept that self-regulation, while necessary and desired, is rarely sufficient. Governments and regulators have a part to play to push the industry in the right direction and ensure a level playing field. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Leo from REC Group. Now, the technology in renewables is certainly advancing rapidly, and this gives us all hope of reaching the 100% RE target. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome our first panel of this afternoon, which is dedicated to the theme of accelerating the energy transition strategy. Please give a warm welcome to our moderator, Sharad Somani, Partner and Head of Infrastructure Advisory, ASPAC Head for Power and Utilities, KPMG Singapore. And joining him here, live in person, is Brian Selby, MD, GE Renewable Energy Hydro for Asia, GE Singapore. And calling in virtually, we have Dr. Chen Wei Ni, VP New Energy Ventures, Hibiscus Petroleum Berhad, Malaysia, as well as Alan Mortimer, Director of Innovation Clean Energy Wood, UK, and also David Boyland, Regional Energy Sector Leader, Mott MacDonald, Singapore, and Carly Wishart, Chief Strategy and Business Development Officer, Asia Pacific, NG, Singapore. Mr. Somani and the panel, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, congratulations to CS and the conference organizers for hosting this hybrid event. This morning I was watching the event online and it was perfectly working. So I'm very delighted to host this hybrid panel as well, where a few of our panel members are joining remotely and we are both here present. So let me give you a quick background of what we are trying to do, and I must say that it is a very, very engaging session since morning. All the keynote speeches as well as the panels have actually highlighted the energy transition challenge quite well. What we wanted to discuss in this panel is how do you accelerate the energy transition? What is required from the policy perspective? What is required in terms of the ecosystem creation perspective? What is required in terms of disruption in both technology and from the companies reinventing themselves? And then also painting a picture of how the ecosystem will look like post this energy transition is achieved. We have a very, very interesting panel today as introduced. What I would like to do is perhaps before I ask them to give a quick their claim to fame in the clean energy space, let me highlight that we have got a good mix of developers and advisors who are very, very passionate about the clean energy transition. A lot of us also come from the industry where we have worked in oil and gas sector, the power generation sector, but some of us have reinvented ourselves to look at clean energy as a necessary imperative to drive the economy. So with that background, let me start with Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, if you can just introduce yourselves quickly and let us know about your passion about clean energy. I think you might be on mute, is it?
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, let me start again. Thanks, Sharat, and a very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are now. I think, first of all, I would like to thank the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore for inviting me to speak in this summit. And it's certainly really wonderful to actually remain connected and discuss about the energy transition despite the pandemic that we are all going through today. So a little bit about my background. Yes, I'm currently with Hibiscus Petroleum Berhad as the VP of New Energy Ventures. Actually, I've just started this role with Hibiscus less than 6 weeks ago. And Hibiscus is into the oil and gas exploration and production. We have production assets in the UK as well as Malaysia and exploration assets in South Australia. So my role in Hibiscus is to develop and implement decarbonizing strategies. So our business remain sustainable, investable, and relevant in the future. And importantly, before that, 15 years ago, I've served already the Malaysian government in the renewable energy space. The first 6 years, I was actually engaged by the United Nations Development Program to help out with the Malaysian government to bring about a nascent PV market and industry. And then the next 9 years, I was actually with the Sustainable Energy Development Authority of Malaysia. And initially, I started off with the capacity of a Chief Corporate Officer. Then I was acting CEO for a few months. And my final capacity was a Chief Strategic Officer. And my last assignment in SEDA was actually to spearhead in terms of developing the renewable energy transition roadmap for the country. And it's 90% when I left SEDA, and just hopeful that the government will be able to release the roadmap soon. Thank you very much, Sharat.
Thank you, Veni. I think that's quite an interesting background, and we'll come to you to talk about the policy initiatives of the government as well on the energy transition. But before that, we have Carly from NG. You want to introduce yourselves?
Thank you. So yes, my name is Carly Wishart and I'm the Chief Strategy and Business Development Officer for NG here in Asia Pacific. For those that don't know NG, we are a global energy and services company listed on the French Stock Exchange. Have a market cap of around 30 billion euros, and we have 170,000 employees across 5 continents globally. Our ambition at NG is to be the world leader in low carbon generation and services. So very much aligned with the topic today, and it's a pleasure to be on a panel talking about the energy transition. I like to say we're at a critical moment in time. There's a statistic that sticks in my head, which estimates 275 million people globally live in areas that will be eventually flooded if we reach 3 degrees of global warming. And 4 out of 5 of those people live here in Asia. So, you know, it's a harsh reality, but you know, we're on a burning platform, and there's no plan B because there's no planet B. So we've got no choice but to get this right. And as leaders, we've got a collective responsibility, particularly in the energy industry, to ensure that we educate businesses and consumers and provide solutions to be able to live, produce, consume in a more sustainable way. And that's going to take a collective effort from governments and businesses and consumers so we can ultimately do more and consume less. So a really interesting topic today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Brian, if I may invite you to give your background as well.
Sure, very quickly. First, thank you very much, and the conference organizers for inviting us to attend. I've been running GE Hydro Solutions for the last couple of years. Before that, I was part of GE Ventures, which is our corporate venture capital group, and we looked at a number of different transition energy technologies, specifically on distributed power and new types of renewable energy opportunities to try to, and from startups and funding startups and all. So that's pretty much my background for now.
Thank you. So we've got a good mix, as I said. It's truly a diverse and inclusive panel. So we've got developers, investors, and now we've got advisors as well. Quick, my background, I'm with KPMG. I focus quite a lot on the energy sector, primarily the renewable energy sector, which is my passion as well. David, if I can invite you to talk about what you do at MOTS.
Sure, thanks Sharad, and good afternoon everyone, and also many thanks for the invitation to attend. So I'm David Boyland, and I'm the Asia Pacific Energy Sector Leader for Mott MacDonald, based in Singapore. Now, Mott MacDonald, by background, is an engineering consultancy supporting clients in the development of major infrastructure. And by my personal background, I've been with Mott MacDonald in power for the past 22 years, and it's taken me across the globe working on a variety of power generation technologies. But for the last 12 years, I've focused entirely on clean energy generation, and I've been one of the architects in the development of our global and renewable energy capabilities. Now, Mott MacDonald and its predecessor incarnations have been preeminent in the power sector for more than 100 years. And within the Asia region, we can trace our roots back to the turn of the 20th century with the engineering of the first major power stations, which includes St. James's Power Station in Singapore. So whilst we can rightly testify to being pioneers in the development of electricity infrastructure in Southeast Asia, much of this was centered on coal-fired power. Now, roll on 100 years, and the world of Mott MacDonald is a very different place. You know, 3 years ago, we were one of the first consultancies of our type to adopt a policy prohibiting any new coal power contracts. And recently, we launched a company purpose that commits us as a business to improve society by considering social outcomes in everything that we do. And we're also the first engineering consultancy to be certified as carbon neutral, and we're committed to being net zero by 2040. We've invested significantly in the development of our clean energy capabilities, establishing teams in all the core regional markets, including Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Taiwan, and most recently Korea. And our greatest asset is our staff, and we've set up our own in-house Renewable Energy Academy to accelerate the refocusing from conventional thermal power to renewables. So we are fully committed to the energy transition. I look forward to continuing to be at the forefront of this journey.
Perfect. Alan, over to you from Woods.
Thank you, Sharad, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss the energy transition. I spent my entire 30+ years career working in renewable power, and in many countries now the power sector is already largely decarbonised thanks to renewables, and the challenge is moving on. So it's moving on to industry, heat and transport involving solutions such as electrification, bigger power grids, hydrogen and chemical solutions. As all sectors seek to decarbonise. And my role involves me in all of these solutions. So life is currently varied and challenging and exciting. And I think it is companies that can cross these sectoral divides and combine expertise that are going to be most prominent, I think, in delivering the solutions going to be required to decarbonise everything that we do. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so that sets the stage for our discussion. So probably what we will do in the next 40 minutes or so, we'll touch upon 4 big themes. And we have time for Q&A as well. So I'll encourage you to either, people attending virtually, to write in your questions. People present here, please take the opportunity to ask the question to this distinguished panel. So the 4 themes we wanted to talk about. First is, how is it possible to, from the policy, regulatory, government perspective, to accelerate the energy transition? Now, as we know, Globally, we are emitting something like 55 billion tons of carbon every year. And with the net zero commitments that have come from various countries, the target is to reduce this carbon emission at least by 50% in the next 10 years. Historically, we have never been able to reduce the carbon emission. And of course, electricity industry together with transport, buildings and industries are contributing bulk of this carbon. The question is, how will the energy transition happen when so much of emission is happening and the deadlines are so clear? So from the policy perspective, let's try to understand what are governments doing, particularly in Malaysia. And Dr. Chen perhaps will welcome your inputs from Malaysian perspective and then probably from the regional perspective as well.
Okay, thanks, Sharat. Let me start off with regards to the aspiration on Malaysian government on RE, renewable energy. In our previous administration, there was an aspirational target to reach 20% of renewable energy in the power mix by 2025. And that target is 20%. And if you translate to include large hydro, it will be about 33%. So just to give you some measures of the gap, as at the end of 2019, renewable energy is around 9%, excluding large hydro. And including large hydro is 23%. There's still quite a bit of a sizable gap. But of course, earlier on this year in March, we have a change of government. So the current government is still reviewing the aspirational targets, especially in the lights of the post-COVID, whereby electricity demand has already dropped quite significantly. So there is a need to actually readjust the target so that it's a bit more realistic with regards to our reserve margin, yeah? And just to also let you know about the renewable energy opportunities in our country, I think Malaysia has one of the most attractive renewable energy opportunities in this region. In fact, as part of the COVID-19 economic recovery package, the government actually released 1,000 megawatt of the large-scale solar auctions by the Energy Commission. And typically, we only have about 500 megawatt for each coal, but for this year, in a move to try to spawn off the economy and kickstart the economy, the government decided to increase the package twice. And this, we believe, will be able to actually spawn at least 4 billion ringgit in terms of market liquidity, as well as create 12,000 jobs. Now, besides large-scale solar, we also have rooftop solar under the net energy metering scheme. And that is also a very attractive scheme because it's based on a one-on-one basis. And we have 500 megawatt quota that is allocated from 2016 to 2020, which means by the end of this year, it will end. And that by itself has actually successfully spawned off a lot of the corporate PPAs behind the meter. And besides solar, we have other mechanisms for the biomass and biogas and small hydro, which is under the feed-in tariff implemented by the Sustainable Energy Development Authority. And the government is really very generous with regards to tax incentives for green technologies. And we also provide, interest rate rebates for smaller renewable capacities. So we do have a lot of opportunities in Malaysia for renewable energy, but we also have our own share of challenges with regards to grid intermittency. Some of the policies we felt that it can't be maybe be much more enhanced to be more friendlier to the investors. But I think we'll leave that to a discussion later on, yeah, Sharat?
Sure, indeed. In fact, if you look at the renewable energy growth in the region, it's quite impressive, right? After Philippines, Thailand, now Vietnam has shown amazing solar capacity addition. But fact of the matter is most utilities countries in the region are still looking at 20 to 23% of the total portfolio being renewable energy. So Alan, if I can draw in you here, are we not very ambitious? Are we ready to address the climate challenge? And how close you believe we are to achieving the net zero targets that each country has committed?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Good question. I think, to be fair, there is increasing confidence that net zero can be achieved by 2050, 2060 sort of time frame in a number of countries now. That'll be particularly the countries that have got large renewable energy resources on their territory. such as wind and solar, i.e. the low-cost renewable resources. Potentially also countries that have oil and gas resources that can be decarbonised. If you think about it, natural gas reformed with coupled with CCS to produce low carbon hydrogen, which can then be used as a feedstock for low carbon fuels. So quite a wide diversity there, and we'll look at the countries that are leading. Then the big markets are going to be China, India, Japan, and Taiwan with wind and solar, as I mentioned. Funnily enough, as you get closer to the equator, the wind resource reduces a bit due to a thing called the Coriolis effect, and similarly with solar, the solar resource reduces a little bit due to increased cloud cover, but there you've got other resources picking up. So we've got bioenergy, we've got the likes of geothermal in Indonesia. So Asia is really quite well blessed with a diversity of large renewable energy resources, and I think that bodes well for the potential for the continent to fully decarbonise.
Okay, now that's a fair point. So this is where I think, David, if you can invite you to comment on, and I think I was just thinking, are we looking at energy diversification or transition? And this is the point which is critical. Are we still acting on the fringes where, because renewables is now grid parity levels, let's add renewable as part of the portfolio? Or is there thinking already to think about broader transition with a zero carbon world? What is your take on that?
So, Trad, I think whether we're talking about gradual diversification or wholesale redirection, in fairness, it's going to be significant variance from company to company and even country to country. And the speed of transition is ultimately going to depend upon a number of drivers, whether it's political or cost-driven, or even now driven by social purpose, which is increasingly defining the direction of financing options. An obvious driver for transition obviously includes the proliferation of government net zero policies. And with COVID now, there's greater political commentary on the opportunity to stimulate recovery in line with green policies. But of course, another key driver is cost competitiveness. And in general, we are seeing a continued reduction in cost of low carbon generation compared to fossil fuels. Ultimately, whether it's driven by politics or cost competitiveness or indeed social purpose, I think we will almost certainly see a decline in demand for fossil fuels. So these drivers really leave us with a broad spectrum of commitments and journeys at an individual company level. If we take one end of the spectrum, we've seen some companies such as ENGIE taking very bold steps to globally exit high carbon intensity fossil fuels and move to a zero carbon future. And a select few other examples have also managed this transition, I think, very quickly in just in a matter of a few years. But we've got other companies who are also transitioning, but at a slower pace, subject to prevailing drivers within respective organizations. So, for example, a number of traditional oil and gas majors, they are making significant capital investment to transition to a lower carbon future. And this investment has been resilient, if not strengthened, through the volatile period of COVID, whilst fossil fuel capital investment has dropped sharply. And this is perhaps indicative of a growing realization on the part of a number of oil and gas majors that not investing in a low carbon future is potentially existential if they don't respect the changing nature of the demand of oil. So wherever companies are at on the transition curve, most, if not all, are driven by the need to make profit and deliver returns back to shareholders. And in doing so, many companies can't overly upset its baseload income and profit generation in order to afford the capital investment required to make the transition. So income and profit, in turn, is influenced by the wider market drivers, so there is bound to be a level of variance. But ultimately, if Europe continues with its drive for net zero, China now fulfills its commitment of carbon neutrality by 2060, and other countries and regions start to follow suit, we could be looking at a potential future with zero fossil fuels. But as I said earlier, the speed of transition is ultimately going to depend on a number of drivers, resulting in significant variance, whether from company to company or region to region.
Yeah, that's a good observation, and I think one of the challenges has been that there's a lot over-reliance on fossil fuels over the years. But I must say that 2019 probably was a tipping point where the aggregate capacity addition in renewable energy for the first time in the history exceeded the fossil fuel capacity addition, isn't it? And talking about transition, I think one company that has done probably transition most elegantly is ENGIE. So Carly, what's your take on the transition that has happened within NG, and how do you see the transition happening in the energy world itself?
Yeah, thank you for your question. And as David alluded to in his commentary before, ENGIE as a group embarked on a strategic transformation to exit coal generation globally back in 2015. What that has meant here in ENGIE Asia Pacific, just by way of example, is that we have divested or closed 8,000 megawatts of thermal generation in the last 4 years. And you come out the other side of that now, and ENGIE has this ambition to be the leader in the energy transition through developing renewable generation and through providing solutions to customers that use either less energy or use it in a better way. And there's a number of examples I could probably talk to you today about what ENGIE is doing, and I'll touch on a couple. Maybe at a global level, I think ENGIE is the largest power producer in the world globally, and we now have 28 gigawatts of renewable capacity installed across 23 countries. And on top of that, we target to increase that 4 gigawatts per year, every year. And I mean, that's a massive step change in our portfolios we have talked about. Secondly, in relation to the transition, we will continue to focus on energy efficiency and what we would call decentralised infrastructure assets. Things like district energy networks or on-site generation like rooftop solar. Definitely provide value to our customers, and as it stands today, we're the #1 provider of cooling networks globally, and in fact have 4 district cooling systems here in the APAC region. And probably a different angle, one that's close to my heart, is the fact that, you know, there's 1.1 billion people today, or 14% of the world's population, that don't even have access to energy. And the development of distributed energy technology means that we can accelerate the electrification rates across the globe. Here in Asia, we have a joint venture with a local business in Myanmar, a country where the electrification rates are at 50%. And we're very pleased with providing access to energy to villages that don't have it today. And a very good example of how, I guess, the transition goes way beyond energy, because it really does improve people's lives. One thing I might touch on is, you know, we talk about the transition, and I think gas will, for example, still have an important role to play for some time. I mean, it's a baseload energy resource. It's not relying on the sun shining or the wind blowing. And there's countries like Australia that will have abundance of solar and wind and land, but that's not the same for every country. So, you know, my view is the shift to renewables, similar to what David had said, you know, it's more about the speed in which it happens versus when it will happen, if it will happen. And I think gas will still play that role to make sure we transition in a way that is affordable, reliable, to make sure we ultimately keep the lights on.
Interesting. In fact, there was a lot of discussion about hydrogen since morning, so I'm not necessarily going to talk about that unless we talk about it in the context of disruptors coming up. So Brian, what's your view, given that GE has existed in various parts of the value chain over the years, and now it's very much focused on renewable energy as part of your portfolio? What is your sense of what is the kind of disruptors we can expect, either from the existing players or from the new emerging players, that will change the entire landscape of energy sector for us?
Well, I think for GE, we've recently announced some major business strategy pivots, particularly in our steam business, where we have withdrawn from doing new unit support for coal-fired plants. And that was on the basis of talking to our customers and listening in the market. So, you know, we've been doing steam plants for 100+ years in GE. Yeah. So this was a major change for us. And again, it's just understanding and listening to your customers and markets and where things are heading. The other thing that we did on a business pivot, a strategic business pivot, was we took our grid business and merged that into our renewable business. So now we can provide end-to-end solution on an entire renewable scale. So water, wind, solar, to wire to the end user customer as a one-stop shop. The second thing that we've done is we've accelerated our investment in this new technologies where we see the biggest growth. So in our wind business, the Haliade X wind turbine, which is 13 megawatts right now and growing. For GE Hydro, in our pump storage capability with our newest plants in Israel and in Switzerland, where we've increased our overall efficiency to provide stable grid firming, deep storage, energy storage through hydro solutions. And then the final piece that we've done is we've aligned ourselves internally with our own goals of becoming carbon neutral, so that we've redefined what we want to achieve by 2030 now to be 100% carbon neutral, so that we reflect the values internally that our customers are also trying to achieve themselves. So those are really the three things that we see, and our customers are also reflecting that change.
Wonderful. So you said carbon neutral by 2030 for GE as a target,
yes,
is it?
Globally.
Okay, okay. That's quite amazing. And in fact, China's announcement of being carbon neutral by 2060 was also extremely well received, and hopefully that will further drive a lot of innovation in the sector. And Carly, and ENGIE is talking about electrification of everything, and this we discussed this morning as well, where it was considered that the more electrification happens, the more electric vehicles come on the road, I think it will be better for the country and for the transition. In fact, Singapore itself has committed to take off the internal combustion engine vehicles out of roads by 2040. There was an interesting statistic that said that the number of electric vehicles in China is 1,000 times more than what is there in US now. Mm-hmm. So different countries are charting different paths in terms of electrification. So Carly, what do you see as technologies that will disrupt the transition to zero carbon?
Look, I think, and some good context on numbers, which some are staggering in terms of the volumes we expect to see with years to come. I mean, I see urbanisation from our start there as one of the greatest challenges we face. I mean, the world's urban population is expected to increase from 55% today to 68% in 2050. You know, an injection of 2.5 billion people into our cities, and I mean, this places incredible pressure on how we will live and work sustainably. And as cities become increasingly urban, there's much to be gained by drawing and becoming smarter in the use of technology. Maybe by way of example, by 2050, air conditioning needs, very much so in Asia, will double in demand by 2050. And we think at ENGIE technology is a key enabler to being able to meet the needs of our business and our consumer customers through providing district cooling systems. As I said, we've got 4 in Asia today, which are quickly becoming the preferred cooling solution for cities and buildings. Another good example where technology is going to play a major role is in a smart cities project we have in my home country of Australia, where ENGIE and the Springfield City Group have certainly partnered with a 50-year strategic partnership, which will see the Greater Springfield City be a net zero energy city by the year 2038, by which they will generate more energy than they consume by that time. So, I mean, there'll be a number of advancements in technology, and you could also argue, though, that the technology backbone for energy transition is already here. I mean, we've spoken about the costs of solar energy coming down. Wind is fast behind it. You've got energy storage and e-mobility, which are also coming down the cost curve. So I think one of the questions, that we need to answer is, we don't yet have solar panels on every roof. Why is it that every car sold now is not electric? Why is every building not realising the savings it could through energy efficiency today? And some of those are not technology driven or scientifically driven by nature. Some are behavioural and incentive based. So for me, the zero carbon transition over the next period will not just be about technology advancement, it will be a combination of business model innovation and technology innovation.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, if you look at the transition, the resources required, the financial capital required to achieve the transition is in abundant available. technology is progressing extremely well, and I think there's an honest desire, both demand and supply side, to do it. In fact, companies like Hibiscus Petroleum are actually trying to transition into new energy, isn't it? And Vinny, I think Vinny, it will be useful to have your perspective on how do you see which technologies emerging in the ecosystem, what may become dominant, and are we really looking at a carbon-free generation electricity sector in the medium to long term?
Yeah, thanks, Sharat. I think with regards to renewable technologies, I think solar and wind is almost a done deal already. I think we have already had enough evidences to show that their prices have come down so much in the last few years, that they are going to dominate the renewable energy scene, yeah? And even in places that are well endowed with wind resources, we are going to see a rise of floating wind turbine instead. So I think the net zero energy target has also made some of the technologies, which has been actually around for decades, like hydrogen and CCS, to be finally relevant again. And I think depending on the government policies and also the demand for decarbonizing, you know, some literatures have shown that blue hydrogen may reach commercialization stage by 2025, and green hydrogen may be viable post 2030. And I think on this note, I'm really proud to share that, you know, in my home state in Sarawak, we are trying to also pioneer with these hydrogen initiatives. Sarawak is a state that is well endowed with both large hydro potential as well as gas reserves. So we believe that we can really champion in terms of producing the blue hydrogen and as well as the green hydrogen. And then, of course, there are other emerging technologies like the energy storage that can provide balancing and ancillary services for the intermittency of these solar and wind. But I think it's important to note that the conversation for net zero initiatives is no longer just looking at zero emission technologies, but it's actually negative emission technologies, such as bioenergy with carbon capture storage, as well as leveraging on the nature-based solutions on reforestation. And I think in essence, yes, 100% clean fuel is not just a possibility, but it is essential. I think the bad news is that recently I was listening to some conversations by the IEA, and they have actually showed that actually with all the non-technologies and emerging technologies, we are not going to get there, you know, the net zero by 2050. We really need a whole lot more innovations to come in. But I think that is the good news part of it. It does mean that there's still a lot of opportunities out there for different actors to come in together to actually contribute and find space in the innovation to reach the net zero gap. Thank you.
That's right. And in fact, it's very, very encouraging to see a lot of companies, even the international oil companies, investing a lot in renewable energy technologies and putting a lot of finances available to make that innovation fast track. Alan, if I can bring you in here, and this is where probably now that we have touched upon green hydrogen, we can talk about brown and blue hydrogen as well, perhaps. What is your sense on hydrogen as a big disruptor and changing the energy landscape totally in the short to medium term? Do you think that may happen? What is Wood's take on that?
Yeah, I mean, we're great advocates of hydrogen. I think when you look at electrification may well be the lion's share of the decarbonisation solution. But it leaves sectors which are hard to electrify and still to be resolved, and hydrogen could well be a key solution there because of its chemical capabilities and its ability to produce heat at high grade. So we think hydrogen's got a great future, both blue and green hydrogen actually. And when we look at the expertise that's required to deliver that, then expertise in the oil and gas sector and in downstream petrochemicals and so on is going to be really essential for that. Hydrogen does have some challenges of its own, being the lightest gas. It's difficult to store and can be difficult to transport. So solutions such as moving liquefied hydrogen around are going to be required. But potentially related vectors, so ammonia is one that's worth a mention. It's relatively easy to generate from hydrogen, so it's another means to move clean energy around. There's an established supply chain to do that, and it can even be used directly as ammonia, whether for fertilizer production or as a fuel. We're seeing the marine sector, for example, looking seriously now at ammonia as a fuel for shipping long distance. So I think in reality we're going to see a range of solutions, quite a number of them involving hydrogen, and it's going to be that sort of flexibility that's going to be essential to allow renewable energy to move around the world and allow the whole world to decarbonise.
Okay, that's good. So we are probably going to be entering the last 10 minutes. So if there are any questions, the organizers have told me that they can circulate the mic around as well. So if there are any questions, do raise the hand. But before I come to Brian, if I can just ask David, what is your ask from the governments, policymakers, regulators to fast track the transition as technical advisors to these stakeholders? What is your top recommendation?
Well, sure. So, I mean, I think simply put, governments need to ensure that they're establishing clear energy policies aligned with a low carbon future. And these really need to encourage the establishment of an investor-friendly environment. We've seen some great examples in Asia, governments such as Taiwan, Korea, and others being bold in their articulation of policies which advocate energy security through low carbon industry establishment. And other governments have perhaps been less clear in their policies, in fairness, or have simply failed to establish an inward investor-friendly environment, which has frustrated the speed of transition. But beyond governments, companies can also make a difference in terms of the acceleration. And with them, in fairness, it is about making money. And renewable energy markets are typically, attractive because they are backed by a level of sovereign originated power purchase agreement mechanisms. But in addition to mainstream grid offtake opportunities, I think the transition can be accelerated with more consideration to captive applications, something that Kylie was touching on earlier. And this could be via something like a corporate power purchase agreement mechanism. At Mott MacDonald, we've increasingly seen and been supporting clients on captive power opportunities. Such examples being industrial wastewater ponds being solicited by independent power developers for floating solar application under offtake arrangements with the associated industry. We're also seeing, a lot of activity in batteries being added to firm up supply and being actually increasingly competitive with wholesale power. And so, in the private sector, I'd also say that, we could promote the concept of partnering a bit more. It's important for the industry to accelerate, via partnering for a number of reasons. For example, you could be balancing risk when entering new technical and geographic areas, providing agility to access markets economically with the right local knowledge, and lastly, also creating the clear one of synergies between complementary technical skills. So, I think the role isn't just on the government, Sharad, it's also on the companies as well and the private sector.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, this energy transition and renewable energy has actually come as a boon for this region as well, where lots of the parts of the region are not electrified. And for us to meet the sustainable development goal in terms of mini grids, micro grids, hybrid generation, this has proven to be extremely attractive proposition, and hopefully we will be able to leverage that. So Brian, there might be some question, but if I can just ask you, how are you encouraging the energy transition in your interaction with private sector as well as with the governments?
Well, I think for us, it's trying to make sure that the projects that are being proposed still, whether it's renewable energy or any type of power project that's being proposed, they still have to go through the same fundamentals, right? And so you have to look at and say, what's the technology risk? And is this a technology platform, whether it's wind, solar, hydro, hybrid, will it last? Will it deliver on the economic returns that you're projecting? The second, on the execution risk. Can your project get done? Does the developer have the land permits? Does the developer have a feed-in tariff or some type of PPA so that, again, will the project economics show up? And then finally, is it bankable, right? The financial risk. So the bankability is a function of how the markets view these projects, right? And it's a function of also the prior risks that I just talked about. So I work very closely with our customers and with governments to try to make sure that our projects are always fitting within that framework and that they make economic sense, both for the developers as well as for the country which is going to host it.
Perfect, that's right. Is there any question?
A question from our virtual audience. It says, with a second recessionary wave expected on the back of the second wave of COVID that we're seeing in most parts of the world, what are your predictions on RE asset investment and growth compared to 2020? That's one of our questions from our virtual audience.
Okay, so they want you to look at the crystal ball and say, what is the future of RE if there's a second wave recession? Is it going to fast track or is it going to impede the progress of energy transition? Varun, you want to take it?
So very quickly, what we're seeing are obviously energy usage has gone down. Asia Pacific, 5% to 10+%, depending upon the country. Customers are relooking at their business models, trying to make sure that, again, from the standpoint of bankability, can this project still deliver the returns that are expected by the investors, by financial institutions? And then finally, trying to predict where that break-even point is going to be. So we're seeing a lot of projects, very solid projects, either being postponed or pushed out, somewhere between 6 to 12 months. Other projects which were sort of on the fringe, if you will, yeah, it's a nice to do maybe, have gotten postponed far longer.
Okay. Any other comments from the other panel members?
Maybe I can give my comment. Would it be all right?
Sure, please.
Yeah, okay. So just to give you some Malaysian experience with regards to the first wave, but that can also relate to the second wave. During the first part of the lockdown, it was very difficult for the construction of those projects that are ongoing. But we are seeing that in Malaysia, we're going actually through the third wave by now already in terms of the COVID. And the Malaysian government realized that we cannot have a full lockdown. I think the economic pressures are too great. So we have actually a targeted part of it, whereby we do allow certain economic activities to take place, but with full observance to the SOP. And I just want to share with you that the important insights to, especially for rooftop solar under our net energy metering, is that it actually augurs very well for those C&I sectors to invest in solar. What happened is that there was no business activity, but the aggregates, the credits that were actually generated by the solar was actually kept in the electricity bill for 24 months. So, even though their businesses have shut down, but the electricity keeps producing, and this electricity actually builds up in terms of the credit that will reduce their future electricity price. So because of that, when economic activities return, the C&I sectors realized that it's actually a boost to their cash flow, and they started investing in more solar for their rooftop, despite that the cash flow can be quite tight. And also renewables in Malaysia, we have the priority of access to the grid. So we are not shut down, but the thermal plants are shut down. So in terms of returns, it has augured quite well. But of course, individual companies, they have to size up their investment appetite during this time.
And maybe one more point from an energy perspective. We've seen the development of renewables be quite resilient through the COVID period, and no doubt COVID's been a massive distraction, but it will be short term, and the climate change challenge will be a much longer term complex challenge eventually that we need to get to. But I think where our targeting business models and technology innovation, I think is part of, if there's some silver lining in COVID, it is that business models will be challenged. And I think if you think about energy as a service, so how can we help customers still achieve their sustainable goals? Be conscious of the fact that, financing that asset now may be challenging. So if you can help them with that, so they don't have to put their financial outlay up front, then still achieve their sustainable goals or their energy reduction. I think that's part of what energy as a service will certainly bring in the short and medium term.
Okay, lovely. So we're down to last 2 minutes. If is there any question, or what I may indulge my panel members is to leave behind one inspiring thought, vision, or idea that you want the audience today to take away. So where do we want to start with? Alan, do you want to start?
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, put me in the spot. I guess a vision for me is that all sectors are decarbonising, and even oil and gas, and quite incredible the engagement we've had. I think partly as a result of COVID and the reset and rethinking that's going on, is oil and gas companies coming to us and looking for solutions to decarbonise their operations, including their operations offshore. So that to me has been quite enlightening and inspiring. Thank you.
Brian, you want to go next?
Well, again, I think to reflect what the panel said, the decarbonization and the shift in the diversity of the technologies is happening. It's going to happen. Customers are demanding it. And so it is really a matter of time. And so as long as people keep in mind economic fundamentals and not think that somehow renewable energy is a special asset class that is somehow gets a pass on the normal functions of the way the economy kind of goes forward and gets funded, I think we're in for a very, very profitable and very, very successful transition.
Wonderful. Fairly, you want to go?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if I think about the transition, it's one of those things. If you look in the rear vision mirror, you seem like, it looks like we've come so far. If you look out the window, we've still got a long way to go. And I think, the good news is that solutions, the technology, the cost of that is reducing quickly, and we have a real chance, and we're going to make a real difference to in an affordable way, which is really important, to being more sustainable through the use of technology, and certainly for generations to come, which is really important for both us professionally and personally. So for me, it's a wonderful industry to be part of right now.
Wonderful. David?
Oh, Shrad, I was just looking at that picture of behind Carly there of the wind turbines on land, and of course that's where we traditionally view renewable energy, onshore wind and onshore solar and rooftop solar. But I guess from a technical takeaway, as a bit of inspiration, we can see a realistic mid-term prospect that we will see more installed electricity capacity coming from freshwater and marine water bodies than from land in the future, once we account for offshore wind, floating solar and hydropower to balance. And I think that just shows what a dynamic space it is, how fast the technology is evolving, and how much potential there is to come.
Winnie?
Yeah, I think now being in an oil and gas industry, I think the big shift is from being the big oil to big energy. And certainly the oil and gas sector, we are not missing out on the energy transition. We have a big role to play in it. And I think my challenge now today is not just to worry about green electrons, but also how we can generate green molecules. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I think the big takeaway from all the panel members is, I think net zero is a reality, and hopefully all of us will see that happen in our own lifetimes. And we can probably are going in the right direction to have fossil fuel free, 100% green power happening in the next couple of decades. So with that, thank you very much, panel members. Appreciate your presence both in person and virtually. And thank you all the audience, both online as well as here present physically, for your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panel, as well as Mr. Somani for moderating that session. Definitely a very encouraging and engaging discussion over there from our experts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached just about 3:15 p.m., which is time for another break. So let's be back here by about 3:30 p.m. All right, just be back here about 3:30 p.m. And of course, for those of you who are watching at home, on the office, or wherever you are around the world, I want to say a big hi to you as well. We'll see you back here at 3:30 p.m. For those of you who are here, you might want to know that actually about 260 people watching right now with you. So we'll see you back here at about 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We now have 2 more keynote sessions and 2 more panels. This time, the overarching theme is renewable integration. Now, as countries reach higher levels of renewable energy, challenges can arise because of larger amounts of wind and solar energy on the electric grid. So now we'd like to welcome John Moore from BNEF in the UK. Now, as you all know, BNEF is a leading provider of primary research on clean energy, and John has been in conversation with leading CEOs around the world on post-COVID recovery. We are looking forward to hearing more of his findings. Let's welcome Mr. John Moore.
First off, I want to say thank you to the organizers for having us today. It really is our pleasure to share some of our research. I put post-COVID in inverted commas there because we're not really post-COVID. COVID is still raging around the world. But I think we've learned enough about COVID and the impacts to really start thinking about a green recovery. And sort of that's what I wanted to talk about today. First off, a beautiful picture of Singapore. It's a shame we can't all be there together. Maybe next year we can. So you have two or three versions to look at this beautiful scenery. And as I say, I'm going to cover sort of COVID-19, what do we know, the stimulus, what do we know, and then some thoughts on the next decade. So there's the questions at the beginning were, is this going to be a V-shaped recovery or an L-shaped recovery or different shapes? And the one I like best is actually the K-shaped recovery. So some things have come back quite steeply and other things really haven't. And just a few examples, if you look here on the left is London traffic. So this is cars versus public transport. So that's New York subway. What you'll see is cars have actually come back onto our streets quite significantly, whereas things like public transport really hasn't. And actually public transport, because of social distancing, is one of those things that's really suffered. So it's sort of the bottom leg of the K, if you like. Similarly with airlines, what we've seen is domestic airlines. So this is China showing you that domestic airlines and flights have come back, but actually international really hasn't. So that's flatlining. And in many places it's only international flights. So it's flatlining in those countries completely. So again, that's been a sort of split in response. You can see it too in industrial activity. So this shows you refinery activity, say in China, where it's very much been a sort of V-shaped and has bounced back actually to higher than last year's utilization rates. The US is still running at about 20% down. So again, the US still sort of bumping along that bottom leg of the K. Similarly with commodities, you can see, look, copper has had actually a great year. So despite what's happened with COVID, copper is actually up for the year and crude is down. So it's actually around $42 a barrel today. And that lack of demand. So jet fuels, for example, will be down about 40%. So, that lack of demand really coming out into the oil price. So that's a sort of K shape. There's also been some things that have been delayed. So this is wind and solar construction. Yellow means minor delays. Orange means sort of major delay or postponement. And what you'll see is from a construction perspective, renewable projects have advanced. From factories, most of the factories have stayed open and supply chains have been pretty robust. But probably auctions have been most hit. So there's been some delay in 4 out of 12 countries where auctions have been delayed. So there's definitely been some impact on the delay side. And here you see this is shutdown of auto factories. So you can see it starting out in China earlier in the year, moving then to the US, Japan, Germany, etc. And so there's definitely been a delay in auto manufacturing, and auto sales are down about 23%. This year. So there's been K delay. There's also been OK, actually. So power demand has been pretty resilient. So power demand has bounced back. Here's a chart showing you a number of European countries clearly taking a dip during lockdown, but then recovering. And actually, most of our utility clients say that they've been very happy with their clean energy infrastructure. It's been very resilient. and demand has recovered. You can look at that, same in Southeast Asia, so Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines. Again, on the red line there is this year. You can see a dip at lockdown, but again, back to pretty much last year's levels. And actually, there's some things that have actually been even better this year, despite COVID. So this shows you inflows into ESG funds, and what you can see that on a month-by-month basis, if you look at the table on the right, numbers are up. It's actually a 7-fold increase from 2018 to 2020. So ESG inflows have performed very well. And also on the sustainable debt side, there's now $2 trillion of sustainable debt been issued, $1 trillion of those in green bonds. And again, you can see over the last few years the growth, and 2020 again performing well. So again, there's been some things that have performed well. And if you look at the actual performance of those green bonds versus an all bond index, you'll see that they have outperformed. So a whole range of responses to COVID. So some impacts, some delays, some pure resilience, and actually some benefits. And actually at our recent summit in London, when we asked our 400 and so audience, they actually predicted that COVID would be a mild accelerant of change. So it's not a negative, but actually a positive to the change. So let's talk about stimulus. So what has stimulus really done? Well, there's been $12 trillion of stimulus really to help us recover from COVID. And if you think about that as an economic stimulus, and then you put that into 3 buckets of either neutral or aligned with CO2 intensive industries or aligned with green industries, this is what you get. It's actually only been 1% that have been targeted at green industries. Nearly all of it has been neutral. Nearly all of it has been about jobs, recovery, back into exactly the same positions, etc. About 7% has been aligned with CO2 intensive industries, but only 1%. So actually, so far, the green stimulus has really had very, very limited impact. Of the plans that have been announced, there's 160 billions worth. If you look at it by sector, actually what you'll see is they're very, very good plans. So carbon and climate there is really a general bucket for green. But if you look at the ones that are targeted, electric transport, energy efficiency, clean power, hydrogen, other mobility, some extremely sensible areas to put those, let's say, and also some immediate benefits, but also some for the future. So things like hydrogen, more medium-term investment. And if you look at that by country, what you'll see is actually South Korea has pledged the most, with France and Germany making up the rest of it kind of thing. That's the bulk of it. Is really just 3 countries. So there's really a long way to go. If you actually look, the 160 billion there is on the left of this chart. There's a little bit of conditional green stimulus. That's like, airlines with a bailout, but with a commitment to get cleaner. And then you'll see there's 2 shaded boxes there. So really the stimulus is sort of all to play for. There's the EU proposals, which of their 7-year plan, about a third has been designated for green, clean activities. And then of course there's the US election. Who knows what will happen, but again, that'll be a pretty binary as far as climate and stimulus is concerned. So that's the stimulus. The stimulus hasn't really had that much of an impact yet, but let's think about the next decade. What do we think will happen in the next decade? Well, for a start, renewables will continue to outpace fossil fuels in terms of capacity build out. So what this chart shows you is we're already in 2020 at double the build out renewables versus fossil fuels. And by 2030, we'll be at about 4 times. So huge build out of renewables. If you look at that across Southeast Asia, power demand between now and 2050 will be up by about 152%. There's about 58% of electricity will come from renewables after all this investment has been made. And this investment, over 600 billion will be invested in power generation, and nearly all of that, 81%, will go into renewables. Companies are playing a big role in this. So companies, if you look on this chart, you'll see their energy demand, electricity demand is on the top line there. And these are companies that have committed to 100% clean energy. So these are the RE100, 260 companies in the RE100. You can see the purple line there, how much they need in order to meet their commitments. And the white there is extra capacity that will be drawn into the market by these companies. So the colored is contracted right now, and the white is basically saying how much new build they will drive. So companies will be key to the growth of renewables. If we look at EV, so electrification, if you remember I said that the auto market will be down by about 23% this year. EV sales will be up 7%. So driven by Europe as well as by China. And you can see there on the left, passenger vehicles, a sort of 10-fold increase in passenger vehicle sales and a doubling of two-wheeler. So two-wheeler sales will be very, very important in the developing world. And you can see that again, very, very steep growth. And that will drag through a lot of battery demand. So batteries will also increase about 10-fold over the next decade. If you look on the right there, you'll see where that demand is coming from. Passenger EVs, commercial EVs, absolutely dwarfing consumer electronics, which used to be the biggest user of lithium-ion batteries, is now much more minor. So it's really mobility that's driving the battery growth. And again, Southeast Asia is going to be an interesting place. Southeast Asia owns about 29% of nickel. Nickel is required to improve the energy density of lithium-ion batteries. And you can see there, Indonesia and Philippines, major players in that. So again, some huge growth opportunities coming through for the region. Another interesting area is buildings. So again, it was good to see buildings, energy efficiency for buildings in some of the stimulus announcements. So it's really good to get people thinking about that. But what this chart shows you is this is US commercial buildings. Blue says where there are energy efficiency targets, and what you'll see is it's mainly white. So it's only offices and education that are large, that have really invested so far. So there is a huge opportunity in energy efficiency, and I think that will be a major area of investment over the next decade. Air conditioning too. If you look on the right of this chart, you'll see demand in electricity will grow 24% over the next decade. And air conditioning as a percentage, which this line shows you, will move from just about 8% all the way up to about 10%. So as the market grows significantly, air conditioning will become more significant. So air conditioning, along with EVs, are going to be big drivers of electricity demand. On the industrial side, so recycling will become important. This is showing you PET, so this is water bottle type plastic, and the amount of capacity that's planned on the left. And on the right, you'll see again how companies are demanding more. So brand owners would like 3 million metric tons of this recycling capacity. At the moment, there's about 1 million planned. So again, a huge increase. This kind of plastic in California, their rule is that by 2030, 50% of PET will need to be recycled PET. So again, you have not only companies, but also regions putting in targets. Another point on industry is, gas is going to be a big player. So this is China's emissions on the left, and you can see they have peaked and come down on the industrial sector, which is pretty amazing, really due to more energy efficiency, more recycling, and then a coal to gas switching. So you can see there on the right, gas growing considerably in China over the last decade. And gas will be, as well as electrification, gas is going to be another key component of decarbonization. One element will be hydrogen. So a lot of talk and discussion right now about hydrogen, but really hydrogen is an extremely interesting gas. It can be used for fuel, it can be used for heat, it can be used for feedstock. So it can be used widely throughout the industrial complex. So in places where you cannot electrify, green gases will be very, very important. By our estimates, we estimate about 20% of global emissions could be reduced by 2050 if there's a carbon price. So $100 a ton carbon price would be required to make green hydrogen competitive, but then it could have a significant impact on emissions. And the final thing I wanted to mention was government announcements. So there's been an enormous amount of government announcements over the last year, again, despite COVID. Here are some from the region: Indonesia around EV manufacturing, Thailand around, Indonesia around battery manufacturing, Thailand around EV manufacturing, and the Philippines around getting off coal. And in 1 week alone in September, these announcements were made globally. The EU upped its targets from 40% to 55% reduction by 2030. California banned gasoline car sales by 2035, which is pretty amazing. That Home of the Road movie is going to go fully electric in terms of sales by 2035. The governor of Michigan, which in GDP is the same size as Thailand, so a significant region, put out a carbon neutral target by 2050. And of course, last but not least, China announced a 2060 pledge to go carbon neutral. And this is before anything comes out of Japan. We know that's very likely. So if you looked at that, what you would see is that of the emissions, global emissions, we're now at 56% of global emissions have some form of net zero goal. So either a government position or under discussion or legislated, etc. At the beginning of the year, that was 32%. So that's an amazing thing that's happened. So despite COVID, which has been, you know, a great challenge for everybody, but has had a limited impact on the energy transition, despite the fact that the green stimulus hasn't really been a great benefit yet, may well be in the near future. It's actually governments and companies setting targets and actually the raw capability of the technology that's driving this transition. So I'm certainly optimistic that the next decade is going to be a very interesting decade for clean energy. Thank you very much for having me. Enjoy your conference. Thank you.
And of course, thank you very much to Mr. John Moore, that was the CEO of Bloomberg NEF UK. Another great presentation indeed. And now let's give a warm welcome to our final keynote for today, Nicholas Leong from Wärtsilä, which is another well-known brand in ASEAN power circles. Let's welcome Mr. Leong.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. So I think today we will talk a bit about flexibility, and I think this is very important for us because this is to us and to the market what is one of the key enablers for the energy transition in Southeast Asia. I think today a lot of my colleagues has been speaking about energy transition, how renewable is coming. And I would say that flexibility is one of the key enablers to make this happen. And now let me explain to you and share with you today, ladies and gentlemen, what is flexibility and why is it needed. So the world we are living today, price alone is turning the whole world towards more renewable, towards more solar and wind. And this is a fact that all of us need to understand and to realize. In the past, you can see here in 2014, there has been a lot of coal, a lot of gas. But fast forward 5 years later, in 2019, you can see that there has been a big shift towards more renewable. And this transition was extremely fast. And some countries, some developers have been finding it hard to catch up with that. But this is something that is really happened because price alone is driving that change. Because government utilities want to give the most affordable electricity to the people. And that's where price alone is driving people towards more and more renewable in the system. Here you can see that in terms of the market share, in terms of the net capacity addition for developed countries, you can see that there has been a big trend of more and more wind
and solar in the market. And you can see that fossil fuel has really decreased. And then if you look at, on the next slide, about developing markets, that's also the same trend, that wind and solar is really picking up. And I think this is a fact, as I mentioned, that this energy transition towards more and more renewable in the system is happening today. It's happening now, it's happening in Singapore, it's happening in Asia and the rest of the world. What does that mean to this global energy transition that we are seeing in the world? That because of the fast penetration of renewable in the system, that has an impact on the traditional base load that you know, the traditional thermal generation, such as coal, such as your traditional CCGT plants. And some of my colleagues earlier explained that because of renewable, this has caused in various countries like in China, in India, in Germany, where those traditional thermal generation like CCGT and coal, the average fleet utilization has decreased because of renewable. And it has decreased so dramatically that it has fallen off the optimal utilization rate. Because as all of you know, that those traditional baseload power plants work best at their best optimal efficiency in terms of when they are at 100% load. So the moment that they go down on port load, they lose their efficiency. They lose that, they will become expensive because of the daily start-stop. And as a result, that's where this fact that with more renewable in the system, the net load is coming down, and as a result, the base load power plant is seeing lower and lower utilization rate. So this is what is happening in terms of the global, in terms of the energy transition. So what role Wärtsilä has in all this? So Wärtsilä, in April of this year, we have launched the Wärtsilä Energy Transition Lab, which is an open data platform. You can log into this to our website. It's free for access. The link is here, where actually we have collected detailed data of electricity generation, the demand, the pricing for Europe and the UK, based on information publicly available. And we wanted to see what is the impact of COVID-19 on those grids. And we wanted to see how does it accelerate that energy transition, where you can see more and more renewable. So here you can see on the top right corner, these are the top 10 days in terms of renewable in Europe. And also you can see that, for example, on that particular day you had 42% of renewable generation, and you can see that coal was negative 27%. So here, as I mentioned, the top renewable days, you had renewable at 42%, and you have the traditional gas and coal who are actually on the decline. So these are some news article that this tool has been picked up by media around the world. So here you can see Forbes talking about that renewable energy is actually on the up during the COVID shutdown. Reuters also mentioned that the same, and Financial Times, and also the World Economic Forum. And for us, this is what we wanted to show the world, that COVID has actually accelerated that push towards more and more renewable. So now if we look here on that particular day, on the 11th May, you can see that in Europe, countries like Austria, Norway, Lithuania has actually able to have 100% renewable, very close to that. You can see that this was a world record day for Europe in terms of renewable percentage on that particular day. So if we now look at the case of Germany on that particular week, week 12 and 13, you can see that during the weekend there was a biggest supply-demand imbalance, and you can see that lower in green, you can actually that there was power export because the wind and solar generation on that particular day exceeded the demand. And as a result, what Germany needed to do is that they needed to sell to the neighbor, and that's where it actually contributed to negative pricing. So meaning that they needed to pay the neighbor to take that excess power. And that's why this happened is because they had a lot of inflexible capacity in the system. And now if you look in the case of the UK, again, using the tool of the Wärtsilä Energy Transition Lab, you can see that on that particular month, the coal generation was almost zero, and on some days, the utility actually paid, the regulator paid the utility to actually ramp down their nuclear production, as you can see here. So this shows you that actually Britain, as here mentioned, that goes 2 months without burning any coal during the lockdown. So these are just facts that happen in the market, and I'm just wanted to share with you of what happened in the case of Germany and the case of the UK. And here, I'm sure a lot of you have been very familiar with the duck curve, and all of us have been familiar with the duck curve in California. And here, this is taken from the AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Operator. That's from the linking page. You can see that on 11th of October, South Australia has achieved a world first, and where actually solar power was able to provide 100% of the state energy mix. So what this tells you is that 100% renewable is possible, ladies and gentlemen. It's possible in the case of South Australia, it's possible in other places. So this is something that the energy transition that we see today is a reality. It's just that in some markets, it will take a bit longer time. In some markets, it will be faster, but it's happening, and that's something we need to be prepared for. Here, according to this report, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, they say that they expect that the renewable development will actually decrease a little bit because of COVID, but it will actually pick up again in 2021. And where does that lead us? So on the top right, what colleagues from Bloomberg New Energy Outlook are predicting is that in terms of renewable energy, wind and solar we have 2 times and 3 times the growth. And what will happen when renewable will become more and more the new base load? So as a result, the role of gas will change. The role of gas, which used to be your base load, will now decrease because renewable is taking that place. And what will happen is that inflexible generations such as oil, such as coal will decrease, even for gas. And the role of gas, what will happen? Gas will become providing flexible gas, peaker gas. What I mean by that? It means that when the sun doesn't shine, when the wind doesn't blow, you need to have a technology that acts as a backup, acts as a balancer to balance the renewable, meaning that when renewable is not there, you're there to support them. And that's where gas role will change from base load to flexible gas. And that's where this flexibility is one of the key enablers. And flexibility can be by either peaker gas with technology such as the internal combustion engine that has very fast ramp up, or also by energy storage. And that's where we are predicting that because of renewable, the traditional base load of gas will decrease, flexibility will increase, and flexibility can be provided by peaker gas and energy storage. And where does that bring you? It brings that for Wärtsilä, we are happy to support the market. We want to lead the energy transition, and that's where we have our flexible power plant where it can provide the necessary balancer, the enabler for more renewable in the system, to have more renewable in the system. Also, we have our energy storage where we can provide flexibility. And with all that, we can optimize the system, looking at hybrids. That's where we have our Greensmith Energy Management System, GEMS. And with all of that, this is backed up by our global service network, where we help our customer to help them throughout the life cycle journey. And this want to bring you closer to Singapore. Some of you might recognize this picture, which was actually published recently by EMA and our partner Sunsip. So Vatsala was actually the ESS integrator, where we provided our GridSolve solution, which is our standardized 40-foot container ESS, where we have housed the lithium-ion battery. Together with that, we have also supplied our GEMS, our Greensmith Energy Management System, which is the brain of the whole ESS. And we look forward to actually to work with Sunsip and TU to help Singapore towards moving towards a low carbon future together with our supporter EMA and SP. So we are very glad that we have been able to bring some kind of flexibility through this ESS reference in Singapore. And on that, I would like to conclude that solar and wind is coming the cheapest form of the bulk electricity in the world, is dominating new investment, new capacity. You have seen banks, multilateral withdrawing the support for coal. We have seen that traditional baseload in terms of the gas no longer exists. This has been replaced now by more renewable, and as a result, when you have more renewable, you have negative pricing, you have curtailment, and this is where you need flexibility. You need flexibility in any kind of high renewable power system. And as you can see from the Vatsala Transition Lab, you see that flexibility is important, and flexibility is the enabler for the energy transition. And on that, we would like to invite system planner, utility, when we do system planning, to think about that. What is the best optimal path towards a 100% renewable future? And on that, I thank you very much, and I wish you a safe and very pleasant day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Nicholas Leong. And of course, Nicholas is the Energy Business Director, North and Southeast Asia for Wärtsilä Singapore. Again, it's great to know that technology is advancing to help us close the renewable penetration challenge. We now are going to have the first of our two panels for this afternoon, which will be discussing the meaning of sustainability as we enter the age of the energy transition. Let's welcome to the stage, or should I say our moderator, Ashish Setia from BNEF. And joining Ashish is dialing in virtually. Joining in with Ashish is Woo Chong Director General, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department, ADB Philippines. Dr. Ming Teck Kong, MD and Partner, Boston Consulting, Singapore. Aoife McMahon, General Manager, Mainstream Renewable Power, Philippines. Tan Cheng Guan, Head Renewables and Environment Businesses, Sembcorp Industries, Singapore, as well as Johan de Villiers, MD for Singapore and Head of Industrial Automation, SEA ABB, Singapore. Ashish and the panel, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this conversation on redefining sustainability in the age of energy transition. Let me begin by saying that in a few hours from now, my team at Bloomberg NEF will be releasing the New Energy Outlook 2020. There's plenty of good news in that outlook. We estimate that in the economic transition scenario, which is our base case for the global energy system, emissions from fuel combustion will actually peak in this decade. Oil demand will peak in the next decade. Electricity will have a much larger role to play in the primary energy mix. And more than 50% of all the electricity in 2050 will be produced by clean sources like wind and solar PV. And almost 65% of all the passenger miles traveled will actually be via electric vehicles in that year as well. So there's plenty of good news. However, the bad news is that even after this rapid progress that we are estimating, global temperatures will rise by almost 2 degrees or slightly higher than that. And in order to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees, which is the Paris target, there are two things which are abundantly clear. First, we need even more technology innovation and policy intervention. And some of the speakers before us have talked about the targets that Japan and China and other countries are taking in terms of net zero emissions, which is a welcome move. But the second thing that is also abundantly clear, at least to me, is that without an accelerating transition in Southeast Asia, the world will find it extremely difficult to meet a global target. So discuss the transition, its current speed, and how quickly it can progress in the future, and particularly in Southeast Asia. I have a fantastic set of speakers who have already been introduced. So let me begin the conversation right away by posing perhaps my first question to Mr. Tan from Sembcorp. Mr. Tan, Sembcorp has been trying to reinvent itself and transform itself as an organization, moving from providing centralized utility services to providing integrated energy and urban solutions. How has that journey been for your team, and what are some of the challenges that you have encountered so far?
Thanks, Ashish. Good to see you again. I think our journey in the sustainability started in 1995, long before sustainability became a much more central theme. Our focus at the time was more on looking at what we can create value to our customers. And in Jurong Island, we pioneered a business model whereby we centralize production of steam, we centralize the production of industrial water, we centralize the treatment of waste, and to try to have as much closed loop as possible. And through that economy of scale and closed loop, whether it's recovering energy from the steam condensates or taking the waste organics as fuel to generate steam and supply to them, or to take the wastewater that we would have otherwise discharged and recycle them and provide them as the main or pure water. So I think through that, we have been able to create economic value for customers, resulting in at least 30% reduction of cost of providing their own utilities. So that has always been our focus in terms of looking what the customers' pain points are, what the customers' needs are. And I think we have adopted the same model going forward. And I think in 2012, when we saw that renewables was becoming more mainstream, actually we started the renewables journey in 2007 when we invested in a 30 megawatt biomass power plant in UK, in Teesside, whereby we use recycled wood to generate 30 megawatts of power where we distribute to our on-site customers. But that was 2007. But in 2012, we saw that renewables was becoming more mainstream, and we started to get into that business by acquiring a wind business in China, about 250 megawatts at that time. Today, we have about 725 megawatts in China, so we've grown almost threefold. And in 2015, we saw that we saw an opportunity in India to buy over a good renewable energy platform called Green Infra. At that time, it was about 400 megawatts of operating assets. So today, we have 100% of that platform, and we have grown that to about 1,700 megawatts. So I think focusing on customers, focusing on what the market needs were our core sort of guidance in terms of how we grow our business. I think going forward, because we have that DNA, it becomes much easier. And I think many of the earlier speakers talk about more renewables into the system, and then the need to provide the support to the grid in terms of frequency support and stuff like that. And in 2018, we went into a business in the UK providing fast ramping power generation and frequency support to the grid, and also battery. We have two 60 megawatt hour battery. One is operational, one is in construction. So I think that's been our guiding line. Today, I think sustainability is right center of our business when we look about how we're going to grow.
Thanks for that, CG. I find it fascinating that you started your part of the conversation by mentioning waste heat recovery and efficiency, which these days gets mentioned a little bit less, but I think its role will expand in the future as we move towards a sustainable energy sector. Let me invite Mr. Wu Chong as well. And the question I would like to ask you to begin with is, again, can you expand a little bit about ADB's role in the energy transition in Asia and particularly in ASEAN, and some of the recent initiatives your teams have been working on?
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations again for the Asia Clean Energy Summit for successfully launching this, and also thank my old friend Edwin Q for inviting me. ADB's journey has been quite long. As you know, we've been around since 1966 when the life was much simpler and everybody was poor, and we had built a lot of roads and power plants and so on and so forth. And over the years, we went through many different milestones. And back in the late 80s, our common future that introduced the sustainability as a key pillar for our development. And fast forward to 2020, life is much more complicated because the countries are much more sophisticated. The needs are much more diverse. on one hand, on the other hand, we have quite a positive progress in terms of technology development. So our real energy, renewable energy transition started around 2005 when we were investing about $500 million in clean energy. And at that stage, we established the vision to double it over 3 years. And the challenge was back then, we actually didn't have any clean energy experts, like renewable energy experts on the ground. So we had to quickly mobilize people immediately. And then we were able to go send people out to the field and develop renewable energy projects to be bankable so that we can finance it from ADB as well as the government as well as the private sector. And then we met the target, and quickly our president said, well, that's a great job, but can you double that? So in 2008, we again set the new target of $2 billion in clean energy by 2013. And again, when we get instruction from our president, we do deliver. So again, we deployed a lot of colleagues to develop projects, and we met that in 2012. Now it's with our new strategy 2030, we have much more complex integrated approach where we identified 7 priority areas where we focus on providing human development, number 1, number 2, gender inclusiveness, number 3, climate change, disaster and resilience, and environment program. 4th is about livable cities. We don't just go in and start building roads and highways, but we actually make sure that we focus on building a city that's livable. And 5th one is the opposite of livable city, livable rural areas and food security. And 6th is governance, and the final part is the regional cooperation. And each one of those key pillars, the energy plays a very, very important role to make it happen. So in 2015, as you know, the Paris Agreement was established, and right now we are really pushing to see how we can align ourselves with Paris alignment in all aspects. So we have to build the capacity of the developing countries so that they can actually leverage the NDCs. And also we have to see how we can play a role in making the new technologies to be bankable and viable in the Asian countries, the ASEAN and wherever else. So we do try to play a role in crowding in private sector. So that's crowding in private sector is a big agenda under our strategy 2030. And in our current situation, we have about 10% of our operation going into private sector, but now we are trying to increase it to 30% over the next 5 years or so, which means we do need to focus on helping to create the enabling environment for private sector to come in by helping the countries to establish proper regulatory framework, but also most importantly, as I mentioned earlier, private sector will put their money into bankable projects. So we have to do a lot of work to develop feasibility studies, but also ADB putting our own skin in the game by participating in the public sector, private sector, and PPP, whichever is appropriate, and also mobilizing risk mitigating instruments to basically help reduce the risk for private sector to invest. So let me stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Wuchong. It was a pretty comprehensive list of activities I think ADB is involved in. And I would probably get to the subject of financing if we have time in the end. But let me jump over to Mr. Ming. And Ming, both CG and Mr. Wuchong talked a little bit about what has been done till date and the activities of the organization. I wanted to pose a question to you around the impact of COVID-19 on the energy sector right now and the impact in the future on energy transition. How do you see this playing out?
So this is clearly an evolving topic. So, it's any views have to be caveated the dynamic situation that we have. But we've actually looked at this, recently. And as you have seen by some of the figures shared in the previous session, there is continued progress, on the energy transition topic. But if I could de-average that, Europe, in our view, is actually poised to continue. You see a lot of continued momentum there. Latin America, South Asia, Africa are potentially a little bit weakened, if I may say, in terms of the pace, primarily due to the impact of COVID in those areas. But interestingly, Northeast and Southeast Asia, in our view, actually might indeed be increasing the pace of energy transition, especially with a view towards renewables and electric vehicles. And the reasons here are actually relatively straightforward. Number one, the economic impact of COVID is a bit more contained. There is an impact, but it is a bit more contained so far. There is benefits from them actually, making these shifts. And I would say lastly, we see in these regions actually some pretty strong green stimulus, if you like. Be it in China with the EV infrastructure type of spending, which is actually, frankly, as big as the EU's, and the numbers we've seen, it's around 200 billion, or indeed, how South Korea is looking at its Green New Deal in terms of some of the expenditures it's doing in R&D. So we actually think that COVID has had a differentiated impact on the pace of energy transition, but on the whole, some very interesting kind of perspectives for the region that we're talking about today.
Great, thanks for that, Ming. Johan, I'll jump quickly to you as well. First question to you: in your conversations with the customers, particularly in this part of the world, is sustainability a central agenda on their minds right now, or are there other factors playing on their minds? Obviously, also given the situation we are in 2020, given COVID, and has it changed a lot in the last 5 years or so?
Yes. Great to join this panel. Thank you, and thanks for that question. I see a very significant change has happened over the last 5 years. When I speak to our customers, and just for context, we're active across energy companies, infrastructure providers, and even transport with e-mobility, fast charging networks. And we really see a significant change in terms of the sustainability agenda. It's been frustratingly slow over time to see energy efficiency technology adopted, to see sustainable technologies adopted, but in the last 5 years you see this acceleration. The fourth industrial revolution and the energy revolution both playing out at the same time, I think, is part of what drives this. And we see this very interesting interplay between these two, that with digitalization and data, especially for our industrial customers, they have more facts at their disposal, and at the same time, when you see more shareholder activism, you see boards, especially for larger companies, really get this sustainability agenda. They have the tools to really act on this and drive through the whole energy value chain. We see also some companies very interestingly pivoting to seize the business opportunity that this presents, and that also drives momentum towards sustainability. So a lot of encouraging signs and messages. Most of our large customers have agreed global targets and have fixed times by when they want to be carbon neutral. Now we need to see that come down the supply chains. The smaller manufacturers are not talking about this yet. Some countries and geographies are not really talking about this yet, but I think there is an irreversible trend towards sustainability and accelerating adoption of sustainable technology and energy.
Thanks, Johan. I think very interesting point on the intermingling of the energy transition and the industrial revolution 4.0. Effa, you have had significant experience, I think, working in Southeast Asian power sector in particular with Mainstream. Let me jump to the next part of this conversation, which is potentially around affordability and the pace of the transition. Do you think sustainability is trumping consumer requirements on clean and reliable power, and is sustainability a big decision maker these days?
Thank you, Ashish, and good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here with you. Yes, absolutely is the short answer to your question. Absolutely, I think that renewables has now proven that it can compete with fossil fuels and incumbent power and win on price alone. And this, I think, was even confirmed through the International Energy Agency report only last week. And you'll know yourself that Bloomberg also came out last week and said that in 5 years it expects that fossil fuel or that renewables will even beat existing gas on price. So we can safely say that we are already here. And suppose if you were to ask me a similar question to what you had asked the others earlier, what have we seen in our life in the past 12 years in Mainstream? And it's really, if we look back, originally, we were trying to kind of, I suppose, drive a green agenda, and it was all about green and renewables being the right thing to do. Now, that conversation just isn't there. There is no need for subsidies anymore in the markets that we operate, where there's no need for high feed-in tariffs to attract investment. And renewable developers are able to come in, run auction processes and technology agnostic auctions where they're competing with existing power producers and still win, and even win on when it's a firm power requirement. So yeah, we think that we certainly have gotten there for sure. And even, I suppose, looking at other kind of tipping points, as we call it, that have happened very recently. Like if we think of the past year, for example, I mean, if you told us, or any of us, certainly me, that Australia would build the largest solar farm and would export power to Singapore, 3,800 kilometers away, and power, up to 20% of their country. I mean, that's just phenomenal. I think it just, I mean, while that project hasn't yet been built, it just shows the level of ambition that's there within the industry to try and do something just as ambitious. So yeah, I think that we're certainly there, and we can think of the other presentations that came before us talking about zero commitments by China, Japan, South Korea, and all this will drive the governments to do more, but also I think drive also the private sector and all of us here to think more ambitiously and to deliver more value for our shareholders.
Thanks so much for that, Aoife. An interesting comment on the Australia and Singapore project. I think it would be a watershed project probably in this part of the world, with such a huge amount of solar power being transmitted from one region or one country to another. I think it would set a benchmark in some sense, and I really look forward to that project. CG, a quick reaction from you on this issue in ASEAN in particular. Have we reached tipping points in sense of clean energy being affordable to everybody and governments really believing in the potential?
I think generally, I think the tipping point is really moving closer and closer, but it depends on the countries we're talking about. I think if you look back a couple of years, maybe more than 10, 15 years back, even China, right, when we're talking about renewables, there's this thing that is not affordable, right, and there's so much coal. Fast forward today, they are the leader, right, and they are the one that's driving renewables, both in terms of technology development and investment and adoption, right? And India is falling behind, right? So, but obviously, if you look at China and India, they have very rich, resources in both solar irradiation and wind. But then, if you look at some other countries in ASEAN, they may not be so well endowed, right, in terms of renewable resources. Singapore is one good example. Singapore is a very tiny island. We have, good sun, but a lot of cloud cover. So the plant load factor is actually quite low. But because, we import all our energy, right? And I think it's starting from fuel oil, back 20 plus years ago, to natural gas, pipe natural gas, and LNG. And fortunately for LNG, now LNG price is much lower, but because of great technology breakthrough in solar, I think the cost of rooftop solar, is able to be cheaper if you have behind the meter. So that's driving the adoption and also fast forwarding the tipping point. Then if you look at Vietnam, Vietnam obviously I think we know have very rich solar resources in the south, and wind is quite spread out. So I think for them, they know that the cost is coming down quite a lot. They also know that coal is likely to be difficult to be financed, right? Because all the multilaterals and the commercial banks are now saying no to coal financing, but they have a lot of renewable resources. So I think for energy security, I think they're driving that. So that tipping point is bringing forward. So I think it depends on each country, but generally I think the line of travel is in the right direction. And I think as more investments are made in the technology, whether it's additional R&D into wind or solar, or in battery, or in other kind of storages, or even hydrogen, I think a lot of that will start to become more and more forefront. So I think it's a positive dynamic, and I think if we sit again in another 10 years, I think the picture will be very, very different in a positive way.
Thanks for that, CG. I remember the days, probably a decade ago or so, when capacity factor for wind projects in most parts of Asia used to be relatively low compared to where they are today. So significant progress there, and moving from class 2 sites to class 3 sites, and being able to even better capacity factors while moving to slightly poorer wind regimes is a very interesting, I think, example to look at. Ming, let me come to you as well and try and take a quick reaction from you on what Aoife and CG said in terms of tipping points. Is your perception roughly the same, that we are almost there in most parts of the region, or you think we're already, kind of crossed that hurdle?
So, perhaps one additional perspective on tipping points. Having looked at many transition type of situations, it's never one tipping point. It's actually a series of tipping points. And, I share the same view that we're there on some of those tipping points. There are some that are just coming, rapidly at us, and there are some that are a little bit further out. And, I think the ones that we're there on, I think finance is definitely there. That's pretty global. You saw the stats in terms of who's willing to finance kind of coal projects nowadays. That number is dwindling, by the way. So it's definitely there. And, if you're in the business and you're looking for money, you've got to deal with that. I think stuff that's really upon us, the technology side is pretty much upon us. So be it solar, wind, even EVs, the economic case without subsidies is getting clearer and clearer if it's not already there, depending on location specifically. So I think that's fantastic. I do think there are things that are still a little bit out in the future. So when we look at interconnectivity between countries, the idea of being able to really transmit significant amounts of electricity between countries where you've got differential resources, that will continue to take a little bit of time to build out, to get the regulatory frameworks, there's markets to work. But I think that is something that will come further down the line. So I think generally, I'm pretty optimistic. We're in the middle of the shift, but we have plenty of distractions around us. So, it's a real opportunity for all the stakeholders to see, the energy transition and the opportunities that it presents, and actually, to contribute ultimately to green growth.
Thanks for that interesting comment on a series of tipping point rather than, binary option or one or two of those. Let me come back to you and, we've talked about tipping points a little bit, and seems like there's a convergence of opinion amongst most of you. My question to you is, given where we are in terms of technology innovation tipping points, do you think we have aggressive enough or ambitious enough targets in the ASEAN region in particular?
Yeah, it certainly was great to hear all of the country announcements from, as I say, China and Japan and South Korea. I think what I would love to see is just those targets being achieved, or at least the steps in which, the annual targets and reaching those. I suppose too many times we've seen targets being announced and then unfortunately not being met. I suppose if I could give the example of the Philippines, they set a target of being 35% renewable generation by 2030, and they are further away from that today as they were in 2008. So what we really need, I guess, and what I think would be one of the biggest drivers is for governments to just set out frameworks and a very clear roadmap as to how these targets are going to be achieved, and setting, annual targets, sub-targets in order to achieve them, which will really mean, putting the fundamental frameworks in place. And it doesn't have to be, a wholesale change to their energy structure at all. It can just be, small changes to their regulations. We know, and we've already spoken about how the private sector is behind this transition, that the financiers, the insurers, the banks, they're all behind it. We know from the ORI 100 group that there's now over 260 global multinational companies that are signed up there. They're clearly behind it. Their shareholder base wants things to move as well in order for these companies to be net zero. So what I think we possibly are missing, I'm sorry, I should say that also, the developers of technology are clearly making, monumental steps every year. So I think the piece that really would tie it all together is just having the government set framework in place in order to bring everything together. And we mentioned earlier that renewables is the long-term investment that will give returns. So that has been proven, and the money will come just once, I suppose, that that parties can have confidence that if they invest in this country, that that the targets will be met, and that they can, I suppose, be part of that transition. So yeah, I suppose it's all fine and well having these targets, but we just need to deliver them and meet the ones that we have set, I think.
Aoife, thanks for that. I think my team at Bloomberg NEF also has done a fair bit of research around the world looking at the ambitions of target, but implementation plans in particular. And you're absolutely right. Unless you have proper implementation plans, it's very difficult to achieve some of those targets. I have two more quick questions, and then we'll probably try and take some audience questions as well, both from the virtual audience as well as physical one. The first question, Mr. Wu Chong, We've talked a little bit about energy transition, tipping points, the role of various companies represented here today. But as ADB, as a multilateral organization, what are some of the challenges you see of your teams facing when they're trying to kind of promote sustainability and clean energy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Our current energy policy has been around for about 10 years, and we speak about 10-year cycle, and it's we thought we set up a very progressive policy 10 years ago, but the world was different. The technology was very different, and even back then, the distributed renewable energy wasn't such a viable option for baseload energy. So we established the policy that emphasized on the renewable energy, but we still kept the fossil fuel as an option for the energy security perspective. But now I think that has changed quite a bit. So this conversation is quite useful because we just launched our review and update of our new policy, and we will be speaking with all the stakeholders, including the government, the agencies who are responsible for making sure that the energy is available for people. At the same time, the civil society as well as the private sector who are looking for a business opportunity as well. So we got to bring it all together. So we do need to reach out to actually all of you here. And we want to be able to, ADB and wants to be able to be that example of making it happen. And this reminds me, this tipping point and transformation reminds me of this the TV I was watching not too long ago. It was Animal Kingdom. People, men our age, watch Animal Kingdom in the morning a lot, and there was a scene where hundreds of gazelles were trying to cross this body of water, and there's a big crocodile right in the middle of the river. So nobody was willing to kind of jump in, but at some point, one gazelle jumped in and made it over to the other side, and everybody just jumped in and moved over. So, I think we are right about that stage where I think the renewable energy is going to be the gazelle jumping over to the other side. So, I think we are almost there, but we do need to work with the private sector to gain the technological know-how and financial leveraging as well, so that we can fulfill the finance need of trillions of dollars that's needed in our region, and we can use our 20-something billion of ADB money to leverage private investments.
Thank you, Mr. Uchong. Interesting example as well of the gazelles and the crocodile. Johan, my final question before we turn over to the audience is to you. We have had a fairly good conversation on the role of renewable energy and the power system in particular in the energy transition, but the energy transition is nowhere close to complete unless industrial sector transforms, given its footprint in energy usage and emissions. What do we do there to get to the climate ambitions?
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. That's so important. About 2/3 of all energy consumed globally is consumed by industry, so we have to address that. And maybe just another interesting point for perspective is today, or at the end of 2019, about 10.8% of all primary energy came from renewable sources. So there is still this massive amount of energy coming from non-renewable resources. And renewables are growing at 2% a year, but total energy demand is growing at 1.8% a year. So we're not making as much gains as we should. The point being that we have to firstly make sure that we don't use any energy that we don't need. And there is still a huge topic around energy efficiency and productivity, especially in industry, but also in our buildings, in the way we operate cities. And I think we need to go after that as hard as we're going after renewable energy generation. I mean, it would be crazy to generate energy, even renewable energy, to supply electrons that we didn't need to supply. So, and again, there's a lot of technology available. Fortunately, over time and with software and with data and AI, we're becoming better and better at presenting those opportunities to end users and to make them aware of these opportunities. And the cost of technology has come down, and it's also become simpler to implement. It's more within the reach of smaller and smaller companies, which I think is extremely important. So energy efficiency is very important, and I am very passionate about that. We have to play the whole piano of technology to go after energy efficiency. And I like carbon neutrality targets. If you just set a target for renewable energy generation, that doesn't address the whole energy value chain. If you go for carbon neutrality, you will make your coal-fired power plant that's going to have to run maybe for another 10 years. There's some very important things we can do today to limit and reduce the emissions and the harm from those plants. And while we should transition as quickly as we can away from them, we have to live with a lot of this infrastructure for a couple of decades. And we have to deploy technology also in that space to make sure we reduce carbon emissions as much as possible.
Thanks, Johan. It's interesting that CG started the conversation with energy efficiency, and I think your remarks in the end are also on the same subject. So it just shows the importance of that issue as well. At this point of time, maybe we can take a couple of audience questions. I know that we are a little bit short of time and probably have 3 minutes or so left with us, but I wonder if the MC can help us take any audience questions.
Questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? If you do, you can just raise your hand, and I believe we have some of our crew around with the handheld mic. So if you have any questions at all for Ashish and his panel, just give us a wave and we'll come to you with the microphone. Any questions for Ashish and the panel? Over here? No? The other side? Is there? There's one. Don't have. Okay. I think we don't have any questions actually, Ashish. All the audience, probably all the questions, all the things that you guys have discussed have answered all the queries in their minds already. So Ashish, back to you.
Great. So I think a couple of more minutes, and I'll probably just ask one quick question to CG in the end. We talked about various factors in the energy transition. According to you, what are the most important ones? Is it technology? Is it policy? Is it finance? Is it education of the consumer base and politicians and government officials? What do you think we need to have to fasten this transition?
All of it, Ashish. I think seriously, obviously, technology investments depends on the market potential, right? And the market potential is also being created by all the other stakeholders, whether it is customers, whether it is citizens who care about the environment, whether it's the banks, lenders who sees, the potential of that and say, I would allocate more capital. So I think all this will become virtuous cycle. They reinforce each other. I think if you look back at the wind and solar, R&D money poured in because people saw the potential, especially in China. But before that, the Europeans has been driving that through subsidies because they were a little bit more able to afford subsidies, so get a kick started. So the governments play a role. I think if you look at ASEAN now and in a lot of parts of the Asian markets, some of the economic development is still not at the level where they can afford a lot of subsidies, but subsidies are not needed anymore. So what they need is to really come up with good policies, good market policies to enable the public and the private sectors, to come in. If you have a good project that is bankable, you will see a lot of money coming into that particular space, and that will then reinforce, the potential of the markets. I think it's all of the above. I think if every one of us is pulling the same direction, then I think you will find that this is going to be, creating a lot more momentum.
Thanks, Hee. I'd end by saying that a few years ago, I used to say that, governments follow technology. And Effa mentioned that, it's great to have targets, but it's useful to have detailed implementation plans. And Johan also said, he likes carbon neutrality targets much more than, just renewable energy targets, which I tend to agree with as well. But in some due credit to the governments of late, I think they are starting to become much more ambitious. And first time in my career, perhaps, I think, actually technology will have to follow the government's ambitions when it comes to 2050, 2060 targets. There are an enormous amount of pathways, obviously. The options, are getting more complicated by the day on how you get to net zero by 2050. So the devil be in the detail, but I think all of you have raised some very interesting points around the technology mix and the options we have and the policy designs that need to come in to get there by 2050, 2060, or probably even sooner if possible. So again, thanks to the audience for listening so patiently, and thanks to all the speakers for giving your input. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ashish and the panel. And it looks like the energy transition is changing our perceptions of how the world should be. And on that note, just hold that thought, because we are going to have our final panel for today right now. This time the focus is on decarbonization strategies as a different but complementary method for getting to 100% clean energy. Let's welcome our moderator, William Hudson from the Carbon Trust based in Singapore. William Hudson, please. And of course, William is the head of Southeast Asia at the Carbon Trust Singapore, and he will be joined by Norazia Muda, Head Renewable Energy and Green Technology Unit, TNB Research Malaysia, Jeremy Stone, Non-Executive Director and Advisor, J-Power Australia, Suzanne Ferguson, Carbon Capture Technical Lead, Wood UK, Prakash Sharma, Head of Markets and Transitions, Asia Pacific Energy Transition Practice, Wood Mackenzie, Singapore, and finally, Pierre-Yves Davout, Global Sales Director, Hydro GE France. William and the panel, over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning to those of you joining from Europe and elsewhere. My name is Will Hudson. I head up the Carbon Trust work here in Southeast Asia, based in Singapore. For those of you that have not come across us, the Carbon Trust is a sustainability consultancy, and we specialize in all things low carbon. So that's policy, technology, and finance. Our company mission is to accelerate the transition to a sustainable low carbon economy, and we work with a range of international stakeholders to do so. It is my great pleasure to be given the opportunity to host today's panel, which is called Decarbonisation Strategies, Creating the Bridge to Net Zero by Reducing the Carbon Footprint. So before I introduce our speakers, just a few thoughts to set the scene today. So firstly, we know that we are in an unprecedented climate and biodiversity crisis globally. In terms of emissions, the 2018 IPCC report on the impacts of global warming above 1.5C is very clear about where we are with emissions globally, as well as what needs to be done and in what time frame. We know that we need to peak our emissions within 2 to 3 years, and certainly well before 2030, and we need to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 at the latest. This requires urgent action in terms of energy transition, as well as in transition in all other sectors, including land, transport, buildings, and industrial systems. And we know that the required transition is unprecedented in terms of scale, although not necessarily in terms of speed. So today we're going to be focusing on examples of decarbonisation strategies that organisations will need to deliver this transition. Geographically, we will focus on the transition needed in the ASEAN region and in Singapore, but we will also think about lessons that can be learned from elsewhere in the world. There are some core areas to think about, and happily we know that there are a range of already proven technologies to help us with the emissions reductions that are required. So in terms of opportunities, all 1.5C scenarios require servicing energy demand with lower energy use through energy efficiency. This is a key lever that needs to be pulled. particularly within the industry and building sectors in this region. All 1.5C scenarios will also require rapid electrification of energy end use, with 70 to 85% of this electricity projected to be supplied by renewable energy by 2050 globally. And we know that technology options are proven at various scales, so not just wind, solar and hydro, but also hydrogen, nuclear, sustainable bio-based feedstocks, product substitution and carbon capture and storage. In terms of challenges, we know that large-scale deployment of technology is limited by economic, financial, human capacity and institutional constraints in specific contexts, both national and regional. For example, one major challenge in ASEAN is the continuing growth of heavily subsidized usage of coal, which is entirely incompatible with any sensible energy transition scenario or decarbonisation strategy. So these are just a few considerations that governments and businesses need to keep in mind when they think about decarbonisation strategies. So we have a range of great speakers today to talk about both policy and technology solutions and some of the specific projects that they are working on. On the policy side, we'll look at government target setting and carbon pricing briefly, and on the technology side, we will specifically look at hydrogen, CCS, and hydropower, which I think has been less talked about possibly today. And the format will have some quick introductions from the panelists, and we'll then move to an open discussion and hopefully finish with audience Q&A. And we have a very international panel dialing in from Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, the UK, and France. So thank you all very much for joining, and without further ado, let me hand over to our panelists to introduce themselves. So firstly, Mr. Prakash Sharma, Head of Markets and Transitions at Wood Mackenzie here in Singapore. Over to you, Prakash.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the organizer for inviting us. In terms of the topic as such, so ASEAN, as you know, is a very diverse, wide. It's a group of 10 countries which have got a different economic development that they are going ahead, and also a very wide range of energy mix. Some of the countries, such as Singapore, as you know, is a modern, advanced society. But when you look at wider ASEAN and look at a country like Myanmar, which is quite early in its development path. So any decarbonization strategies would need to take into account the ground realities that these countries are going. So whether it is their current energy mix, whether it is their ability to afford energy prices, or what kind of resources are available locally, domestically, versus what the long-term target needs to be in terms of not only decarbonizing the energy, but also developing the economic growth, because the cost economic growth should go up, especially for those countries which are very early in their development pathway. So when you look at the mix, as I said, ASEAN, so on an average basis, the share of renewables, including solar, wind, geothermal, and hydro, in the energy mix is only around 3% or so currently. So, and if we take out hydro, it is only 1% today. So the share of solar, wind, and geothermal in the primary energy mix is just about 1% or so today. So you can imagine how much needs to be done in order for the region to become a completely decarbonized society. Then when you look at the power sector, the picture is slightly better. So the overall share of renewables in the power sector is around 17%, of which 14% comes from hydro. So even in the power sector, the share of solar, wind, and geothermal is only around 3% today. So any strategy that you develop or think about for the region as a whole has to take into account a number of factors. So what kind of technology adoption they can afford, for example. What kind of investments are available locally? What kind of investments will need to come from outside? and of course the policy environment and where, as I said, where the country is in its economic development pathway. So we believe a number of outcomes are possible. Some of the well-off countries such as Singapore could really take lead and adopt technologies such as hydrogen, such as wider electrification of the economy, and also to some extent the carbon capture storage, especially in the industrial sector, and kind of set an example for other countries in the region to follow. But on the other hand, when you look at Myanmar or even Indonesia, for example, so you have to take probably a different approach. You have to basically start with increasing the share of renewables in the power sector and make sure the electrification slowly expands in other parts of the economy. So these are some of the options that are available today. I think good thing is the cost of renewable technology has fallen quite a bit in the last 10 years, almost 60 to 70%. And our analysis is that it is going to fall further in the future. So that means it's a very positive sign for ASEAN to start adopting this technology right now so that gradually the decarbonization can take hold. And I think the key factor would be the technology, the policy and investment need to go hand in hand from now on. In the past, it has to be kind of moving in very different directions. So the end result has been very tough. And what we see today is almost 95% of the energy mix comprising hydrocarbons. But definitely, these are very interesting times. And ASEAN can definitely take lead and learn from what's happening in wider Asia Pacific.
Perfect. Thanks, Prakash. Fantastic. So our second speaker will be Norazaya Muda. Nora. She is the head of renewable energy and the green technology unit at TMB, part of TMB Research. TMB obviously being the state utility in Malaysia. Over to you, Nora.
Thank you, William. Hi and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be part of the panelists in this decarbonization strategies dialogue for today. I'm Nora, the head of Renewable Energy and Green Technology Unit in TMB Research. TMB Research is the R&D center that provides centralized technical solution as well as innovation for our parent company, TNB. At TMB Research, the technical solution are developed under various applied research projects, which mainly aim at improving the overall performance of our parent company, TMB, and as well as its subsidiaries. Other than that, TMBR is also embarking on various advanced research projects, basically to position TMB to be an early adopters as well as intelligent and informed buyer of any new and promising technologies. So the decarbonization that I'm going to cover today mainly from the R&D point of view, how big the role R&D should play in terms of the decarbonization strategies. Because decarbonization, it refers to the reduction or elimination of carbon dioxide from the energy source, whereby in practice, getting to zero emission, zero net emission requires switching to a more cleaner energy source and shifting from fossil fuel to a cleaner means of electricity production. Then after that comes the terms called energy trilemma, which is how to balance the three main aspects of energy production, which is energy security, the security of energy supply. The second one is the environmental sustainability. And last but not least is the affordability of energy. So balancing this trilemma is a challenge since some countries, they are prioritized according to their own regional issues. Many governments from developed nations where electricity is available and affordable to them, they have opted to increase their investment in environmental sustainability. However, for a lower to middle income countries, they tend to prioritize more on the economic growth as well as access to affordable energy. This is because normally decarbonization strategies comes with a price tag. Another challenge is that natural resource for the cleaner energy, for the decarbonization for each country are not the same. For instance, some countries, they are granted with abundance of solar power or hydropower for that matter. And they are not the case that happen as well. So that is why, in this case, R&D play a very big role in helping accelerating the adoption of the new technologies, as well as probably lowering the cost of future emission abatement and decreasing the cost of low carbon technologies. So among other things that I will future cover is the R&D strategies that TMB Research is undertaking at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nora. Yeah, no, really good to hear about how R&D plays this key role in driving down costs. Yeah, no, really great. Our third speaker is Jeremy Stone, non-executive director and advisor for J-Power, based in Australia, but obviously working for one of Japan's largest utility companies. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, thanks, Will, and good afternoon, everyone. It's pretty interesting that Japan just yesterday formally announced the bringing forward of their net zero targets 2050. Probably reinforces that most of us know where we're trying to go and how fast we're trying to get there. But the big debate really is how do we get there? What is the best transition? From a J-Power perspective, as Will mentioned, we're one of the largest utility companies in Japan, where in Japan, our power load's about 50% renewable in terms of production. And we also invest around the world in a whole range of clean energy solutions, whether it be hydro, wind, solar, biomass, and of course, clean hydrogen. And I'm involved, we'll talk a bit later about what the world's first liquid hydrogen supply chain from Victoria all the way to Kobe in Japan. So I think what we're after, what J-Power's after is energy sources which are clean, which are reliable, and which are affordable. And we don't see at the moment any real perfect solution out there. We want to just be pursuing clean energy solutions, and we need to be doing them now to hit our net zero targets. Look forward to chatting further during the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Our fourth speaker is Pierre-Yves Davot. He's a global sales executive at GE Hydro Solutions based in France. Over to you, Pierre.
Yes, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Very glad to be with you today. Yes, I'm Pierre-Yves Davot. I'm the head of sales and tendering for GE Renewable Hydro Solutions. And I'm covering, in that role, I'm covering the globe. And I'm super glad to be with you today to talk a little bit more about how hydropower can help with this net zero target. And one of the points I heard a bit earlier by you, William, I think it was you, William, is the fact that we don't speak too much about hydro, actually. Hydrogen, yes, hydropower, not so much. Well, actually, the first source today and the largest source today of renewable energy is coming from hydro globally. And the number globally is very similar to the one I heard from Prakash in Asia. And this is 16% of the global power generation capacity today that is coming from hydro. It is true that hydro is kind of felt like an old industry, maybe not as attractive as some others could be, like if we're talking about wind, solar, battery, etc. But the reality is that we have been commercialized for a long time, and it's one of the most mature. If we want to really globally achieve the decarbonization goal, one of the ways should be going around more hydropower by 2050, and so it's something along the lines of doubling the capacity, installed capacity of hydropower. Hydropower is not only mature and the most commercialized renewable energy technology in the world, it is bringing additional solutions that are not so much known today, much less talked about than other sources, like for instance, the hydro storage. And the hydro storage today plays an increasingly important role in the industry, thanks to the growing penetration of wind and solar. These two energy sources are in nature more intermittent, so the utilities need a source of clean energy that is available rapidly, and hydro storage meets perfectly these needs. And I'm sure we're going to talk about that during the panel. And last but not least, I think, as part of these targets, we have also to remind that hydropower is helping, or the hydro installation is helping mitigating water challenge. If you think about Philippines, for instance, with the Angat hydropower facility, this is an old facility, 50 years old. I mean, it's pretty young in the hydro world, but 50 years old facility that supplies 90% of Metro Manila potable water needs. And so that's also the additional benefit that brings this source of energy. So I'm sure we're going to talk about storage and the big mega trends in hydro a little bit later, William, but that's a short intro of what we do. And so GE Hydro Solutions is really bringing to their customers not only equipment to help with these challenges, but also associated services, engineering, and project management to tackle this challenge.
Fantastic. Thanks, Pierre. No, thank you for bringing the hydro perspective. It's really good to have it on the panel. Last but not least, so we have Suzanne Ferguson. She's joining from Wood Group in the UK, and Susie is the carbon capture technical lead. Over to you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, so I work for Wood, where I sit in the Specialist Engineering and Consulting Group. And my remit is to be the carbon capture lead. And more recently, there's been a huge amount of focus on blue hydrogen. So it's now expanded my role somewhat to be carbon capture and blue hydrogen technical lead for within Wood. And Wood is it was formed by the joining together of the Wood Group and Amick Foster Wheeler, and it's now a company that has around 45,000 employees. And we work in a really diverse range of sectors, from oil and gas through to mining, pharmaceuticals, and renewable power. And we're really focusing on transitioning our own company as rapidly as we can, and whilst we do that, helping our current and our future clients to navigate the energy transition as well. And we're focusing on being able to deliver what we're calling green to green solutions. So going from a greenfield site all the way through conceptual design, delivery of the project, and then also remediation. So the returning to green afterwards once the project lifetime is completed as well. So it's really great to be here. And I think the panelists have all made some really excellent points in their introductions, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you, Susie. Yeah, I think several of our speakers are coming from a hydrogen and CCS perspective today, so I think hopefully that will form a good chunk of the discussion coming up. Okay, well, I'll move back to Prakash for our first question. So Prakash, this is around ASEAN's current renewable energy target, which is 23% by 2025 of the electricity mix. Do you have any sort of thoughts on how realistic that target is and the main challenges in achieving it?
So if the target is pertaining to only the power sector, only the electricity mix, and then definitely I think it is achievable in the sense if you count hydro power as well. Because as I said in my opening remark, the share of renewables combined with hydro is close to 17% today. But then if you look at only solar, wind and geothermal, it is only 3%. So if you are combining hydro, then definitely it is achievable. By 2025, we have 5 years, and the push to add more renewable capacity is only starting. And so solar, wind, in particular in parts of ASEAN, say for example, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, even Myanmar. So the shift is only starting to take place. So of course, over the next 5 years or so, definitely we can expect to add more capacity. But then renewables alone won't be able to reach 23% by 2025. So it has to be in conjunction with renewables plus hydropower.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so just to move the conversation to how the sort of national level or regional level targets translate to individual organisations, and link to that the decarbonisation strategies that these organisations might have. A question for you, Nora. So what are TMB's current decarbonisation strategies, and how big a role should R&D play within that strategy?
Right. TMB being the major power utility in Malaysia, we own around 60% of the total power generation in Malaysia. Currently, the energy mix for Malaysia is around 81% from thermal power plant, which is coal and gas, and another 10% from renewable energy, and 9% from large hydro. Malaysia is aiming to have around 21% renewable energy in 5 years' time by 2025, and reducing thermal power plant to around 71%, which means that a big chunk of energy mix in 5 years' time will still be from thermal power plant, coal and gas. And most of the thermal power plants are currently belongs to TMB. That's why TMB Research, we are taking the proactive initiative to explore various technologies with regard to the decarbonization, including renewable energy, as well as reducing CO2 emission from the existing thermal power plant. There are some latest clean coal technology that has been adopted by TMB, for instance, the ultra supercritical boiler and the low NOx burner. But apart from that, being the research arm, TMB Research is also exploring the decarbonization strategies through carbon capture and utilization. This project has been ongoing since 2011. We started way back in 2011, where our Malaysian Prime Minister made a pledge to reduce our CO2 emission by 40% intensity from the baseline level in 2015. That was in 2009 in COP15. And then Malaysia renewed the pledge to reduce another 5% of CO2 emission, and the target becoming 45% by 2030. So we have about 10 years time to reduce to 45% from 2005 baseline level. Our decarbonization project, R&D started with the little lab project early 2011, capturing CO2 emission, carbon, from coal-fired power plant using biological as well as chemical approach. And from that we have evolved to use the CO2 that we captured from our CO2 capture project through the utilization of carbon dioxide through hydrogenation pathway. We are also exploring the renewable hydrogen production to be combined with the CO2 that we captured from the coal-fired power plant to be used to produce valuable material such as chemical as well as methane gas. Till date, we have explored a lot of technology which are able to capture up to more than 99% of CO2 in our pilot test rig. As I mentioned before, that R&D can help in terms of decarbonization, among others. In terms of carbon capture and utilization, one of our focus is in reducing the energy penalty with regard to carbon capture and utilization if later on TMB would like to embark this technology. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nora. No, it's interesting to hear about all these different initiatives that your company is working on. I'm keen to zoom in on an example of a particular project. So, Jeremy, you mentioned already your hydrogen energy supply project in Victoria. It'd be great to hear a bit more about this project.
Yeah, thanks, Will. So this is a clean hydrogen project. So the project was first imagined way back in 2011 with the Fukushima nuclear accident. So Japan had to do a bit of a rethink about their clean energy sources. So hydrogen became their topic. In fact, I think it was the first country with a hydrogen strategy. I think there's now 22 or more countries with a hydrogen strategy. So Japan already had a good relationship with Australia. And in Victoria, where I'm based and where this project is based, we plan to produce clean hydrogen by gasifying coal with a carbon capture and storage solution, or carbon capture utilisation and storage solution. So what we're doing, we're actually commissioning it's a $500 million pilot project, so it's quite a major pilot project. And we're commissioning at the moment. So there's several components. There's the gasification and refining component, which is in the Latrobe Valley in Victoria. Vast amounts of brown coal there. We will then liquefy the gaseous hydrogen in the Port of Hastings. So this is Australia's first liquefaction facility where the gaseous hydrogen gets reduced to minus 253 degrees centigrade, so pretty cold. And then that gets loaded onto the world's first liquid hydrogen carrier. And we would then ship that liquid hydrogen to the port of Kobe, where it gets unloaded and used in Japan. So all those facilities have been built. The ship has been built. In actual fact, the ship was launched last December. It's going through sea trials. And the whole project is undergoing commissioning, and fingers crossed, despite COVID, where should be commissioning in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We should be in operation in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So it's interesting to have Susie on the panel at the moment. So carbon capture and storage is much maligned. We typically get told it doesn't work or it's too expensive. And the doesn't work side doesn't seem to stack up with evidence. It's been around for 45 years. There's about 20 projects in operation. There's 3 under construction, about, I think, 35 in various stages of development. So it is a technology that works. There's plenty of projects around the world. And in fact, the largest carbon capture and storage project is in Australia. It's a 4 million tonne per year CO2 storage in Gorgon in Western Australia. It's been operating for 12 months. And the too expensive side, also, it's more of a situational type arrangement on it's too expensive. So where we are, our storage project is called CarbonNet, and I've been doing development on that for 10 years, which matches the progress of our hydrogen project. So in terms of being too expensive, there's 3 parts of carbon capture and storage. There's the capture, there's the transmission of the CO2 to the permanent storage site deep underground. So in gasifying coal, the CO2 becomes a byproduct of actually the gaseous form of hydrogen. So we gasify coal at high temperature and pressure, we capture the hydrogen, but at the same time we've got pretty pure form of hydrogen, of CO2 there at high pressure and temperature. So that's very inexpensive. From our project, the distance to the carbon storage site is only about 120 kilometres, so relatively short distance. And the injection's about 1 kilometre underground into depleted oil and gas reserves. And the first one, which is available to us, can take 5 million tonnes of CO2 per year. And it has a capacity of 125 million tonnes. However, the whole site, the whole area there can take 31 gigatons of CO2. So vast storage potential, which matches a vast coal potential. So it's a very neat solution, and going back to why our consortium, which consists of many large Japanese companies as well as the governments of Australia and Japan, is it does provide right now, because the technology is available, it does provide a clean source of energy which is reliable and also very affordable. And that's critical to keep the lights on in Japan as well as any other country around the world. So that's a snapshot of the project there, Will.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. I'm probably going to come back to you with a blue versus green hydrogen question, but we'll loop back round. Susie, jumping to you, given that we're talking about CCS linked to hydrogen, what are the sort of main technologies being incorporated into your current decarbonisation projects at Wood?
Thanks, Will. We've got 3 huge projects that we're delighted to be involved in the UK at the moment. So we're helping with the development of the northeast of Scotland low carbon industrial cluster, and then also low carbon industrial clusters in Teesside and on Humberside. And I think probably one of the more advanced ones that has a real good mix of technologies is the Humber Zero project. And this project is looking at decarbonising 2 oil refineries and their massive combined heat and power plant that supplies them with steam and supplies the UK grid with electricity. And here we've got a real mix of challenges. So we've got to look at what's on the ground now and where they need to get to be a net zero industrial cluster. So we have oil refineries, some of which you could achieve decarbonisation through fuel switching to hydrogen or increasing the quantity of hydrogen in the refinery fuel gas, and other emission points where you simply can't decarbonise that way because you have chemical CO2 streams that are being emitted, for example, from an FCC stack. So we've got a cluster that combines a significant amount of post-combustion CO2 capture using conventional but very advanced amine technologies, and then also combining that with a demonstration of green hydrogen from electrolysis and blue hydrogen. And on that project, we have a small quantity of very high purity blue hydrogen that's generated through a new advanced reforming technology, as well as a hydrogen stream that's producing a syngas of 50-50 hydrogen and nitrogen that we can use to replace the fuel gas in an existing Frame 9 gas turbine. This is a huge machine, and it involves nearly a gigawatt of hydrogen in this project, as well as around 6 million tons of CO2 being avoided from this industrial cluster. So I'd say absolutely, changing to hydrogen and post-combustion CO2 capture are the biggest technologies we're seeing that we're looking at for immediate deployment. And the plan is this project should be operating by 2026.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, lots of interesting work going on there. Really good to hear about that. Thanks, Susie. Thank you. I'm going to skip to Pierre. So Pierre, talking about hydro, so how big a role do you think hydropower should be playing in delivering decarbonisation targets globally? And do you see a sort of step change room for improvement? What are the main challenges?
Yes, sure. Thank you. No, obviously, I think, like said a bit earlier, I believe that the hydropower needs to be, up front of the scene and considered as a major asset for this transition. One example I'd like to give, and then I'll come back to the trends and the challenges today, is an example on how we can participate to this battle is through hydro storage plant. And when you move into a world that is greener and that is going to more solar and wind turbines, basically, you are going to create some changes on your grid, because retiring a coal plant or retiring other fossil fuel plants that will be over time replaced by green technology will create unbalancing on the grid. What you need to do is not only put batteries. Batteries is a great I would say local support, but from a grid standpoint, at the level of a grid of a country, a nation or region, massive storage of water, like we are proposing with our technologies, provides the balancing you need. It provides these rotating equipments that helps you balancing the grid over time, over the time. For instance, like in the US, when we think about what's happening today in California, where, when you go back home, there is gigawatt hours of need on the grid, and there is, very little supply at that moment that then covers this additional grid, and all of a sudden you fall in blackout. So again, back to the hydro storage, I think this is a great solution to help our customers with not only installing green power plant so green power, green gigawatts on the grid, but also providing storage solution when there is more power coming from other sources and less need. The bottleneck we face and the impediments we face today on the market globally, and we have some examples where it's working and some where unfortunately we don't have support, is with regards to regulations that are not clear enough for investors and IPPs to really put their bets on investing in this bulk storage solution. The challenge is on how you pay for the additional service that a hydro storage plant, a PSP or PSH, as you can call it, will provide to the grid. Paying for producing power is pretty simple, but all the regulations that you're going to bring on the grid, like for instance, Israel has been developing and some other countries in Europe, today in some instance in the US, is critical. Framing this framework, legal framework, is absolutely critical to allow, again, the investors to come to this solution. And it has to happen now. Well, it has to happen now because building a PSH plant, a pump storage plant, takes a couple of years, 4, 5 years, sometimes a bit more. And by the time you retire your coal plant, by the time you increase the addition of wind and solar on the grid, it can take this couple of years, but the decision has to be now. The decision has to be now from the political environment, from the regulator, so that investors can really put their money right now in these solutions and be ready in 4 or 5 years to face the changes. After that, in some region, we'll have trouble to balance all these grid changes. So that's the main impediment, I think, today, from a development standpoint for going to a greener world. Even focusing right now on the PSP, which is again the only large bulk storage solution that exists and can help the nations, the globe, to go to a greener world and zero carbon world also.
Yeah, thank you, Pierre. That's very helpful. Okay, I'm going to move back to you, Prakash. Now, we heard earlier that carbon prices are something that is really going to be necessary for driving many of these new technologies. So maybe not so much on the hydro side, but certainly on the blue hydrogen side and CCS more broadly. What's the current state of carbon pricing in ASEAN, and how critical a tool is it in accelerating decarbonisation?
Yeah, so ASEAN, in terms of pricing carbon or putting a tax on it, I think ASEAN is there is hardly any taxation on carbon emissions in ASEAN, other than Singapore, which has announced a carbon tax regime about a year or so ago. I think in terms of, as I said earlier, the technologies are available to decarbonize. There is a policy ambition, there is a desire to decarbonize the economies and the energy systems. I think what is difficult has so far has been how do you make it happen, how you drive it, how you incentivize and bring the investments that are needed. And for that, some sort of a market mechanism is essential to really drive it. I mean, not only ASEAN, if you just look at globally, only 18% of global emissions, there is a tax or there is a price on it. So without a large scale, adequate economy-wide carbon taxation, it is almost impossible to reach large scale decarbonization targets or even net zero targets. So we ran a couple of scenarios where we tried to estimate what is the carbon price need to be globally to really incentivize and drive this change and adopt these new technologies. So, and that number is almost above $100 per ton of carbon. In fact, $110 per ton of carbon price by 2030 or so. So that will give the world, get the world onto a 2 degree or lower pathway by longer term. I think the good thing is that we have technology acceleration on our side. The technology of low carbon energy is, or zero carbon energy is going to go down. That means you need less carbon price support, at least on the power sector. But then when you look at transport, you look at industry, or all those difficult sectors where high temperature heat is a problem, you need a much higher carbon price, because what you need is green molecules. Clean electrons alone don't serve the purpose. So in terms of carbon price, I think ASEAN is in a very early stage of asking for a carbon price in real term. I think there, as I said, solar and wind and geothermal share is only around 3% today in the power sector. So the first step for ASEAN as a region can be kind of very easy. There are low-hanging fruits in terms of energy efficiency improvement, in terms of raising the share of solar and wind in the power sector. And then once the share reaches a certain point in about 5 or 7 years' time, I think side by side efforts can be made to how to decarbonize transport, how to decarbonize industrial sectors. I think that would be the next step for ASEAN. And by then, hopefully, there will be much more many solutions available to tackle the scalability issue that ASEAN is facing. So the short answer is there is no adequate carbon price in ASEAN at the moment outside of Singapore in real terms, but definitely I think that level of market mechanism support is almost essential. Without it, it's going to be very difficult to decarbonize to the extent that that we are talking about.
Thank you, Prakash. Fantastic. We're almost out of time. We've got about a couple of minutes left. I'd like to direct a sort of general question, maybe firstly to you, Jeremy. So more back to the sort of blue versus green hydrogen. Why should we do blue hydrogen, which is fossil with CCS, when we can do green directly with renewables? And maybe you want to build in a theme of sort of carbon pricing into your answer.
Well, we get asked that all the time, of course, and our view is we need both. You know, we've got such a massive challenge to hit our targets of 2050 net zero by 2050. I mean, why would you just go down one path when, you know, we've got all these other clean solutions available to us? So we don't see it one versus the other. We believe all the clean solutions are worthwhile pursuing, and we need to pursue really quickly. In terms of pricing, the cost of carbon capture and storage will be embedded in our cost of clean hydrogen. So you know, we don't need a carbon pricing. We know that people will want to buy our clean hydrogen, and the CCS solution is how we do that, and the cost has to be embedded into our hydrogen price. The other thing is, I think we often forget about the scale of our challenge in front of us. So I think there's about 70 million tonnes of hydrogen produced per year, pretty much unabated CO2. So about 800 million tonnes a year of CO2 is released to the atmosphere. So just to replace that, so forget about the growth of hydrogen, which is estimated 10 times by 2050. So just to replace that 70 million tonnes would require about 310 of our commercial scale operations. And our commercial scale operations will be very significant, many, many billions of dollars. So I think sometimes we just forget the scale of the challenge we have in front of us. So we believe all clean energy solutions which are reliable and affordable, we should be pursuing as fast as we possibly can.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jeremy. Conscious of time, we'll keep going for a few more minutes, but we will wrap up very shortly. Should we just move to some final thoughts? So, Susie, it'd be great to hear any sort of final thoughts from you, possibly on, maybe how CCS is developing and how the tech transfer that's needed from places like the UK to ASEAN can be helped and facilitated. It'd be useful to hear about.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say how much I very agree with the points that have been made here, particularly Jeremy's point around the scale of the challenge that's needed, making it absolutely essential that we pursue all of the technologies in the projects where they are most viable. So you've got to look at what you have in your company portfolio or in your country that you're working in, or your market sector that you're delivering energy to, and look at where you need to get to. And a project solution that might be brilliant, for example, the very windy Western Isles of Scotland, where green hydrogen is actually cheaper than making blue hydrogen, compared to the northeast of England, where we have a huge amount of natural gas coming onshore and going into our grid. Absolutely, blue hydrogen is the lower hanging fruit in that location. So I think the most important thing will be to look at what renewable assets and what physical geographic assets are available in the ASEAN region. So, for example, in order to do large-scale CO2 capture, you need somewhere to put the CO2. So that immediately makes a choice for how viable is CO2 capture in your location. And whilst we're seeing some really exciting projects going on in Europe, looking at shipping CO2 from one side of Europe to the other, where there are better storage potential, and this is great, particularly for smaller projects, it's not going to be the right solution for every location. So I think what we've learned most in the UK is that you need to think very carefully and look at all of the different options that are available to you before you go gung-ho for one solution just because it's the shiniest. It's not necessarily the best for your situation.
Very good. Do we have any questions at all from the audience? Otherwise, I will wrap up. We have one.
We have one question over here.
Yes, hi. My name is Philip Wind. I work for Actis. We are a large private equity investment fund. We have invested in hydro, and we believe it's a good investment. So I would like to ask you, why is hydro not so popular today, in your opinion? What can we do about this in the future? Of course, I fully understand that there are some elements related to the time it takes to develop and to probably environmental elements and issues related to water supply in general. But do you believe that with new technologies and the evolution of the markets, hydro could become furthermore more popular among investors in general to reduce the carbon footprint? Thank you.
Pierre, that's one.
So I guess I take it, Will, right?
It's up to you.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear your views.
No,
but
thanks.
we have
He just mentioned hydro, so I thought it's power and not jet.
Yeah, sorry, I mean hydropower. It's okay.
I get it.
Hydropower.
No, I think, look, you're right. And historically, I'd say that hydro, was about putting dam on rivers. And it caused, as you mentioned that, I don't want to spend too much time on that. Yes, there could be changes in the environment. Also today, great technologies are developed when new dams are built, or even for refurbishment in some countries where customers are more sensitive to it, with dissolved oxygen technology or fish-friendly technology, which allows basically to avoid these environmental issues. But back to your point, what makes, I think today, what could make the hydropower more attractive somehow and help? First, again, I think customers are using their plant differently. They need to have more flexibility, and more flexibility comes with an upgrade of the technology. So there will be customers who are willing to reinvest in their power plant today to go to an operation that allows them to move from 0 to 100% load versus whatever it was before, and give them this ability to regulate a bit better the power on the grid. Second, digital. That's the second angle by which we go. If you have visited some plants, you sometimes are very surprised by the technology that could be embedded into a power plant. This old 50, 60 years old power plant. If you bring a digital into that, you can make a much better, much finer operation. So that's the second angle. And I would say from a bigger mega trend about possibly new development and where where suddenly we would like to see investors coming in is more on the storage. And storage has a different, the power storage, so the bulk storage, the PSP, PSH, the pump storage plant are really on the closed loop. So you are no more now on rivers, as you know, you're really on closed loop. You have an upper lake and the bottom lake, and you basically, your turbine, or you pump your water. And so here, this is where I think hydropower can bring, you know, the industry, I mean, the power generation industry, faster to a greener world. I think that's where we would expect to see some interest going forward in the future.
Thanks, Pierre.
Welcome.
All good. Very good. Nora, one more question for you. Just a general final thought. Say anything that you've heard from our speakers today on either hydro, CCS, or otherwise that you feel is useful and that TMB research could benefit from.
Right. I'm very much agree with Susie and Jeremy with regard to the CCS. It is a portfolio of all technologies that any countries can adopt, but not necessarily that if it's successful in one country, it has to be repeated by any other countries or industries. So in adopting the decarbonization strategies, especially in R&D, we have to look where are we and what are our company is focusing on. So we have to work from that. And other than that, a lot of technologies that are already quite obsolete. Those are among the things that R&D should not focus into. For instance, now solar energy is quite matured and obsolete already. So there's not much research in terms of solar that we would like to focus on. But in terms of integration of floating solar, for example, with large hydro, how do we make sure that the hybrid hydropower floating solar system can be techno-economically viable? Those are among the things that research-wise we are looking at the moment. So yeah, I think that's the point that I'm taking from all the discussion today.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Nora. Okay, I think there's a general theme of how we can share lessons globally on many of these different topic areas. We've covered a lot of ground today. So really appreciate all of your time, and thank you very much to everyone, both here in the room and online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to William and the panel. And of course, it's great to see that decarbonizing technology is advancing and that R&D continues to improve our clean energy supply chain. Let's have some final photos before we end our day. And of course, that is it for today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are here with us at the Marina Bay Sands, and of course, our friends who are watching at home, in the office, or wherever you might be in Asia and around the world. I'm sure you would agree that today has provided valuable insights on where clean energy markets are at regarding this transition. Now, of course, talking about energy transition, this is all very well, but here's a question I'll leave you with before we go. Who will invest and how will the funds be deployed to reach our goal of net zero by 2050? We'll be back tomorrow from 9 a.m. to hear from the best experts in the industry on this subject. See you tomorrow.